来，欢迎大家回来，我们的 Ptlotr of the Ring 第3天，也就是我们的8强赛事这是一个快要死掉的画面昨天出去帮我家外面的那个去修那个冷气今天早上醒来那个脖子，然后2只手都晒伤超级痛苦那相信大家应该都已经知道这些人打什么鬼套牌了，需要我再讲一次吗？对，那等一下看一下配对吧，等一下看一下配对。反正1、2、3都是塔嘛，所以对不会像那个瑞士轮那样子压起来调度这样。等下对到的话还是会啦但是至少我们前面应该是不会看到。然后有什么比较特别的吗？好像还好吧。然后对8强有一套很特别，就是泰坦护身符嘛。那个糊起来是比塔麦鲁还要糊啊
Maria, I just can't believe how lucky we got with this top 8. We feel like we have everything. We have fan favorites. We have hometown heroes. We have newcomers. And we even have a goat.
Yes, we certainly do. Kai Buddha is in our top 8. Will, what are you looking forward to today?
It's the Jake Beardsley story. It's a Cinderella story. It's his first Pro Tour. It's his birthday weekend. He's in his first top 8. He has a chance of walking away with this trophy in front of him. It hopefully is going to be the Cinderella story for Hitman.
I just absolutely love to see players in their first Pro Tour.
看们是看好2位 Team Handshake 的队员，没错 ，Team Handshake 上次3个8强，这次2个8强，跟鬼一样或者是我们的开布达，3个 PT 冠军，3个职业PT 团队赛冠军。号称星期天不会输的男人。
5 rounds of modern to round things out with 12 match points. That's a 4-4 record or better being needed to come back for day 2.
And to day 2 we turn, Will.
More of the same. We did kick off yesterday with 3 rounds of draft, the Lord of the Rings, Tales to Middle-earth, and then we followed up with 5 rounds of modern constructed. But there was a lot more on the line this time. Anybody that managed to get to 39 match points or better automatically advanced to the top 8, and we now know who is in that top 8.
Yes, and we have arrived to today, Sunday. It is top 8 Sunday. Single elimination top 8 modern. It is best 3 out of 5 games, everybody.
会先打2局的正边局，然后才会打3盘的背牌局，所以正边有优势的套牌会非常的强势。
We are in Barcelona. It is not only home to the Pro Tour this weekend, but also Magicon.
剩下的话，因为 Team Handshake 的套牌比较特别啦，所以我没有办法很明确的跟你说，胜率有多少。但是如果以这种传统型的绿创我可以跟你说，他打到一些打到泰坦的胜率是46嘛，然后打到我想一下，我看一下他打那个什么拉多斯，打拉多斯的胜率，我记得也是挺高的吧？对啊。绿创打拉多斯的胜率有大概58.1，这是传统绿创，那不确定就是 Team Handshake 的绿创有多好。还有剩下就是犀牛打拉多斯的胜率也有55%。对。 那但是泰坦打拉罗胜率只有大概36%，这是大概3个礼拜前，也就是这一个月的各大赛事的统计下的平均胜率。那因为都是主流套牌齁，所以说对局次数非常的多，所以算是一个蛮可以当做，已经算是蛮可以当做是那个了，当做是指标的统计了。
Take a peek on your screen. These are the quarterfinals that we have for you today. Javier Dominguez versus Dominic Harvey.
先来看那个泰坦打创，那这是 Team Handshake 的创。再来就是犀牛打红黑，没关系，我们一局一局看吧。先从第一局泰坦打绿冲。那 Team Handshake 的绿冲比较少，因为少了3颗球，3颗星，所以它的弧率又相对的更低一点。但是打到泰坦，尤其这是一个开卡表的泰坦，应该说就算平常 PT 不是开卡表的，你打了2天你也变开卡表了啦。那这个就是一个这第一把会就是第一个这个对局会变成，算是应该会变成调度大赛啦。应该会变成调度大赛，那就是看谁，你一定要去接一个天胡的骑手嘛。这个内战就是大家去拼一个天胡骑手，那就是看哪一边比较胡。
Okay, next up we've got Stefan. Stefan, how are you doing? This is your first top 8. What emotions are going through your mind?
I'm just happy and I'm excited, but I'm feeling really good.
Happy to see. Good luck in this top 8. Next we've got Jake Beardsley on his first Pro Tour on his birthday weekend in the top 8. Jake, talk to me. How excited are you to be in your first ever Pro Tour?
I'm thrilled. I was just excited to be here, and I'm still just excited to be here, and I'm excited to play the quarterfinals against a really good player.
Thank you very much. Again, our only Rakdos Evoke player left in the field. Next, we've got battle of the who's got the biggest smile. We've got Marco over here. Super excited getting in there with Team of Rhinos. How you feeling, my friend?
It's feeling amazing. Be here is something that I can never dream also.
是不是没有讲到犀牛打到泰坦的胜率
？Exactly. And then over on the other side, the current holder of the biggest smile in Magic, it is Simon Nielsen on Team Handshake again, back-to-back top 8 of Pro Tours. How do you keep doing this?
I don't know. I'm just sitting here channeling Tronland energy.
犀牛打到泰坦。
Well, good luck, my friend. Next up, we're going to have
泰坦打犀牛胜率有60%，我原本以为会很难打的。
Not something you were expecting. You thought you were going to come 9th, but you managed to sneak in at 8th place. What emotions were going through your head when you heard the news?
Yeah, I would say I'm confused to be here, but also very excited, of course.
Of course you are. And then, lastly, the juggernaut himself, Kai Buddha, one of the best people to ever touch a Magic card. This is not something that you're not estranged to coming to top 8. Do they ever get old to you?
No, they don't. It's pretty good to be back.
It is good to be back. I am super looking forward to this top 8, battling out to see who can walk away with the trophy this weekend.
I'm channeling my Tron energy. All right, everybody, we're going to take a look at the path to the title that Javier Dominguez might have to get that trophy, Monty.
Yeah, let's imagine this type of
这是他的可能对手，就是他的8强会打到谁？如果赢了的话，4强会打到这边的人，然后如果赢了的话，冠军会打到这边的人。
Extremely unfavored, but he is an extremely good player. So let's say he does overcome Dom. Then he has to go up against one of Jake Beardsley or Marco Del Pivo. Jake being on Rakdos Evoke, I think Javier would rather face Marco on Rhinos. If he overcomes those, The option for the finals, well, there's a lot of them, and very cool ones as well. He has teammate Simon Nielsen, he has longtime friend Christian Calcano, or he has the Sunday end boss himself, Kai Buddha, all as possibilities.
Wow, there's a look at Javier Dominguez's potential path to the title. We're going to take a peek at another potential path to the title, this time with Christian Calcano, Will.
Yes, so he's got to get over the nerves of his dream matchup. He's been playing for so many years and never gone against his idol, Kai Buddha. If he manages to push him aside and get the W there, he could be against Simon Nielsen or Stefano.
另外一个塔，
Again, these
不同型的塔，
rhinos.
也是我们大家比较常见的塔。
I play either Javier, Dominic, Jake, or
天黑血的塔算是这一次的自己的研发啦。 多了克萨传，多了一些让你能够2跳4的东西，啊，减少了一些天舞率，让你在打到血月跟母圣树的时候，也不至于没有那么一战之力。
On a Sunday stage, the man's record speaks for himself, and the odds are not good for any opponent that goes up against him, regardless of matchup.
That's a great point. That's why you're the desk expert here, Mon.
I know the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our bracket one more time, everybody. Take a peek. These are our matchups here in the quarterfinals that we're going to be watching, and we're going to focus in on one matchup in particular. That is Kai Buddha versus Christian Calcano. Can you just imagine for a second being Christian Calcano, what he said, hey, this is my dream. I've wanted to play against him for so many years, and here we are in a top 8 doing it. How would you feel, Monty?
You know, it would be really hard to try to level those nerves. I think it's really hard to remove yourself normally from a match of Magic this big in the top 8 of a Pro Tour, especially when you haven't made the top 8 in a very long time. But to be doing it against the legend and your personal hero, someone who, in a very long Magic career, you've never faced and you've always wanted to, it's rough, but at the same time, it's just got to make it so fun.
Absolutely. Fun is what we're looking for here in this matchup. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here for our first feature match in the top 8. We've got Kai Buddha versus Christian Calcano, the German juggernaut versus the calculator, Teamer Rhinos versus Mono Green Tron. Kai Buddha has his top 8 in 4 different decades, by the way, which is something completely absurd. Let's take a look at his path getting here to the top 8. Went 8-2 in Modern overall, lost in round 1, and then won out on day 1 of competition, and then won 3 in a row to close out day 2. He's 1-1 versus our top 8 here, and 2-1 versus Tron. That's a look at Kai Buddha's road to the top 8. But what about Christian Calcano? Also went 8-2 in Modern, also only had 1 loss on day 1 of competition. Started and ended day 2 with a win, went 3-2 versus the other players here in our top 8, and 1-0 versus Rhinos because Marco Del Pivo conceded to him in the final round of competition. There's a look at their path to the top 8, but what about these decks?
这是有队友真好。
We're going to start things off with Kai Buddha's build of Teamer Rhinos. This build is a little different coming out from Team Channel Fireball. Of course, the core idea of the deck is using Violent Outburst or Shardless Agent in order to cascade into a guaranteed crashing footfalls, giving you the 2 Rhinos that the deck is trying to get on.
没关系啊，前面没有很重要的东西，都是屁话。
A lot of interaction. You're typically hoping to use Force of Negation to slow down your opponent's game plan, making sure that they're able to not assemble Tron so quickly to buy you some time to put on pressure. A big card that I think Kai is going to be reliant on, at least in Game 1, is Questing Beast. The new version of Mono Green Tron is trying to use the One Ring to keep themselves alive from the Rhino pressure and then stabilize.
终于能够在8强发光发热了。他第1天我觉得都没打到9戒指的套牌，第2天也几乎没有，而且打到那个。
Now, he is the player in the top 8 not playing the handshake build.
打到那个 Nelson 的时候也是也没有赢，对，那把没有赢让我蛮意外的。
And this build from Christian is a little more traditional in that sense. You do see 2 copies of Karn Liberated, 2 Ulamaz, 2 Wormcoil Engine, and
比较传统型的。
Now, This version does have a little
有
bit
4
of
颗星，4颗球塞满，然后有遗宝这边，有无金，有2只卡恩。
He doesn't have a clean answer to the questing beast should it come down. That's going to make things a bit more difficult, but overall the numbers are still in the favor of Mono Green Tron.
There's a look at the players and the decks, and now the hard question, Monty. Who do you like here in this matchup?
Maria, I love Calcano. I love that the matchup is in his favor, but I would be a fool to go against Kai Buddha on the Sunday stage.
What about you, Will?
I'm happy to be a fool. I'm going to go Christian Calcano. I feel like he'll be able to squeak it out, get there, and hopefully live that dream, live that moment that he's been waiting for so long.
Well, I'm so excited to see what happens. It's time for our first quarterfinal. I'm going to throw it on over to the booth to get underway here on Top 8 Sunday. Cedric and Paul, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. Paul, we are here. The Sunday stage, the best part of competitive Magic. We're going to crown ourselves a Pro Tour champion today, my friend.
Oh, absolutely, and it's so exciting. And we're starting things off with one of the most exciting matchups here in terms of the players, right?
Yes.
Coming in, we have, of course, kind of the fan favorite here, Christian Calcano. Anybody who's been playing Magic for a while knows he is one of the nicest guys. I don't know a single person who's had a negative experience with Christian Calcano. And then, of course, we have Kai, one of the greatest.
The Hall of Famer, the German juggernaut, arguably the greatest of all time.
所以我们第一局的焦点对局不是泰坦护身符吗？
Because as much as he would love to win this Pro Tour, he's got to climb the ultimate hurdle to get to that title.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those, it would be really nice to play against Kai, but then you're playing against Kai.
That's correct. That's correct.
And the conversion rate is just absolutely ridiculous. Because when you look at it, I'm going to just toss a number to you, 63.6%. That is a really good win rate for a Magic player. That's Kai's conversion rate of winning when he top 8s. Wins 63.6% of any Pro Tour he top 8s. Yeah.
That, I don't even have words for that, my friend. I really don't. You see the opening hands here between these two players. 7 for Kai, 5 for Calcano, but it looks to be a pretty good start here for Christian.
洗手先扛地图
versus Power Plant in an attempt at an Expedition map, but that got countered by Force of Negation, exiling Shardless Agent for the alternate cost. And you do see Kai now is going to suspend a copy of Crashing Footfalls to get his Sunday started.
Yeah, and of course we've seen this many, many times already. The Tron deck able to mulligan down to 4 and 5, and still you've seen them win easily, right? Because all you need is to find a way to get the 3 Tron lands into play and then play your Karn, your Oblivion Stone, your One Ring. Just so many ways to close out games.
Sylvan Scrying will resolve here for Calcano, so we'll see what Tron land Christian would like to search up.
你2回下树林，反正就只有4回才会凑套了。
And it will be a mine here for the calculator.
Yeah, general
但
rule
是
of
它有
thumb
乌
here,
金的版本，所以
especially
是
if you're in a situation where you don't have either
是能够反
piece,
击
is
的。
you wait till you get the tower last, because as you tap all your mana to get the tower, the turn you put down the tower, if you spend all your other mana, you have access to that 3 mana.
So Calcano will shuffle and present over to Kai, and Kai will untap that Breeding Pool, bring that Crashing Footfalls down to 3 suspend counters, and take a draw step. Subtlety, Violent Outburst,
但是
Shardless
现在开这边没有地呀。
Yeah, so Kai kind of just has all the tools here to put enough pressure, use some counter magic to slow Christian Calcano down, found another force. So just all he needs right now is land number 3 to be able to deploy one of his 2 Cascade spells.
And it would, if he's able to find that 3rd land, get some power on the battlefield and start pressuring Calcano before Calcano does get 2 Tron, which will be online potentially next turn via this Expedition map. But
这个不康就是一定有套，
does have a couple of blue cards in
但是搞不好对手已经有套了，是不是要拿来扛接下来的旅法？
Expedition map with a Force Negation would stand to reason he has some interest in doing so again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, remember Christian Calcano mulligan to 5 here, and it looks like he's going to do it here.
好，决定再扛。
Clearly, Kai has put a priority on
这边出这个
Tron.
几乎就是可以说是
Calcano says, I'm going to try again. So this is an Ancient Stirring, Sylvan Scrying, Warping Whale.
高几率手上是没有
among the cards that Calcano is
凑
looking
套
at.
的。
Paul, I'm just going to keep it real with you. If there was a tower in those 5,
it would have
因为
been
如果抽套的话，通常会先
We're in the tank right now.
That's right.
先
There is
直
no
接
map,
从
there is no tower.
That's correct.
Christian
Ancient Stirring
Calcano
开始
is thinking, what card can I pick here that gives me the best chance at finding the missing pieces.
Now here's what Kakano doesn't know. He doesn't know that Kai is missing a third land to cast a Violent Outburst into Crashing Footfalls. He does know that 2 Shardless agents are gone, so Kakano might be operating under the idea that, you know, maybe Rhinos aren't on the way next turn.
Right.
2 cast.
现在问题是大家都没有下一块地。
Exactly. And if Kai can't find a land here, Christian can just still be in a really good spot. If he can just find any land, even if it's not Tron, next turn he can just run out the Karn and start getting cards out of the sideboard. You can start fetching cards like the One Ring, dig deeper into your deck, find answers.
So Kakano's going to go ahead and take an Urza's Power Plant. That'll be the 4th mana source for the Karn, the Great Creator.
这边就是有没有办法抽蓝地？
So
不用抽一块地就行了。
Head down to 2. Is it land number 3?
Needs a land. Kai.
It is not. It is a copy of Questing Beast. So we're going to head back over to Christian now.
All right. So what can Christian
这样还
get
没有
going
办
here
法
with that Karn, the Great Creator, in his hand?
And there's the very powerful 4-mana Planeswalker.
还没有办法阻止蓝元素是没有办法，没有蓝牌可以给他放逐的。
I have a feeling that elevator's going down to floor number 3.
And the first thing that you want to do, especially against the Cascade deck here, get that Chalice of the Void, right? Karn, Chalice for 0. Now, if Kai finds
没错
a land here, not going to be able to resolve
X 等于0
Not a concern at all. So it will
最
be
难打的
Chalice
状
of the
况
Void.
来
It
了
will be
，X 等于 0。
4-0. And that will make it so that Crashing Footfalls gets countered every single time as the Crashing
你的
Footfalls
下一回合的
suspend
是不会
goes
结
down
算
to
的。
1 counter.
这回抽他还是抽到犀牛，没有用，没有用。
To deal with the Chalice of the Void, right? Is he playing with a Brazen Borrower in his deck to get that off the battlefield? I think his best answer is really just.
哇，这第一把看起来走远了呢。
Does he have access to a Beseiju? Does he have access to a Brazen Borrower type effect? As Crashing Footfalls is going to go on suspend once again.
Not a lot of outs. We're looking at 1 Beseiju and 1 Otawara.
Got it.
看起来是走很远啦。
Kakano's way now, who still does have an active Karn on the battlefield. Chromatic Sphere and Urza's Mind, the cards in hand right now. Again, part of the power of the Tron deck here this particular weekend is that, yes, Tron does operate incredibly well when it does have Tron online, but these new builds of Tron, be it Team Handshake or be it Calcanos, they work just fine without it.
Yeah, it's incredible. And that's why the Tron deck has had so much success over the course of this weekend. It's like, look, I'm not just dead if I can't get to 7 lands, right? I can beat you on 4.
Yep.
And that's what Christian's doing here. He's mulled the 5. You know, Kai had to use a lot of resources just to prevent Christian Calcano from getting to Tron, but he's going to just come back here with just that Karn in play.
Yeah, and he's doing totally fine. As you mentioned, a couple
完
expedition
全
maps
想
taking
不
care
到
of
有
those
任何一点的可能性呢。
preventing
怎么
Calcano
办？
from getting to Tron. But Christian's still operating just fine. He's going to use his Karn again to search up a little something from the sideboard.
I think Christian probably wants some action here, right? I believe he still has a mana floating. Yep. And has the mana to run out the One Ring that he fetched with Karn.
So here is the very powerful legendary.
来了，
That'll
戒
trigger.
指。
And of course, that means that Calcano has protection from everything until his next turn. In the meantime, he's going to add a burden counter to that One Ring to draw a card and pass it back to Kai.
哎，被扛掉。
Yep. Chalice is going to, of course, counter that Crashing Footfalls. And now Kai has drawn a copy of Mystical
哇，
Dispute.
来晚的蓝色
I
牌
just do not see how Kai can come back from this at this point, right? I mean, now we're looking at Calcano drawing 3 cards this turn. Good shot to find a Tron piece here. But even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter. Oh, and found the tower.
Yep, found the Tower of Power. Now just
啊，
needs
这边
one
还
payoff
凑套
to
了，
basically
那
finish
看起来
things
是
up.
下
And
一
of course,
把
Calcano does
了。
have plenty of life to work with the One Ring at 19. We'll be falling down to 17. Still has an active Karn on the battlefield. So the first order of business here for the calculator looks like it's going to be a Chromatic Star.
Yeah, and the entire outcome of this game, at least, was Kai not being able to find land.
Absolutely.
Right? Because
Absolutely.
if Kai has the board here, you can pressure the Karn. That Chalice doesn't do anything. And it might have been enough because Calcano didn't really have the defenses to back that up.
A Forest, a Relic of Progenitus, a Beseiju among the cards that Calcano is looking at with his second Ancient Stirrings of the game. Just looking for a payoff to finish it off. Karn the
这个
Great
正
Creator may
边
be close enough.
Yeah, with all that
只有一
mana,
张母圣树有解耶。
has access to 6 mana this turn here, even after playing the Karn.
Calcano has finished resolving that ancient stirrings. It's headed to the graveyard. And you see Christian's hand here. Some tools, an expedition map, and relic of Progenitus, but those aren't the relevant ones at this stage of things. Remember, it's now just about how am I going to close this one out now that I've got these crashing footfalls on lock and Kai is stumbling and fumbling, to say the least.
Right.
This will be a relic.
Still just cycling here, looking for...
Yeah, he can start here.
Yeah.
Maybe he draws a Karn Liberated. Maybe there's an 8-mana spell that he does pick up.
An Ugin, just anything at this point. And we're looking at a situation where even if Kai doesn't necessarily find something this turn, what can Kai even do?
Yeah. This will be another copy of the One Ring. The first one, of course, was searched for via the Karn. This one is a main deck. And now this will be an activation of the One Ring. Burden counter added on there.
这个垃圾时间
it's good in multiples.
Yeah. Yeah, well, but it's the One Ring though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't there just be like just another? I mean, there's a lot of lines of text on that thing, but just you can only play with one of these in your deck. Right?
You may think. Crashing Footfall is going to fall down to 2 suspend counters. It's another copy of Violent Outburst, and Kai is very quickly going to pass the turn back. Calcano will take a damage from that burden counter.
Yeah, and
fall down to 18.
Yeah, and now we're looking at a turn here where if Calcano can go fetch a Sundering Titan, should just close it up here, get all the lands off Kai's side of the battlefield.
Well, here comes a Karn activation once again, and you nailed it there, partner. It is Sundering Titan.
Yep.
Kai's going to pick up those 2 lands. They were headed to the graveyard anyway, and that's going to do it here for game number 1. Christian Calcano on a mulligan of 5 wins game number 1 over his idol, Kai Buddha. Let's go to game 2. Remember, this game is also without sideboards. We'll start sideboarding after the second game here on Sunday, as it is best of 5.
继续一回犀牛。
Opening hand sizes here for both players. 6 for Kai, 7 for Calcano. Never a good feeling when you play against Tron.
And look at Christian's hand. The natural.
El Natural.
Never feels good, right? Kai's plan right now, in this matchup, you can see him aggressively counter all the land search effects. But when you have the natural, what can you do?
Yeah, and it even made more sense in game 1 for Kai to do that with Christian on mulligan to 5.
哦，终于有第2块地了，终于有稳定的3块地了。
7 mana threshold.
那这边其实蛮优势的吧？ 我2回能够 fold 掉一个森林占卜。
Some ways to interact with Christian early. For example, a turn 2 ice on a land's really strong against Tron, prevents them from casting cards like so.
或者是直接 tap 你1块地。
Find a cascade spell. Doesn't have a way to disrupt Tron, so needs to find a way to kind of find this cascade spell turn 3, put just enough pressure, maybe use some free counters to get just enough damage through before Christian can take over with all that mana.
Yeah, and in a game, especially like this one, this draw step is going to be crucial here. Kai's going to get a draw from Ice, and then, of course, a draw for his draw step. So these next 2 cards drawn here for the Hall of Famer, I'm going to be very interested to see, because if they are one of those 8 cascade effects, he does have the ability to steal this game.
Yep.
And basically, he doesn't know it yet. He really needs to hurry up. So here is an Ice. It's going to be on that Urza's mind. That draw is
来 tap 掉。那这边就只能下地再出一个小石英星或是小石头。
See Kauf's going to cycle through this chromatic sphere, drawing
有没有拿到太巡谷？
Green mana currently floating for him to play another one of these small artifacts. Could be a sphere, could be a star, could be a relic. It's going to be another sphere and pass the turn back. Huge
动力炉跟塔都是重复的哈。 还是卖？哎，常那个是卖，哎，那好像抽套喽。
And this is a tough situation here now with for Kai, because Christian right now doesn't have a big play next turn, but with the sphere in play, with the star and the relic, he's got to find something soon.
Yeah, he's got a couple of draw steps at it, and of course, if he's able to
但
find
是他没有
cascade expedition map that he's just drawn, kind of rolls him up to
抽到啦。
that gets you to Ulamog on turn 4.
Boom, turn 4 Ulamog.
So it may not be this turn that we see a haymaker from Calcano, but it's almost certain that we will next turn.
Gonna see one next turn there, and subtlety not so effective against Ulamog.
Yeah,
still gonna lose those 2 lands.
Not quite. Colorless green floating, as Calcano did announce. to Kai. The one ring, the draw. And that actually does a nice job of bridging the gap here a little bit. Remember,
想干什么就干什么。
particular turn, 3 of which can be done for Expedition Map, and then 4 can be for
还有一点绿。
that one ring. So Kalk is going to play a 1 ring.
Yeah, and with the green floating, can still pay for a mystical dispute.
Absolutely.
成功了吗？
So Kai might just have to go ahead here and fire off.
好像要 fall 哎。
Which Kai does have the ability to simply hardcast here in this spot. So he's going to sacrifice a Misty Rainforest, roll the German Juggernaut, and get a basic island.
这边直接正掏一张 fall。
Yeah. We will likely see that force negation that you did mention, Paul. But that's just stopping one thing.
Right.
Calcano's got a couple of different things going on.
Exactly. And you got to just think about the kind of ideal sequence of draws here for Kai. And will that still be enough? Even if he draws the perfect cards off the top, right? Oh, and he did not counter.
Oh,
the one.
Okay.
So. Cycle.
Yep.
这个3回只有 cycle 好无力呀。
Yeah, a little less scary.
Yeah. Crashing Footfalls is going to go down to 1 counter. So no force negation, no mystical dispute, no nothing there from Kai. And that's kind of been the story so far of these 2 games, was just really just no nothing here from the Hall of Famer.
Yes, unable to play one of those cascade spells on turn 3. Yeah. That is really the only way you can have a chance in this Tron matchup. You want them to mulligan a lot, you want them to stumble a little bit, and you want to be able to put that pressure as quickly as possible.
你就算扛掉了，还是要掉2块地。
And that Ulamog looks like it's on deck here in just a moment.
It is hungry. Now, Kai does have Mystical Dispute to counter it, but more importantly, Christian will be able to get both that Stomping Ground and Breeding Pool off the battlefield here.
The 1 ring will allow Calcano to draw a card. One burden counter there, excuse me. So he'll fall down to 19, will Christian.
说好的60几%胜率呢？我们觉得看起来被按在地板上。
So many of the mid-range decks in the format playing it. And here it is.
We have a cash trigger.
Exile your breeding pool and your
炸2个蓝。
Breeding Pool and Island are the targets here with the Ulamog.
Kai has no choice but the Mystical Dispute here, most likely. And going for the blue sources, as this does prevent Kai from hard casting a Force of Negation if he finds another land here. Unless it's another blue source.
这边这么快的去找地哦。
Step is going to sacrifice this Misty Rainforest.
哦，手上还有第3块地倒还好。我是没预期他会想要再增加一点抽地的几率。
Now I will say this, as Stomping Ground, excuse me, as Steam Vents will be found here, Otawara in hand. The chances of Kai winning this game are very low, but if we're looking for an avenue to victory, I think it looks something like this, partner. Calcano's got to draw really bad the rest of the game. Now,
all lands?
Something like that is what it's going to take. Now, of course, there is a 1 ring on the battlefield, right? And there is a Karn liberated in hand. But
哇，手上还有大卡恩。
coming off, suspend this turn. And Kai
那是
is
真
able
的
to
难
draw a
顶啊。
cascade spell this exact turn. That would put 16 power on the battlefield.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, and if, for example, if Calcano's big play next turn is a non-creature spell, Kai can just play the Otawara and Force of Negation that Karn liberated.
Wow,
so
还是没有 cascade 牌。
And Christian doesn't draw anything what, in the next 6 draw steps.
Hey,
maybe
stranger things have happened. It's not likely, but you got to try to find some sort of avenue to victory.
哎，维斯扣
Now, Calcano has
哇，
drawn a
有
Karn
大卡
liberator
恩
and，
有
Anxious
小卡
Radiance
恩。
That's not nothing.
Within that anecdote I just had there. I tried.
You tried.
I tried.
You tried your best, but the Tron is, once you get to this point, it just feels a little unstoppable.
It does. It does. This is the appeal. If they can assemble, they're going to figure out a way to win eventually. They have inevitability on their side. And now it's just about how to sequence through what Kai can potentially have. Things that Calcano probably wants to take into account here. is force negation.
Yep.
Is violent outburst for a couple of Rhinos.
这边的问题就是
Kai has that. I think dead gone, even though that is in Kai's
有没有
hand,
办
that's
法
way less of a
再
priority.
抽一张 fall？
So Calcano is going to be pretty thoughtful, I think, about his turn here because he
他
is
只要
so far
fall 掉
ahead.
这个小卡
Let's
恩
make
，fall
sure
掉
he
那个大
closes
卡
out
恩
this game doesn't get tricked by anything.
然后
Absolutely. I think
魔
the
界抽
part
3 张
I'm
抽
most
不到。
concerned about is the violent outburst that you talked about. It's like,
Sure.
how can I lose this game?
Yep.
Violent outburst into questing beast, perhaps.
Yeah, that
right?
could be a way.
So it's like make sure you don't put yourself in a situation where somehow Kai has those combinations. Now we know, of course, that he doesn't have it. So Kai's going to go. Excuse me, Calcano's going to go through the motions. He will be fine this turn.
Yeah.
这边一定要想办法躲。
Calcano has not played a land yet this turn. Currently has access
躲各种
to 10 mana. Looks
8
like he's going to start by putting 8 in.
So
8
go down to 1 maybe.
I was just kidding.
Untap.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, this is the Sunday stage. You take your
通
time.
常会先从
No rush.
4开始吧
Look at that mana advantage. 10 mana
选
versus
择从
3.
8开始
Not bad.
All right. One floating.
It'll be
还
a
有
card
语费
liberated.
I mean, probably just have to counter here if you're Kai.
Kai's going to respond by sacrificing a Scalding Tarn. He'll fall down to at least 12.
I think Christian's thinking this.
血量
Kai
不
has
是很
3
重要
cards in hand, right? What's the worst case scenario if this card gets countered? It's like
哦
he has
这
to
边
have
没有
exact
找第二块
force
绿
negation, exile a blue card, and violent
还是已
outburst
经
in
没有
hand.
绿可以找
Those
了
are the exact 3 cards you need to stop this card from happening, right? If you just countered, it's fine. You can play something else.
Yep.
好像是没有绿可以找了。
Right now, it's all just what's worst case scenario for me.
没有绿可以
And
找
that's-
了吗
You start going down your little mental checklist.
应该有，
of
没有
just
Breathing
how
Pool
can I
吗？
possibly find a way to lose this
刚
game?
被
Got
插
a
的
nice life
对，
total.
没有 Breathing Pool， 没有绿可以找了，这样有点尴尬。
So here is Karn the Great Creator.
Go get explosives.
这样子抽到那个巡水兽会叫不出来，
And there is engineered explosives.
尴尬尴尬。
That'll be for 0.
对，然后0。
Think you can wait on it. I don't think there's any counter target triggered ability effects.
Yeah, no stifles or binds or anything like that. Looks like Kai just drew a land for the turn. He'll turn these Rhinos sideways. 1 at Karn, 1 at It Doesn't Matter, because they are in the graveyard now.
下一回合是裂地泰坦，
Using every last bit of his mana that turn.
红蓝绿蹦蹦蹦。
And it looks like, yeah, how about a couple of more cards here?
So many cards.
A Chromatic Star and Urza's Mine among those 3 cards. And now Calc will fall down to 14. Looks like he's found another copy of Ancient Stirrings as well.
就结束了吧。
Step 1 is going to be bringing Karn, the Great Creator, from 3 loyalty down to 1. This card is a whole bunch of fun when you've got it
对，
going.
没错，裂地泰坦。
Yeah, I remember this.
We've seen this one before.
Yeah.
The only way Kai can interact with this is a
来
subtlety.
蹦蹦蹦。下一把。 上了背牌之后会好打吗？上了背牌之后会有更多的血月、更多的 fall、更多的拆、更多的蓝元素。
This powerful Rhinos deck, which Paul doesn't look that powerful at all.
没错，
No, and
绿塔正边有多爽，背牌就有多痛苦。
Just looks totally unstoppable. I mean, that game. I just want to look at that game 1 where it's just like, okay.
什么星期日不会输的是大分，不是小分。
Got all of his surge cards
我们后面3把让2追3。
With that Karn, with the 1 ring. I mean, this deck is just can kind of play that mid-range game, the control game, and then at the end it's like a big combo deck. Just has it all.
These players are going to begin sideboarding here for game number 3 in our first quarterfinals matchup. We're going to take a short break while they do so. When we do come back, can Kai come back on the day that he normally never loses? We're going to find out. Don't go anywhere.
来换背牌，休息一下。那第一把抽不到地， 抽到地的话，应该就会赢了。然后那个 Modern 10局里面一些什么8-1、8-2、9-1、7-1、7-2的卡表都出来了。人鱼8-2也好猛哦！这轮抽打太烂了，呜。克萨小飞机7-1哦，这轮抽打太烂了，呜。这马有混红的比较正常啊。你昨天看到那个上讲解台的是没有红的克萨小飞机，我看了我都傻眼。对啊，那你要怎么堆粉？你没有放那个哥布林工程师，你到底要怎么堆粉？不知道，用手抽吧。我操！
Welcome back to the Sunday
stage at
Ptlotr, the Lord of the Rings. We are here in Barcelona, Spain, and it has been one heck of a weekend. 269 players to start. We've whittled it down to 8, and eventually we'll be whittling it down to just 1. They will become our Pro Tour champion. Cedric Phillips, Paul Chion, getting ready to bring you more of Christian Calcano versus the person he wants to play against the most in his Magic career, Kai Buddha.
Kai Buddha, and with a 2-0 lead.
I know, this is the stuff that dreams are made of, but in this instance, you got to get to 3, not 2, because we play best of 5. Now, the first 2 games have been relatively
卡恩套牌就是这样啊，正面有多爽，背牌就有多痛苦。
He's got some good cards in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of cards that really don't do much game 1 in Kai's deck against Tron because Tron plays a very specific strategy.
掉入到胜5，不过对手掉入到胜4。
Good amount of disruption.
哎，没错，调度游戏。
Christian needs to be mindful of is the 2 copies of Blood Moon on Kai's sideboard.
Well, we got fun opening hand sizes this time around. 5 for Kai because he may be looking for some specific things, and of course we know that these Tron decks this weekend, they don't mind mulliganing down to 3 if they have to. Calcano this time around.
不过对手是有无数康可以康掉这个犀牛的。
With an Urza's Mine, a chromatic sphere to provide green mana for the Ancient Stirrings in hand, a second Tron piece in Urza's Tower, and a freshly drawn Warping Whale.
Yeah, so if you include Christian's draw step, I mean, he gets 7 looks to try to find a power plant for the Tron.
And where things go from there, well, normally pretty good for the Tron player. This time around, Kai does actually have a hand that yields Rhinos on turn 3. A Flame of Anor as well coming in from the sidebar alongside a couple of lands. So we're going to head back over to Calcano.
And I'm actually curious to see... Okay, I saw that mine and I thought that completed the Tron. I'm curious to see how Calcano's going to structure his turn, because you could cast the Ancient Stirrings, but I like this. This is
这边就是准备要来抗你的犀牛
which is a way to counter a crashing footfalls.
And so this is also a little bit of fun back and forth between these 2 players as well, right? Because we're talking open deck list. So Kai knows that Christian has access to Warping Whale in his 75, and both these players know this, right? Now it would stand to reason
对，你知道，我知道，独眼龙也知道。
that he would have nothing to do on the second turn, right? It would make sense to say, yeah, he just plays a chromatic sphere.
这边如果有办法抽到红绿的 convoke 瞬间是最好的，evoke 瞬间是最好的。
Oh, you're going.
没有办法，好吧，来给你扛。难不成还能不给你扛吗
？Yeah, you can't reasonably try to play around Warping Whale in this spot. You cast your thing. You assume your thing is going to resolve.
有 fall 有猜，有血月，背牌都被看光光了。
Of course, we know he has the answer here, so this Shardless Agent's gonna have to do a lot of damage,
to say the least.
魔者牌看起来都很 sick， 那没有办法，就是大家都在提速，你就要跟着提速。
Sideboarding, so he is reading Flame of Anor.
That's completely fair. It is a newer card. It's of course in the Lord of the Rings, but just a nice versatile removal effect. You can use it to kill an artifact.
这个魔界的新牌。
No wizards in Kai's deck.
抽2拆神器或是打5点。从昨天晚上开始在涨喽，要收的人要快它看起来像是一个能够取代红蓝扛妹的东西啊。因为拆神器在犀牛套牌里面是真的很不错，可以处理掉那个。 虚空圣杯非常的重要。
Another Urza's Mind has been found. Kako, take a look at the top 5. Oh, tower, a power plant.
There it is.
哦，抽到了。
Plant an Ugin and a forest.
Gonna take the.
抽到了。
It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Yep. It's pretty good.
下地上5费。
Here's the power plant to complete the Tron.
Christian does need to find some action here.
但是手牌只有地，3个麦，超级麦。
Probably want to run out that star and crack to draw one of your powerful 4-mana plays here.
There's the potential at that, yeah. Could run into a copy of the One Ring or.
但手上没有绿，这个星星应该不会马上爆啦。我觉得应该就是丢星星，然后让过就好了。毕竟最后场没什么压力。
This will be a star.
哦，选择炸了。那如果等下抽到绿牌就尴尬喽。石头。
Now Kai does have the answer to that in Flame of Anor, right?
石头无所谓，反正手上有猜。
Yeah, would likely fire off that flame before he hits draws another one of his cascade spells.
Yeah, I think the tough part here is I think Kai would have preferred.
现在问题是没有第2张 KSK 牌，有点烂。那对面也只有地，就是有人那边玩那个什么127的，才会让这个游戏变得那么难看。
So it's the question really is, do I want to ice this Urza's Tower on upkeep, slow you down? You might play a Nulamog next turn, for example, or keep up that mystical dispute.
这边的话，这颗遗忘石暂时还不是问题啊。一个卡类，一个卡地，没错，魔法放运会，一边掉入到5，一边掉入到4啊！说实在的，卡掉卡地是可以预见的事情。那边对面还能凑套，我觉得已经很晒了。
I finally get some rhinos in the battlefield, and well, not so much. So Kai will just play a Stomping Grounds tapped and pass the turn back over to Calcano. 2 Urza's Mind and a mystery card coming.
Yeah, no ice here. Keeping up the dispute or the flame. And
抽到什么？哦，抽到森林占卜，无所谓，没有用，废卡。那可以考虑来猜一下遗忘石了。哦，选择抽2张。
Looking for a potential Blood Moon, but of course that's not really going to work against the Oblivion Stone.
So I am curious what the game plan is for this Oblivion Stone. Otawara and Questing Beast.
也有大田人可以处理。可以处理吗？不能算可以处理吧。
Unless you just go, hey, you know what? I'm going to set myself up to draw a Cascade spell. It's going to force you to blow up this stone. So now a Cascade spell or a Blood Moon off the top.
去用水的时候硬换一张。
Questing Beast and that Charlotte's Agent will be swept away. And we'll head over to Calcano, who has Urza's Mind as still.
面具抽。 来，亚龙卷引擎，那亚龙卷引擎也还好，不是很大的问题。
Going to be problematic here. You can ice it for a turn. You can bounce it with an Otawara, but
问题是还是自己手上没有血月啊，没有 KSK 牌，血月来了。
Well, things are getting a little interesting now. Blood Moon is the draw here for Kai. Couple of basics on the battlefield, and this is going to make things very difficult here for.
你一个 KSK 牌没有抽到能够 KSK 的牌。
Now you can get a little funky with the bounce your worm coil engine, maybe have the ability to mystical dispute it on the way back down, type of thing.
Yeah, but like you have to think, you need to bounce the worm coil, have a Blood Moon in play. I suppose you can just run out the Blood Moon and take a hit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, use your life total as a resource.
Yeah, run the Blood Moon, take a hit, then bounce the Otawara, and then mystical dispute. You also have the option of icing it at some point.
Correct.
To save yourself some life points too. Okay.
And Kai's mana is going to work totally fine. Basically, Island and those other lands are mountains now as Worm Coil is going to come across. So it'll be 24-12 when all is said and done. Kalkan did draw a copy of Boseiju who endures. So Kalk has drawn an answer to this Blood Moon.
那就要再赢回合。
Or Chromatic Sphere or Chromatic Star. Lots of cards.
Here comes Worm Coil again. Yep. So
再扣再吃一拳。
好，
回合就是拳，弹回手。
Here's the Otawara. It's time to channel that. That'll allow Kai to get out from underneath this Worm Coil engine.
Yeah, remember Otawara, you can still use the ability when in hand.
And now Kai's drawn another copy of first.
3张佛。哎呀，对啊，我就觉得那个星星其实是没有必要那么早爆，场面没有压力啊。
Yeah, and okay. Yeah, this is safe actually. So icing here because there's no way for Kalk to be able to generate enough mana.
4张佛是不是？他是不是把4张佛抽起来了？没有错啦，4张佛。
So you see the hand here for Kalk. It's 3 Scryings, 1 Worm Coil Engine, and a Boseiju.
他什么？不是，通常都不会直接爆啊，因为你后面抽到绿色牌你动不了。如果你有树林的话，你就不会那么，你就可以慢慢来。对。
Do you force this?
I think so. It's a tough question for me to answer because I have.
You know the hand.
I have perfect info.
Well, yeah. So for us, we go. Of course, you force it. Right?
他要找树林了，不行。
Keep in mind, Kai also has to keep in mind.
他不管找树林找母生树，这边都应该要想办法 fold 掉吧。而且4张 fold 真的有点太多了。
Yeah. Now, if you're going to play this game as though Blood Moon is the end-all, be-all, if you're Kai, I think if you get into his position, you're saying any ways for you to generate green mana, I'm countering. Right? So your expedition map, no. Chromatic Star, as painful as it is to counter that with the Force of Negation, no. Same thing with Spear.
Yeah, but this is tough game to play.
抽掉不会。哦，不过这里不错，这里可以去找基本海岛，这样 4 就可以振作。 就不用这样3张 4 能够振作，就其实抗烂。
As opposed to having to 2 for 1 himself on these Chromatic Star Sphere Expedition map style effects.
I'm just thinking the other thing, Cedric, where now whenever you draw Lorien Revealed, you can start.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, now it's time to start peeling a couple cards. Oh yeah.
这边就是对手如果会抽树林，就很麻烦了。
Kalkano's added a sphere to hand.
哦。
Now is Kai going to be consistent with this game?
星来了。
Let that one go.
Oh, and if he does, Christian will
能过吗？过了。
His mana back here with Boseiju.
残绿。
And it's very difficult to play around a Boseiju in this spot. They don't play a ton. You don't know what Kalkano's been drawing.
那这边是先森林占卜吗？ 哦，不一样哦，事情发生一点不一样的。他抽到卡恩了，那这边就可以直接母胜数了。如果没有料的话，搞不好要先从森林占卜开始，然后被扛掉这样。对 ，OK。来砍吃佛。
if he wants to play around some mystical disputes, given that now he has access to 11 mana.
Yeah, and I like Calc's play here.
Yeah.
I don't need to cast Karn the Great Creator.
不出卡
I don't
恩
need to do anything. I'm at 30.
不出卡
Yeah,
恩
and
吗
the thing is, Kai doesn't have any pressure.
反正下回亚龙卷引
What
擎也
can
会
he
过
have?
啊。
You have to put it together, and you're thinking it's probably just a bunch of counter spells and potentially something like a Force of Vigor.
Yeah,
right.
And even if
这边卡恩
those
先，
violent outbursts into Rhinos,
我卡恩是绝对不会结算啦，我觉得不如就直接丢亚龙卷。
I'm not in a rush. I want to make sure the spells that I have do resolve.
Right.
And this will be my first attempt at resolving one.
Aye.
This one is not going to resolve.
No, I don't think it will. There's a Force Negation.
卡白。第二只。
We're gonna go.
哇，他怎么是这样出？太尴尬了。
Sometimes you see mystical dispute counter something when the opponent has all this mana.
Right.
But that's a victory, a small one there for Kai.
他要么连出2只卡恩，要么先出亚龙卷。
Now, Paul, you've talked about pressure quite a bit in this matchup. Kai needs to find some.
Oh,
it's about that time. He needs to find a cascade spell. He needs to.
你刚刚呼拉莫已经吃过一次负3倍了，你怎么还？
That's what it looks like here. Let's see what this draw step is. Okay.
哦，来了。
That's a little something.
来喽。
And Kai does have the counter for the Karn the Great Creator in Christian's hand.
Oh. 哇，但是对手抽到遗忘石，好猛。
And Christian does find an Oblivion Stone here too.
遗忘石。
Do you want to counter that because you want to put pressure?
Well, he answered that right away. That's Kai said that's fine. Kai has made a pretty loud declaration in this game that he doesn't really mind O-Stone being around because if you remember the previous O-Stone, he had the opportunity to blow that up with Flame.
Yeah.
And he just said no. Played a Questing Beast. O-Stone swept that stuff away. So I think that Kai is basically, for this counter spells, he's putting a premium on your threats.
Yeah.
Not your sweepers.
Yeah. So identifying that cards like the One Ring and Karn are far more important targets.
Yeah.
For the Force of Negation.
那卡恩是否？
Yeah, and Kai says no. You don't get that one.
All right.
OK， 那这边出犀牛可以。
And Calc at this exact moment has access to 4 mana. So
可以打8，但是对手有30滴血。
activate that Oblivion Stone. So now would be a really good time for Kai.
打起来有点慢呐。
Like a Force of Vigor or another way to take care of that Oblivion Stone.
Yeah, there's 2 more Flame of Anors. You see the Boseiju. So lots of ways to kill O-Stone, but this would be the perfect time to find the answer.
No, that might be counted still.
Although getting that tower would also be pretty juicy potentially.
Yeah. You saw Kai stop our table spotter there real quick, saying, "Hey, this could get countered. It's happened already once in this match. There could be a Warping Whale."
下回人家还不见得愿意炸你呢。
Looks like Cal's gonna take a look at the graveyard here, see what resources Kai has gone through. These two did have a discussion. Are those all? Is that all 4 Force Negations? I said, yeah. Yeah, I've used them all finally. So Calc doesn't have to play around that one anymore.
And it resolves.
So Crashing Footfalls does resolve, and there are those 2 Rhinos. Enormous.
这个要打4个回合。哇！犀牛废卡。
And have we already seen another Footfalls get cast this game? We did, right? We saw
3张了。
the first one from
再处理掉1张犀牛，你就没有威胁了。
Second, I believe.
That is correct.
Okay. Because taking a look here, Kai actually shaved down to 3 Footfalls. That's something to take note of.
Okay.
又一颗遗忘石。 那他可以直接炸了。
Left in Kai's deck, if that's the case.
Okay.
Right? We've cast 2 and there's 1 suspended.
Calcano has drawn another Oblivion Stone and is simply going to pass the turn back. Fire Ice, the draw step here for the Hall of Famer. He'll serve in with these Rhinos. They're going to die.
这边是不是要维持去tap一块地？
We've got Nice headed to the tower.
All right, 8 mana for Calcano.
And I would like to.
第2张。
Looks like it. Looks like he'll tap the power plant. New card coming here once again. The Wooded Foothills. Now we'll head back over to Calc.
乌拉莫，但是无所谓，这是下回合的事。
There is no can't dispute that.
巡水兽有点晚。
Pressure. But Calcano will be able to drop an Ulamog this turn. It will get countered with the dispute, but
6、7、8、9、10、
11. If you can find another Tron land here,
yeah,
he doesn't.
Yeah, if Calcano did find a Tron land, he could actually play through Mystical Dispute.
Right.
Huh?
Do you have anything floating or one?
这样哦。
Yeah, Kai's gonna Mystical Dispute that and gonna lose his Triumph in that Questing Beast.
为什么要炸巡水兽啊？
Out of gas.
Yeah, he is running low on ways to win the game too, which is the
哇，2块地要爆开了。
And now by playing this Wooded Foothills and having a hand of Scalding Tarn, he now has nothing left.
I think Kai is left with just the Footfalls and one copy
哇
of Murktide Regent.
绿
This deck has ways to win.
绿来了。那这边森林占卜要去找一块树林了。
That makes it even more.
Just the Regent.
Yeah.
哦，选择先探险谷物。
Sphere yielded a new card to an Ancient Stirring.
哇，拿到虚空圣杯了，好爽哦！还有卡恩。
It looks like Chalice of the Void did come in after sideboard because sometimes with these Karn the Great Creator decks.
好像卡恩比较好哎。反正我下回就再炸一次。
Especially on the draw, the play of Karn into getting Chalice is often not going to be fast enough, right? Because you're going to get Karn on 3, but your opponent's on the play, so they can already cast their Cascade spells, making it more important for you to have that before they can do that.
It appears as though the One Ring is the selection here for Calcano. So he'll tap 2 Tron pieces to cast the powerful artifact. And now Calcano is protected, and a burden counter is placed onto the ring. So a new card coming.
还是留着5费，下回可以炸你。
And Kai's going to go down.
套牌剩一张 Breeding Pool 吧。
Via this Wooded Foothills. Breeding Pool will be the selection. You see Calcano's hand a full house, scryings over stars.
Calcus. So close here. With the One Ring, with all the stars, with Tron. Kai nearly out of resources. Playing against one of his childhood idols here.
That's right. There's the Footfalls. Looks like that is Kai's last one. And he's drawn.
Oh, subtlety. Okay, that's a creature.
没什么用。这边直接开炸。抽什么有解，抽什么都没有解。
Wormcoil Engine, because you just want the aggressive start, you want to subtlety the Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah. We're going to head back over to Calcano now, who does fall down to 17 from the One Ring. Ulamog Vicious Hunger.
哦，第2张乌拉莫。
Calcano's going to activate the ring, put another burden counter there, and 2 fresh cards coming alongside that brand new Ulamog.
Ulamog is hungry.
And now here's another copy of the One Ring. That'll resolve. Calc's going to keep the new one. And that new one will have a burden counter placed onto it.
The nice thing here for Calcano is you've already seen both of the questing beasts from Kai.
Yep.
So you don't have to worry about some kind of surprise attack that'll get your life total down.
Again, it's all about checking boxes here for Calcano. Pretty far ahead in this game. Just trying to figure out ways, not so much to win, but not to
找一个树林，还是
See,
找一
that's
个
gonna
塔？
be played and sacked via the Urza's tower. Going to get a replacement tower here, will Calc.
这么不想找树林？
Getting those redundant copies allows you to play around Besagus from Kai's side.
Yeah.
And now there is a tower. There's a star with a mana floating.
丢2颗星星，还是直接吃了。
Keep up the Oblivion Stone activation here in case.
We'll filter first, it looks like.
Had mana floating.
Yep, going to sacrifice that for a green. And now here's an Ancient Stirring. So nothing floating.
抽到树林了。
Remember, Calcano's already played a land for the turn as he searched for.
还有乌金。
There is Ugin as well.
Yep, here comes that long-term inevitability that makes Tron such an attractive choice in Modern.
这回还有魔界保护，完全没有办法动。
Don't think we have a target. We'll see though.
I think the bad news here for Kai is even if we did,
doesn't matter.
抽什么都没解了。
Of course, you're seeing Kai not attack here because Calcano does have protection via the one ring. Cal's still going to use his mana efficiently with the 5 that he had left over to blow up the Oblivion Stone. And there is one permanent that doesn't die.
我不灭。
Indestructible.
我不会被遗忘死扫。
Nice combo there as well.
他又有一块塔了。
That's another tower here for Calcano, so access to 17 mana.
3、6、9、7费。
A 10 and an 8 drop this turn.
That's right. That's a
just Tron thing.
That's a normal thing to say.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You're lucky I didn't hit my 18th mana source.
Cal getting a good look at Kai's graveyard once again before deploying.
10费。古兰魔。砸2块地。
Paul, there is a cast trigger.
炸2个蓝。
Getting some of the basics here, just in case Kai finds a blood moon off the top.
7, yeah. You played the land, right?
I played a tower.
You're gonna use subtlety here, but that means Christian's gonna.
那下回要再被炸2块地。
Man,
that's what we call a tough sequence.
Yeah,
tough.
Not the ideal subtlety, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, yeah, that's tough. You can do that again next turn. Cock's gonna pass the turn back. Well, yeah. If there's a blood moon drawn, there's not.
No.
Oh, Paul, you want to cook?
Is it time to cook?
Kai's
gonna cook.
All right,
okay.
let's all cook together. Lauren revealed, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Yeah, a violent outburst among those cards. There's an attack there with subtlety. Calcano's gonna fall down to 13, but if one Ulamog is
真的没有办法，场上所有地都找出来了，找地都是废卡。 好，猜猜我抽到什么啦？乌拉莫，没错，你猜的没错，是我乌拉莫。最保险，把2个蓝都炸了。4张 4都已经用完了。 这边5金加2打3点。
That is going to do it. Christian Calcano is going to win this match over his childhood idol. Got to play him on the Sunday stage and get the better of him.
哇，我只能说是塔抽的太好了，真的是抽的太好了。
What you dream about? Oh yeah, and Calcano is living that dream. One step closer.
而且开前面也抽的颇差。 第一把没有地，第三把没有料。
Very impressive stuff. Calcano is a fan favorite here on the Pro Tour, and he is with Will Hall to talk about his big win.
Christian Calcano, the calculator. You've just come off your dream win against Kai Bullet. This is your hero that you've just beat in the top 8 of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. Tell me the feelings going through your head right now.
It's just unreal. This is crazy. Like, you know,
我就很难
never thought I'd play a spot like this and playing against literally like, you know, one of the best of all time in the top 8 and then just getting through. Like, I just, you know, I'm just super relieved and I'm just super happy and, you know, I'm just enjoying the moment and it's great.
应该会4组都播吧？我记得上次的话是4组都播，就是没有同时打。这一次应该也是。哦，我家打雷下大雨，休息一下。
Welcome back to Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, here in beautiful Barcelona, Spain. Cedric Phillips, Paul Chion, bringing you more quarterfinal action. We had the opportunity to watch Christian Calcano defeat his childhood idol in Kai Bude, and we're going to watch more Magic as we, Paul, are going to crown ourselves a Pro Tour champion on Sunday. It's my favorite part of competitive Magic.
Oh, absolutely. Just the stakes are so high. And we get to watch Simon Nielsen, who's been on an incredible tear.
Yes.
Back-to-back top 8s and a top 8 last year as well at a set championship. So that's 3 top finishes within a year.
OK， 那接下来他一波哪一桌？我想要看他打那个啦，他打护身符。
Toppled the German juggernaut, and now the match that we turn our attention to, Simon Nielsen against Stefano Vinci. Tron and Rhinos. That's going to be in front of us. You do see Simon
结果是波塔打犀牛，第二个塔打犀牛，不同的型，塔的型不同，犀牛的型也不同。对，没有寻水兽，然后塔这边是比较不容易胡，嘿，是 Team Handshake 的版本，少了3颗星。啊，多了2颗炸钻，但颗炸钻是对局挺没用的。
Yeah, incredible deck. With some pretty interesting innovations as well.
我这边掉入到4，而且看起来这手牌好像不怎样。手牌只有1种，拿到了第2种。
That's goal number 1 from there. It doesn't have too hard of a time winning the game. For Vinci, going to cycle a Lorien revealed to search up an island off of that fire islet.
这个犀牛有放抽牌地哈，开的犀牛没有放抽牌地。
If you're Stefano, though, you have to be at least feeling good that Simon, of course, not only mulliganed the 4, but led with Forest, right?
Yes.
Leading with Forest means that Simon, at the earliest, will get Tron on turn 4.
So we are going to head back over to Vinci, who will play a breeding pool untapped.
犀牛，
in the last match we saw some difficulty with Kai being able to actually cascade into Rhinos. That didn't really do its thing. And then while we didn't see game number 1 for Stefano, we do see a crashing footfalls go on suspend. These Teamer Rhino players that made the top 8.
哦，找到了，有第3种。
I mean, this is kind of the small difference. You get to play a lot of interaction and counter magic.
但是还有2个回合
，which has the same number of cascade
就代表你要被再揍1个回合。
This deck, not so much.
That's true. That is very true. Another ancient stirrings there from Nielsen before passing the turn back over to
这边有吗？
Lead things off with an island for his turn. And oh, do my eyes deceive me?
主回合做，
see cascade into crashing footfalls into Rhinos actually on the battlefield on turn 3.
And look at this. I believe this is a main phase.
对，
Is this a main
主合作啊，当然要防止他站起来抽到那个巫术康。
Remember, Simons only plays 1.
对。
But still playing around it because there's no reason.
不是啊，1张也是要防啊。
Oh yeah.
对啊。
So main phase. That violent outburst,
对，刚刚主播超靠北的，哇，3回犀牛，这是我们上一把怎么都没有看到，干真是在哭。对，但是这边手上没有其他招，就是下地让过，然后吃1拳8点，然后下一回是抽牌，然后有一个魔戒，然后祈祷这个没有 fall。
For Teamer Rhinos against most opponents, but definitely in this matchup, which is get some pressure on the battlefield by turn number 3.
来，拜托不要有 fall.
Clean things up after that with some disruption and counter magic.
Yeah. Once you get the Rhinos in play, you're just kind of playing a tempo game. It's like I have these 2 permanents in play. Everything else I do.
这边有 cascade 的啦，所以有 fall 应该就死了。
Right. It's like I'm going to counter things. I'm going to tap your lands. I'm going to bounce some permanents, and I'm going to try to finish you off with whatever I have in play.
Simon did play in Urza's Mind, so the Tron is online and played a copy of the One Ring that did resolve. So Simon has protection from everything until his next turn.
没招，没 fall， 那还可以再 game turn。
Another violent outburst on Simon's end step. Simon will take a look at those cards, and while he does that, Stefano will put 2 more rhinos onto the battlefield.
确定一下下一回的乌拉莫会不会成功
？Of course, Simon does get 1 turn. Stefano does not have Questing Beast, at least in the main deck here, so can't just run that out there.
但他就没有解啊，他就对戒指没解。
The 1 ring. Taking a look here.
没事，这个至少这边没有徐水兽。这边有徐水兽就对不起。
Players have found some innovative ways this weekend to.
那他这边有巨人的话也是会死哦，因为巨人也会让你伤害不能被防止。那就看他手上有什么东西，有没有机会。 拿下这一局。
Ptlotr. It's a 2-mana 1/3 flyer. So when you play out the ring, sure, right? If you play out the ring, you can't pay for triggered ability. Hopefully, I can combo you off before you die.
Hey, whatever it takes. Speaking of which,
or strict.
差2只。
Well. This is Ulamog that's going to be countered by Mystical Dispute. Now, that Ulamog is going to take care of 2 of those 4 rhinos, and now the follow-up is a Relic of Progenitus, which will immediately tap and exile something from the graveyard.
Simon down to 4.
And now this Rhinos that was on suspend is going to resolve. So we're going to head back over to Stefano. Can Stefano actually cross the finish line here? Because Simon is looking to make it difficult.
I'm thinking about cards like Fire Ice. Does he just happen to have a couple copies?
我看一下这个人的卡表，这人卡表也是哦，他没有巨人。
The other ones, of course, are summoning 6. So Nielsen's going to fall down to 4. Does Nielsen want to put a burden counter on that ring and fall down?
这边要拼命了。
He has to dig here. Now remember, Simon Mulligan was able to find Tron, but needs
这
to find
边要拼命了。
Oblivion Stone, another 1 ring to survive.
哦，还有一颗戒指。
Has a 1 ring. Down to 3, gonna use this 1 ring here to draw a couple of cards, and probably just has to fire off another one, unless he can find something like an Oblivion Stone.
So there is the activation of the current 1 ring, second burden counter.
Team Handshake 的卡表是没有乌金的，所以乌金救不了他。有没有卡恩？有卡恩的话，有卡恩或是有戒指可以给你特，有卡恩可以找密色爆猎物。
Yeah, now not sure what else Stefano's working with here, but. If he had something like a Force of Negation, would be able to close this game out.
And this is one of the things that makes playing against Rhinos a little bit difficult, is because you think of this deck as just kind of a cascade deck with interaction, but they have a lot of interaction.
Yeah.
They have cards like Subtlety, they have Force of Negation, they have Brazen Borrower, Mystical Dispute,
a
lot of different ways to interact with you when they have mana up.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, basically, you just have the shell where you go, hey, I get to play the 4 Footfalls and the 8 Cascade spells. Everything else, you can just play counter magic that does not cost 2 or less. Because that's the only deck building constraint, right? Because of all the Cascade spells that you have.
Yeah. So the evolution of this deck over the past couple of years has been very, very fun to watch. As you're going to see a Fiery Islet get sacrificed there in response to the 1 ring. Whatever Stefano may have been looking for, I don't think he found it. So this 1 ring is going to enter the battlefield. Going to sacrifice this Relic of Progenitus with a mana or 2 floating. Will Simon
这边想办法再继续找牌。这边要卡恩才有办法解这个场面哦。
Now here's a sphere of the chromatic variety. Looks like 1 green mana is floating. New card coming. Oblivion Stone.
There it is.
石头。
All right.
There it is. And now that Simon's at 3, it's really tough to go down to 2 because that puts you in fire range.
Yes.
But I don't think we're going to see an activation here from Simon Nielsen with that 1 ring.
Now remember, there is a green mana floating, and now it looks like Simon is tapping a green as well. So this will mean that no mana is floating to cast a Sylvan Scrying.
Okay.
And it looks like the Scrying is going to resolve. So perhaps it's time for another Tower of Power.
再找克萨传。
Saga.
Okay.
克萨传这个时候没什么用吧
？By Team Handshake, they're playing a couple copies of this card this weekend, and there was at one point in the very recent
这边又没有虫子可以让它补2滴。
Modern that Ursa Saga was arguably the best card in the format.
Yeah,
and we really haven't seen much of it this week.
And I think Team Handshake was thinking similar thing. It's like, hey, this is one of the best lands, right? Why don't we play it?
Yeah, we can even search for it.
We can search for it. So in the late game, when we already have 1 million mana, all of a sudden, all of our search effects can at least get us a relevant card.
Yeah.
Right.
The follow-up there was an Oblivion Stone.
现在问题是会不会被冰与火烧死 ？Fire Ice 点脸这样，点2发。想都没有想过的死法。不过他把红地 cycle 掉了。这边要防很多呢，这边又要防蓝元素。 要防3点康。哦，他抽到卡恩了，他抽到卡恩了，卡恩有没有办法救他？
Now, among the cards in hand here for Nielsen is Karn the Great Creator. And you see him already reaching for some mana.
自摸啦！他把红地抽掉了，他把红蓝地抽掉。OK， 卡恩。找什么？亚龙卷吗？
And find an artifact from outside the game.
You can either go for an explosives or a chalice here, both fine options, because those are cheap things you can play, while also giving you the ability to still activate the Oblivion Stone.
陷阱桥，陷阱桥。
Yeah, I mean Simon is at
陷阱桥不会阻止你，没有办法帮助你。
And also still has the mana
被烧2点呢。而且场上有遗忘石啊，说实在的。
To even fewer cards in hand, and those cards in hand are Warping Whale and Dismember.
Probably not going to be seeing Dismember.
肢解做不到，肢解会永远卡在手上。
Yeah, that one's going to be sitting there for a while.
Now remember, this is a game in which I believe, if memory serves, Simon mulliganed before.
Right. Yeah. One ring does a lot of work. Does a lot of work.
Boy, does it. Now this is a Fury that's looking to finish off
Karn.
But Karn's already done its damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
啊，我怎么觉得应该要拿那个一费的虫子啊？背牌有吧？有啊，背牌有一费的虫子啊，那个补2滴上去，我觉得这样比较稳就是了。
Okay, so Stefano does have outs here. Yep. On the end step, we'll catch you up real quick. There was a Urza Saga activation to generate that construct, and then a Oblivion Stone Fate counter placed on that construct, hence the die.
可是陷阱桥。 这个大家都不能打，还是他从此有正边没有吧？这正边局啊，对啊，这边局没有。
Right, and get a map, and then you can just get a saga and play it again, and all of a sudden you're just going to have an army of what, 10 constructs potentially. Now they're going to be huge.
They will be huge. They won't have the opportunity to attack just yet, but you can.
对啊，你有陷阱桥，这大家都不能动。
I know what you're thinking of here.
You can little fake counter here, little fake counter there. I'll blow up my own bridge.
Look, Oblivion Stone has other lines of text here, and of course, like you mentioned, put fate counters on all your other permanents and destroy the rest of the world.
一边是要想办法抽2烧脸，然后一边是要累积回合数，然后避免抽到。 更多的肢解卡在手上。
I want to say a better one would have came along, but maybe just a different one. This thing's just still doing its thing for we're going on 20-ish years.
We've had different iterations of it, but nothing quite on the same level.
No,
right?
No, it's just still here and cooking, and it's awesome. It's a really good card.
还是没有红地吗？
Difficulty figuring out what Stefano can do to get himself out of this situation.
I'm thinking. Especially because you have the O-Stone plus the bridge. I'm thinking burn spells. I'm thinking there are 4 copies of Fire Ice in Vinci's deck.
Okay.
Simon Nielsen's at 3, right?
That's the out.
If the games go a little bit long, like you said, if Simon's on the go very long plan with this Oblivion Stone, and if Vinci's cards here with the Lorien reveal,
or will he?
哎呀，乖乖找红地不就好了？
That's right.
Warping Whale. Never mind.
So Saga's going to go up to 2. I thought
有机会赢了吗？
We saw it from Calcano in the last
这边全炸是多少？全炸是1、2、
every single time.
It's a very narrow card. It's pretty unassuming.
会有2
只
只4只
specific matchup, it's very, very powerful.
手上有没有办法升3个？
So Nielsen's going to tap 4 mana. Now going to play another copy of the One Ring.
好，无所谓。
Well, I'm sure he has a reason for that.
Perhaps has maybe too many cards in here.
Oh, okay.
拿一个保护，丢一张牌。
He doesn't really need.
Yeah.
Clearly not drawing any cards with the one that he has in the battlefield. So just.
然后给他放一个命运指示物。
All right. Now it's time to put some fate counters on things. We saw that Oblivion's going to get tapped. Curious what has fate counters on them.
So the fate counters are on the constructs
抽牌
because
回
they
应
have the die in front.
Got it.
So that's where your fate
回应
counters
少
currently live.
回应少会有1、2、3、4、5、6个东西，6个东西全推。
Oh, excuse me, never. You don't want to do it on
the only thing you don't want to put it on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
全推应该会过哦。
Where this game is going, he's
只是
in
有
no
点赌啦。
rush to do much of anything. Would be my best
or
guess,
is he?
but I could be wrong about that. So here's an Oblivion Stone activation. This is going to be blow up everything with the 3rd Saga counter on.
3只6/6打18。
Yep. So now
an artifact.
You make a construct, you get an artifact, and say, okay, can I win the game right now? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like 6 artifacts in the battlefield. I know that Relic of Progenitus may look like it's on the battlefield. Don't believe that it is, just so that you know at home. I think that's an extra.
保险一点，77。
Another artifact.
3只中2只都会死。
Back for 21 here. How many more artifacts do you have, Simon?
这边要扛了，
We actually have a really good
不扛的话会忙死。
And one brazen borrower. Now, force negation.
那这样3只推。
This is lethal, right?
Well,
no. This is an attack for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 18.
18. You have to bounce it. Stefano was 1 mana short. If he had 1 more mana,
他如果有地就赢了。
and then cast the borrower and won the game.
Yeah.
有地就赢了，哥哥下课喽。
And also because that was lethal attack, Stefano couldn't just play brazen borrow and attack.
Right.
哎呀，那个东西不应该抽的，就直接去找一块地就好了。你又没有红。
Simon Nielsen is going to win game number 2 here against Stefano.
抽3张真的有比1张稳定的地好吗？
Has got the strangle
你卡红
欸，early this morning.
早知道阿口不是很好。
That innovation, right? That little tiny twist. Urza Saga edition. Nobody else is playing Urza Saga in their Tron decks.
算了，不过我能理解他想探的心情。
Opening hands this
我
time
能
around
理
looks
解
like
他
6
想探。
cards here for both players. Vinci's going to start things off with the Wooded Foothills before passing the turn back. Nielsen, a little bit more powerful of a start with an Urza's Tower and an Expedition map.
啊，又到了让2追3的局面了。
You have to think the Team of Rhinos decks gets a few more toys to play with, right? Tron is a bit more linear, doesn't have as many ways to kind of interact. And so when you're looking at Vinci, you look at the sideboard and you go, hey, what are the types of things that I want? And he does have the Questing Beast in the sideboard. So Simon relied heavily on the One Ring to protect him in those crucial turns. Now, can't necessarily do that.
You saw Wooded Foothills find a catcher a Triome. This Misty Rainforest is going to be searching as well.
Foothills.
Stefano's going to fall down.
犀牛打绿创胜率只有30%哎，啊，超级低，嘿。
Trying to figure out exactly which one he'd like to find.
超级低。
Breeding pool that enters the battlefield untapped.
那个场面不谈很难。干可是，虽然用结果论来说不好，但是看那个场面，刚刚如果找地就赢了。对，没错，被排 Commandeer， 我要抓你的 The One Ring。哎，维持 tap 一块地，击超。对。
On the upkeep. So eventually we'll draw a card. And now we'll see another expedition map.
虽然说击超啦，但其实这种小细节就很多玩家没有打好，就是希望大家可以学会。哎
，is not a blood moon. It is the pressure that this Rhinos deck can apply.
All right. I mean that's 10 power right there.
哎，修。
Enough. It's 10 power on the play.
这边卡恩如果被 Commandeer 就倒了。
But only access to 2 mana.
这边大卡恩，然后如果被出 Commandeer， 哎，我抓过来干你块，插你块地，哎，爆开。
Urza's Mine is the weapon of choice, and that'll be the land drop for the turn. Ability to also sacrifice that other expedition map with the mine.
这两人套牌
turn cycle. So we head back over to Vinci.
有更多的，他还有那个炸地的龙。
Yeah, so you know when you're on Stefano's side, you got to be thinking, all right, you have some mana destruction.
10点。
You have counter magic. How
哇，
are
手
you
牌
going to
很
stop
好。
Simon's best play next turn?
Yep. And you can get a decent look there at Vinci's hand. You'll see a crashing footfalls, a fire ice, and 2 copies of subtlety. It looks like.
对，这边犀鸟，
Crashing
然后
footfalls will go on
维
to
持
spend. And another card I think is the
维
most
持泰
important
芬
of
尼
the bunch.
的
Didn't
塔
get a great look at it the first time around, but certainly did on the second, and that was a forced negation. So it's a very, very good hand there for Vinci.
Right, so you have all your angles covered, right?
然后不管你出什么，哎，
Force
扛掉。
negation for the Oblivion Stone, and then you have the subtlety for a potential Wormcoil engine.
Yeah.
Right? Not only that, Stefano, I believe, has an ice for the tower. So that means Simon, at best, will only have access to 7 mana next turn.
And you see, with that assumption and that cutting of
或
mana,
者是
that means probably only one
不塔
spell,
不
right?
不 tap
And
塔
as we know, Vinci can
留
handle
着
this
2张蓝色牌也可以。
Yeah, 7 mana means you can't play 2 copies of the One Ring, right? Even if one of them gets countered.
Yep.
对，出什么扛什么，应该是拿下了。
So the Tower of Power will be found via that Expedition map on Vinci's end step. Now we will see if Vinci does cast Ice or not. I think that's a very crucial part to this turn.
If he has a blue card to pitch, then I imagine with the multiple copies of subtlety, yeah, you fire off the ice here because you have a lethal attack next turn.
So there is the ice on the upkeep. That Urza's Tower is tapped down, as Paul you did mention.
可是他 tap 那个乌拉莫他就没有10费啊。
That means that Simon will have access to at best 7 mana this turn.
他什么都有，
That
他什么都有。
of that Karn and this game. Stefano Vinci is going to get on the board here in this quarterfinal. As Team Rhinos looking to catch up a little bit here against Mono Green Tron.
来看一下。
Turn our attention to game 4 now. Nielsen with 6 cards, Vinci with 7. And Nielsen will kick things
又是天虎骑手6
and an expedition map.
6张的天虎。
Exactly the way that you want to see the that's exactly what you want when you're on the Rhino side. We have seen these Rhinos that kind of stumble in a lot of these matchups we've seen so far against Tron, but that's kind of the blueprint. Turn 3, put pressure, play some free spells, get just enough disruption through so you can get
先后手的差别。
In Urza's mind,
这边有没有办法
here for Simon Nielsen.
后手变先手啊？
If I were a betting man,
有没有办法炸？
which I'm certainly not.
No, never.
That third land probably going to be in Urza's Tower.
没有哎，不管怎么样都。
Yeah.
啊，后手这样子是感觉要凉了呢。
Loads. Catch your triumph into a steam vents here for Vinci.
那一样维持 tap D 吗？
Be a good time for an ice if he's got one. In the meantime, we're going to see Simon sacrifice that expedition map.
找一个
Tower
tower.
of Power.
So even with the ice, Simon will have access to 5 mana. Would be able to. Oh,
是母圣树。
The plot thickens. It'll be a Beseju who endures that gets channeled.
这个时候炸。
That's very timely there, one for Vinci.
看蛮多人会选择抽牌之后才炸，但是都行啦。我觉得那个只差一张的几率没有差很多就是了。
Some decks play an extra in the sideboard just because of how powerful the card is.
然后这边有巫术康了吗？
The aforementioned Urza's Tower is Nielsen's land for the turn. We're going to head back over to Vinci. It'd be a great.
这边有没有恐龙？不是恐龙，有没有龙？进来再炸你一块地。
Given what he's looking to this turn, probably just run out.
这边有龙进来炸地，哦，就后手变先手了。
Has a warping whale.
Well, that might be the story of this Sunday.
Yeah.
It's just how good warping whale has looked, and may continue to look if he has one here.
It's gonna be great here, or he can just go blood moon. But yeah, here we go. Same plan as game 4. Excuse me, game 3.
There is a Charlotte's agent.
来，扛掉。
Warping whale.
It's been so good.
唯一的一张。
Now, Vinci does have a pretty good hand. You mentioned Commandeer.
哇哦，又抽套了！你刚刚2选1选的不好，2选1猜错边。
Has to be mindful of potential commandeer.
Interesting. Oh, the stone break.
来，
That has
直接切
from the sideboard.
Okay.
You name crashing footfalls, it turns off all.
手上有 Commandeer 哎，是不是可以抓过来切啊
？Could name Blood Moon if you think you don't have an answer for that. So a lot of decent choices here. Is this worth forcing?
Very, very interesting. Now, again, Vinci's hand, you do see the Commandeer there. There is a force negation among other options, but this Stonebrain is resolving, and it is naming a card. So we will find out here what it is naming just a second.
哦，选了那个犀牛。
The graveyard is exiled, so we can shortcut that and know that that's being named. And now Nielsen's going to write down the cards, and we'll say them aloud. It is a Commandeer, a force negation.
哦，那这个对局会变成又烂又长。
So Paul, let's talk about the implications of
一边是啊，他手上有 Commandeer， 什么事情都不敢做；另外一边是啊，没有犀牛了，进入一个劣质对决状态。
It's a cascade deck, and you have no cascade targets, right? So now all of a sudden you're looking at Shardless Agents.
哦，他背牌下了一张犀牛诶。
We did see
真特别
questing beast get boarded in, so he's going to have to rely on that.
Okay.
There might be some number of Murktide agents, but it's been the clock was just been significantly shortened, and now Simon can no longer have to worry about things like end of turn violent outburst.
Yep.
It's just not going to do anything.
Now, if we try to spin a negative into a positive, if you're rooting for Vinci at home, okay, Shardless Agents, that's a blue card.
Right.
That's a blue card for Subtlety and Commandeer and Force Negation. That's probably the best it's going to get now. Violent Outburst, I don't got much for you.
Yeah.
That one's not going to do a ton.
That will be a total blank.
Here's an Oblivion Stone via Nurse's
打冲用不到第4张。
That's one of the fun things about
我觉得不好说。
the Great Creator in general is you can bring in those pieces and maybe catch an opponent off guard.
Right, and it's one of those things where you when you're sideboarding, you have to think it's like, okay, this card's probably good, but when I play this matchup 100 times, how often am I actually searching?
如果你的目标是阻止他所有的扫场的话，那是用不到第4张。但如果你是想要像凯那样子，就是他的扫场我都给过，对我就是扛掉他的威胁，那4张就是蛮有可能需要用到的。更多命运石，好，1张过了，怎么可能不过第2张？
Because we saw how powerful Karn the Great Creator is.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Against the Tron decks. We've seen these Tron decks nearly concede because one person has a Karn in play.
Yep.
Right? Just shuts off all of your artifacts.
Well, Shardless Agent, you've got a lot of work to do.
All right, but Simon might be here on Plan B here. Or maybe it's Plan A, who knows? Urza's Saga in play.
Well, we saw just how good it was earlier in the match. It could be just that good again. Oblivion
Saga
plural on the battlefield. One does have a fate counter, one does not.
可是对我手上有回手。
Here for Nielsen. It looks like Simon is going to play a chromatic sphere with a mana floating. We'll transition that colorless mana into green mana and has picked up a copy of Sylvan Scrying off the draw.
Yeah, and Sylvan Scrying might just go ahead and get another copy of Urza Saga if he wants.
来，圣女占卜。找什么？找第2张科塔传。
There's no guarantee of that. Of course, with
然后保底4只
in Vinci's hand.
Right. Could also get a Boseiju for potential Blood Moons off the top here from Stefano.
And there is looks like a hard cast force negation.
Yep.
And it is.
好，正康。
And definitely not playing the Karn.
Oh, I think Simon's position is pretty good right now. Doesn't have
继续打。
too much of anything. You see Simon starting to go through those cards on that little
打你出token就回手。
Just crossing those off. These are the cards I know about. These are the cards I don't. And these are the cards that are long gone.
Dispute, Commandeer, the notables.
And that was an attempt there from Simon to create a construct via the Urza Saga to block that Shardless Agent, since that construct would be a 3/3. And Petty Theft is going to bounce that. So the Agent's going to come through there for 2 more points of damage, and Nielsen's going to fall down to 14.
Yeah, but Simon, we saw him do this in a previous game. He's just going to do it again. Make a construct, get an expedition map most likely, and fetch out another one.
Yeah, this little Saga chain that Team Handshake has put in this deck. Very interesting addition.
Yeah. And when the games get kind of ugly like this, where there's nothing else going on, just having that added value from a land.
地图在找。
So
找第二
there's
张
the
克拉
Saga
钻，小克拉钻。
searching up an expedition map, tap that Tron piece, go get another Saga, play that Saga. We're on Chapter 1, Chapter 2 and 3 will be here soon.
We've got some fate counters coming in as well.
Yep. And this kind of goes to show you what Team Handshake has done with this build. There are no Sacred Cows. When I saw their deck list, you know, they cut a Sylvan Scrying, which I thought was impossible in this deck.
-1 Sylvan Scrying, +1 Talisman.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought that was crazy. They cut 3 Chromatic Stars. They're only playing 1 of those. I thought the deck started with 4 stars, 4 spheres, 4 scrying, 12 Tron pieces.
Oh.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
You're going to see a lot less stars.
I think so.
In deck lists.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's interesting. I mean, but at the same time, it's Team Handshake, right? So you're going, okay, they had great reasons for this. My brain doesn't understand it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
哇，他可以振作 Commandeer 了。
All the decision points that they had for this deck.
Brazen Bar was going to come across. There will be no more attacking on the ground for Shardless Agent, as Vinci has knocked Nielsen down to 11. Subtlety among the cards here in Vinci's hand. That we know about that Commandeer that Missing will dispute, as does Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, and Stefano, if he wants to race, could play out the subtlety, but of course the Oblivion Stones kind of prevent that from happening. If Simon feels like his life total is in danger,
打一下吧。
can just
不打吗？
pop one of these 2 stones he has in play. This is a potential attack for 4, given that the Urza Saga is in play.
Yeah, so that construct does come across, and you see the Shardless Agent very quick to block. So we're going to head back over to Vinci. Brazen Borrower.
Yeah?
Take me home.
I think you can go down to 8.
Close 哦。
Simon wants to preserve this life total here.
保这3滴血。
He's thinking about blowing up that Oblivion Stone that doesn't have a fake counter on it, but he's going to take 3 more and fall down to 8.
Yeah, because this turn you want to make another token, then put a fate counter on the token. Actually had the mana to pop the stone still if you wanted. Do I want to pay to put a fate counter on all my stones?
Sure.
Sure?
Yeah.
Why not?
You got extra mana lying around.
Yeah.
这样是
They all have protection from
3只3只66，那这回合
Nielsen will draw a card. Chapter 3 here on the Saga.
这回合要用冰与火去 tab 1只了。
To make another construct here. This is how he won. This is how he won game number 2 on that mold of 4.
I mean, just from the lands here, we're looking at an army of 6/6 tokens in play right now.
Oh yeah, it adds up quick.
It's just
it adds up real quick.
It's incredible.
There's the Chromatic Star.
The one of
singular.
The one of.
哦，克萨塔有料诶。
Yeah, and the one copy there, a nod to the Rakdos Evoke deck that we will see in the next round.
Yeah.
When Corey and Riley join us, as Chromatic Star does not have a good interaction with.
他大田园用掉了，所以
Probably the reason why they cut down on that one.
有必要打吗
You see an ice on that construct token. It's going to slow that down a little bit. As Fire Islet will now be sacrificed, and Vinci will draw a card.
And if for Simon
打
here,
省6。
in a great position here to
那会不会有一个结束阶段的犀牛呢？没有。
3 lethal
哦，不对，犀牛被切了，我在说什么
？Right, has the ability to, has the mana to put a counter here on the construct and then still blow up the stone.
还是直接开炸了
？Do that here, going down to 5. Okay, no, never mind, going down to 5. Yeah, like, if you got triple fire, you got triple fire. You've already used a fire ice.
Yeah.
So extremely unlikely.
Yeah, again, just using life total as a resource here is Simon, and doing a beautiful job of it. And remember that Simon does know a couple of the cards in Vinci's hand as well.
Right.
From the earlier activation of the Stone Break.
Now, if you're on Vinci's side, though, what can you even have? Like, you have to deal with all of these permanents. Each individual construct here is a 6/6.
Yeah, as things currently stand, each of these constructs are lethal on their own.
这秒防回手
I'm curious if Simon can add anything to the battlefield. Will he?
Yeah. Also, but it has to be mindful of the Commandeer.
Yep. That's still going to be on his radar the entire time. I think that's part of the reason that we haven't seen him cast a Karn the Great Creator.
It's like, all right, you know what? I'm just going to attack. What do you have?
GG.
To shake.
哇哦，
Simon Nielsen, a member
太
of
神
Team
啦！哇，
with
克萨塔
handshake
有料
Gonna win this match over Stefano Vinci 3-1. It's been a Tron weekend here in Barcelona, Paul, and it has worked itself through Rhinos once again.
And we're going to see another Tron matchup here in the semis
那
because in this part of the bracket we have
对，
Christian
没错
Calcano.，
大家要进入调度游戏啦，嘿
We saw that matchup
嘿。
before. Pretty much just a mirror. They had a lot of fun. It's all about who's going to put down that card.
A very, very
哦，
impressive
犀牛打塔是真的难打，30%胜率。
Will Hall is going to chat with him right now.
要真的要先手，然后很顺才有办法，才有办法那样子两回啵啵。
Yeah, I saw you bringing in Stoneball, Brains, taking out Chalices. Talk to me about why you're doing that on the play and on the draw.
Yeah, so in the Rhinos matchup, I actually went against my team's plan. But we're talking about bringing Stonebrain to take the Rhinos, but on the draw, that's just not fast enough because they will already cast the first make the first Rhinos. So on the draw instead, I should bring in the Chalice of the Void so that I can play it in time. But on the play, it is fast enough to have the Stonebrain, especially if you have Natural Tron. So that's why. Still think it's a bit iffy because they can do stuff like ice down the Stonebrain if you play it turn 2, and then cast Cascade. And sometimes they can beat you with their subtleties and questing beast and such. So I was actually feeling pretty worried there in that game. But what really mattered is that I knew he had Commandeer in hand after using Stonebrain, so I could just never cast my Karn, and that was really important.
Yeah, you got to play around it. So you're telling me a second ago you weren't even prepared for this matchup. Tell everybody at home why you're not prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I stayed up late last night playtesting Javier's quarterfinal matchup because on the team Handshake, I'm the only Amulet player. So I just had to do it, right?
Team player through and through. Thank you very much, Simon.
Well, for not being prepared for the matchup, Paul, I think he did just fine. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen on a huge quarterfinal victory. We'll see more of him and more of the quarterfinals here from Barcelona right after this short break.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings from Barcelona, Spain. It is Top 8 Sunday, and we are in our quarterfinals, gearing up for quarterfinals 3 and 4. And here is a shot of how it all gets done. That is our great production crew here in Barcelona, bringing you all of the action and a look at the trophy that awaits an owner. Hey everybody, if you are getting FOMO about the action here in Barcelona, You can join us in Vegas September 22nd through the 24th. Tickets are on sale right now for MagicCon Las Vegas at mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com.
好，我们继续帮君婷大大争室友。
There's going to be a 100K limited open, cosplay contest, panels, the command zone, meet and greets, everything you could want. If you love Magic, I hope to see you in Las Vegas. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi and Mani Davuti gearing up for quarterfinals of 3 and 4. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out what's already happened in our quarterfinals so far. As you can see, Christian Calcano and Simon Nielsen have defeated their opponents.
所以下路是一个绿塔内战。至少上面不会有绿塔内战了。啊，看一下接下来会播什么？播绿塔打泰坦吗？
Against the team
Okay,
now they're setting up
for
a rematch
of
their mirror match from the Swiss that happened on day 2. And one person that doesn't need to get ahead of himself, but maybe salivating already, is Dominic Harvey, looking at the other side of that bracket, perhaps, and thinking, man, if I can get past this Tron and one more opponent, it's just going to be Tron in the finals.
And Amulet Titan wants to play Tron.
Amulet Titan wants to play Tron, Maria.
Okay, so there's the other set of our quarterfinals that we are turning to next. Let's take a look at quarterfinal number 3. Dominic Harvey versus Javier Dominguez. Dominic Harvey, this is the Amulet Titan master, everybody. He has an 80-page
泰坦相对优一点，58左右。
1,000 words on how to play this deck. That is unbelievable.
但是不知道，就是因为它是旧的绿塔。 不知道 Team Handshake 型的绿塔会不会更好打？对。 这个对局重点应该是卡恩有没有拿到陷阱桥跟密室堡垒舞吧？
Won Mythic Championship number 5 in Long Beach, and a hometown hero here. Has been showing everybody a great time at this Pro Tour. Take a look at his road here to the top 8. Went 7-1 in Modern because he got a bye the last round. He was our first person into the top 8. He's been our back-to-back #1 seed in these Pro Tour top 8s as well. Just an absolute great player. Lost 2 on day 1, but then somehow forgot how to lose through day 2 and indeed the rest of the tournament. Those are our players. Let's talk to me about this matchup, Mani.
Well, Maria, let's start by talking about Amulet Titan. Not the most played deck this weekend, but, well, if anyone's going to bring it, it is the Amulet Master himself, as you mentioned, Dominic Harvey. And as far as land-based decks go, this is a really cool one. You're a bit of a ramp deck using Arboreal Grazer, Dryad of the Elysian Grove,
没有 Explore， 没有一些奇怪的东西，然后放了2张的这个东西，这个叫什么？破碎堡礁。纯绿打纯绿元年，回来树立被禁了这样。
for any lands from your library and putting them onto the battlefield tapped, well, those are going to untap, and that means that you can use cards like Sunhome immediately, or Slayer's Stronghold. So this deck can attack with giant chunks of damage out of nowhere. And on top of it all, it is a Valakut deck as well. Valakut plus Dryad of the Elysian Grove means that you don't actually need mountains in your deck. So this deck can really put together wins out of nowhere in large chunks of damage. Big one to watch out for in this matchup, 3 copies of Boseiju in the main deck. That is going to come up very
那个正边3张母生树，最狠的那一种，压起来炸。
We have Javier Dominguez, and more importantly, we have Handshake Tron. I think we're getting tired of seeing this deck, but we're going to keep seeing it because it is that good, Maria. We're trying to get the Urza lands into play. Urza's Mine, Power Plant, and Tower, the 3 together, make 7 mana, and this deck really knows what to do with that mana. Some big targets still here with Karn Liberated, Ulamog, and Wormhole Engine, but the big ones are Karn the Great Creator and the One.
这人的背牌没有什么能够阻止塔麦鲁的东西，几乎没有。
Yesterday, and they thought Tron was very well positioned. position because their worst matchup in the entire format is Amulet Titan.
Oh.
And they didn't think anybody was really going to play it.
3张正常是正2倍1啦，啊，只是3张都塞到这边来了而已，
And one master has made
没有
it
到
all
很
the
冰。
way to the top 8. Unfortunately,
因为这套牌实在是太怕血月了。
which means Javier now has his work cut out for him.
Okay, so what does Javier have to do to
然后2扎只杀4张那个4张宁符，就是比别人多了1只阿紫杀，然后少了 export， 少了一些那个克萨传可以拉出来的东西。
is typically more consistent at doing what it does, and it always goes over the top. So it's going to be a tough road for Javier.
什么？那个野蛮人已经被nerf了。
Time for quarterfinal number 3. I'm going to send it on over to Riley and Corey.
接下来要 nerf 的是游侠，然后继续 buff 死灵。
Welcome back to the tournament floor here at Pro Tour with the Lord of the Rings, Riley Knight and Corey Baumeister ready to go for the first time today. Top 8 Magic coming your way, of course. We've already seen our first 2 quarterfinals, Corey, and we're going to round out the 2nd and 3rd. Javier Dominguez, the hometown hero, as we mentioned, playing in his hometown of Barcelona.
Yep.
A tough uphill battle
本土之力，有骂吗？哪对手一个水土不服？
Javier did not want to play against. I was doing that deck with him. He said Amulet Titan and Hammer, the 2 worst ones. Got to get over Dominic Harvey, who is one of the best, if not the best, Amulet player out there.
Certainly one of the most experienced and learned, and he has brought that experience.
这应该会是一个调度游戏啊。
All the way to the top 8, sneaking in.
双方都要比胡的。
record on the other side, Javier Dominguez undefeated yesterday. 14-2 after being awarded a bye after his 13th win. He'll be very happy.
来呢，你有多胡
？The top 8 on Sunday.
Yeah, after starting 2-2 as well. How impressive!
啊，第2个护身符，夏绿蒂出。哦，没有。
All right, we kick things off now with an
3点。
vigor. That's exactly where you
再多下一块
want to
地
be in Harvey's
站
position
起
on
来
turn number 1 and. Dryad of the Elysian Grove and Valak at the Molten Pinnacle here. Harvey already kicking goals with both feet. Great start for the Canadian.
Yep, absolutely a solid start. This is kind of poising it for Dominic Harvey to have
大家都很
Amulet
胡
next turn and win the game already. So
3回
Javier
凑
has
套
to have a
vs
really
2回
big
宁
turn.
符。
But of course, as we know, turn 3 is that big turn timeline here for Tron.
Yeah, the power spike, I guess, you know, if we're talking in esports terminology, comes at turn 3 here for the Tron player, and there it is, 1-2-7.
Yep.
1-2-7.
Exactly. Turn 3 is the
没有
big turn for both of these decks, but Dom can win as early as turn 2 as well. It's
哇
that， explosive.
这个你如果从指导这一块看起来有点弱哦。
With all this mana that he's unlocked here. First, we're going to kick things off with the chromatic sphere. So a kind of tame start.
Yep, starting off with that. And most of the time, you don't really need all 7 pieces of mana for Tron, unlike, you know, the Karn Liberated days where you just automatically use
这样下回
all of your mana on turn 3.
第2个护身符出来，你很有可能会死，你高几率会死。
Will prevent Primeval Titan from dealing damage next turn or Karn the Great Creator to find something useful.
Dominguez cycling away the sphere, 2 mana floating, in addition to, what is that, another 4 mana available with those 2 lands?
Yep, exactly. So
Tap the tower.
6 available so far. And I see Sylvan Scrying, Relic, double Ulamog, and Dismember,
哦，有肢解，那有肢解就可以延缓一下速度，至少不会被不会被瓦拉库打死。
Continues to cast Mystical Dispute on him.
Exactly, yeah, that's fair enough. I would say in this matchup, it's not as needed.
Cycling away a relic as well, so it looks like Dominguez is really actually looking for something specific. Sylvan Scrying going to be used, going to be cast with that mana that was floating.
再找个塔，下回钥匙。
It's going to be a Tron piece, a utility land.
来4回。
Other lands does mean turn 4 Ulamog, so now Javier is just like, okay, there's no way you can kill me next turn, right?
I'm on 20 life.
That is big for dismembering the Dryad.
还是有机会，还是有机会死哦。
There's not Valakut dealing damage as well.
Yeah,
but
来
Dom is moving pretty fast
1.5
here, so I think Amulet 2 might be doing some damage.
So this produces just a ridiculous amount of mana here. Corey, talk us through what we're seeing. This is unbelievable. with the bounce lands, the Primeval Titans. Both players
Right.
Yeah, so what happens is these bounce lines will untap with one
这边加2加0加2加0，然后加连击20滴，对。
And now Primeval Titan comes into play. You get Boros,
来
Garrison, Slayer,
来，敏捷，还有20滴，耶！
and then double strike with
耶，好玩游戏。
wrap it up for double strike.
So that was a
对，我就说了，这就是一个调度比天胡的游戏，就看谁胡。哎，对，双方都 keep 7。啊。
What just happened?
Wow.
What is this? But both players fully understood the line there. As you talked
哇
about, Corey,
你这个手牌是能打的吗？
Sunhome getting double strike, and when you've got a big hasty trampling double strike from Primeval Titan, the game.
哥，你这手牌是能打的吗？
It is kind of brutal.
很危险呢。
You can only attack for 16 with Slayer Stronghold because it does give +2/+0 to Titan, and then
他掉到剩4张哦，啊，为什么刚刚旁边给我写7张？吓死我了！
So you get to target Primeval Titan with Slayer Stronghold.
地震站起来，下回合3个护身符，对，3个护身符哦，有回手地就爆开，嘿。哇，这边还拿不到第2块碎片，超尴尬。
And on the flip side for Dom, you have Urza's Saga to go get another amulet, and you can actually use.
哇，这4回还不会抽到，草鸡烂。
Yeah, the Mycosynth Gardens.
抽牌3颗，早一点。
Able to copy amulet pretty readily as we see. Given the fact
有没有
the amulet only costs
有没有2点地？
makes the Mycosynth Gardens really
没有2点地就找地图。
Specific situation.
So now Urza's Saga Chapter 3 is going off. The targets are either Amulet, number 3, which we see, or Expedition Map if you need one of the bounce lands. Or I'm sure plenty of other option in Dom's, 80,000 words on the deck as well.
没有2点
See, I
地
look
找
at this
地
deck
图
'cause I'm a big fan of Primeval Titan, one of my favorite cards of all time. Banned in Commander, so I don't get to play it there, right? So I play Scape Shift in Modern, and that deck's kind of fallen off. So I'm like, oh, Amulet Titan. Maybe I could start playing this deck, and then I take one look and go, oh no, I do not have the brain power for this list.
对手超慢，这边也没什么压力。
To keep this list in one piece. It is such an intricate deck. Are we calling it a combo deck?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely a combo deck that's been around for a while, and it's went through a lot of different win cons in the past. It's had Fields of the Dead kind of stuff. At some point, when you wanted to go for a long game, I mean, you've had to jump through hoops to win the games. Way back in the day with this deck, it's a little more streamlined with how many amulets you can put into play these days.
The old card Summer Bloom used to be one of the biggest problem cards in Modern, banned out of the format because of how powerful it made the amulet.
在下一块地，2蓝2绿。
Exactly right. But now with the Dried of the Elysian Grove,
目前还好，还没有那个
being generated, thanks to again the
有阿兹莎吗
？Get that Mycosynth Gardens is a copy of amulet.
哦，阿兹莎。
Vigor. And a Summoner's Pact to go and get prime time.
And it looks like 2 land
drops. Excuse me. Sorry, I see Summoner's Pact. I'm like amulet. I'm getting Primeval Titan every single time, but no, we are getting Arboreal Grazer.
The true powerhouse. So Arboreal Grazer does just ramp up for extra mana here, being able to give you 1 more land drop. You see Dom's little land drop counter down there.
哦，
Played the 2 for
是
Dried
7的
already, now Grazer.
哇
the extra one. And this
太狠了，太狠了！开始
Colossus still does some great
把手牌地都下来。
Cultivator Colossus.
1凑1。
We can listen in to Harvey explaining once again the
1
intricacies
凑
of
1
this deck.
下地凑
And we're
1。
going to see exactly how many
哇
lands to put into play here.
天胡局。
draw a card, and there's going to be
4张而已吗？没地了。 好，好。
Not only to untap all these lands, but also bounce one of them with the Simic Growth Chamber.
OK。
And the Urza Saga. Oh my goodness.
那回一块地。
I'm surprised that Dominic Harvey is
泰坦
working
好
with a neck brace
不玩了
because just
不玩了啦！啊，把把都这么糊。
Absolute genius with the deck, and look at that, 2 very, very fast games. But now sideboarding does come.
Wow.
Yeah, so now we may see things change a little bit as players have access to their sideboards. But Harvey opening things up.
哦，不过这个一回合终于没有一回护身符了。
Poor old Dominguez. I never thought I'd feel sorry for a Tron player. I never thought I would think, oh, Tron is just, oh man, such a shame. Poor old Dominguez here, but. This is what he's doing, but the Stone Brain. Let's talk about this guy.
Oh, Stone Brain， 而且他把那个7费的放逐了。
in a lot of matchups, including the mirror, just to hope to draw it on turn 2 to be able to interact a little bit earlier.
直接放逐。
And yeah, I guess we don't have to talk about it anymore because it has been teared under.
Torn asunder, exactly right.
Excuse me, yeah.
So we don't have to worry about the Stone Brain. A relevant piece of interaction here from Harvey, but a slower start from him. Corey missing that key card, Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, missing Amulet. You do have Urza's Saga on 2, so Amulet will be joining the party next turn. Both of these decks utilizing Urza's Saga in, you know, slightly more unconventional ways. We see this more of as a value card to just make some constructs. Maybe you play with Urza Lord High Artifice or something
虫子但没有绿，还是这边要再归一回合，保留一个肢解。
Yeah, for both decks. Yeah. You can either get map from Javier's side.
可惜没有绿，有绿就可以拆科大钻了。
For disruption, which is going to be excellent here. Haywire Might can actually pick off Urza's Saga if there was green mana.
As it's an enchantment land, it can indeed be blown up.
差一点5色。
Not in time before the 3rd chapter procs. The card is sacrificed and replaced instead by a one mana artifact, which you'd have to imagine is going to be a copy of Amulet of Vigor, unless Harvey has a trick up his sleeve here. I was talking with Frank Carsten, the man with the numbers, about what this
这边有什么理由不找护身符吗
He agrees because you know he generally seems to know what he's talking about. He agrees it's a pretty bad matchup for Dominguez, but he pointed out that some of the best lines for Dominguez involve Khan the Great Creator fetching something like an Ensnaring Bridge from the sideboard. But then you can play around that with Valakut and Dryad of the Elysian Grove. So maybe instead you go for something like the Stone Brain to get rid of the Titan. Or a Metamorph, right? Phyrexian Metamorph to copy it yourself.
There you go.
Which isn't too bad in a deck that likes to search out lands. But again, all of these lines, you're still playing from the back foot. You're still trying to sort of play from behind in Dominguez's spot. We're kind of laboring the point, but Corey, it is a really rough matchup.
Exactly, and those are really applicable for game 1, the Great Creator and Ensnaring Bridge. But post-board, as we already saw, there's ways to exile different artifacts and enchantments, as we already saw.
Tear Asunder coming in from the board, of course. Right. Oh man.
The
Amulet Titan sideboard is just wild. It's so wild.
Speaking of wild, it's always wild to cast Summoner's Pact when you only have 1 mana in play. You're like,
Pack 危险哦。
That's future Dominic's problem, all right? And I hate that guy.
So here we see Azusa. So now you get to get this into play. There was 1 floating. And 1 floating from the Urza Saga there to be able to cast it.
And we found our 4 mana.
Yeah. So now
the Rot Farm and the Stronghold.
If Javier can deal with any of the lands in any way, then Dom is just going to lose to
血月就赢了。
Oh, yeah.
Like a Beseju?
Let's go.
You know?
Let's go. I do like that. You got a Beseju on the Rot Farm and you force your opponent to lose to the
没有母圣树啦，队友没有绿啦。
Lose to the upkeep pack trigger?
Exactly, yep. And you see both players playing lightning fast. They both know the interactions here, or little there is, from both sides of the decks. And just, you know, both players know their deck quite well as well.
Yeah, and seem to have a good understanding of this matchup. Typically, obviously, the bracket is usually released
4加肢解也挺不错的。
Last night, they'll know who they're playing against. So you can bet your bottom dollar that both of these players will have been testing this matchup. Their teammates will have been helping them out in testing this matchup. So they'll know what to expect, what cards matter, what cards don't.
Yep, absolutely. So now this is great. Javier got the 1 ring in play, so can start gaining some card advantage.
But you can see he's talking
He
just said I might die if I attack.
But he's forgetting having to pay for Pact. That is maybe an oversight that Javier's having because no matter what, it's going to be a turnoff.
Ah, I see.
打为什么不打？下回对手不能做事。
Essentially, he doesn't have any mana.
对抽。
Paying for the Pact here. Able to do that double green thanks to the... And look, yeah, Domingo's saying, oh, yeah, the Pact, right.
Yep.
The Gemstone Cavern's obviously able to produce the 2nd green mana.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. And getting a little bit of sideboard information.
来这边有没有大的？
Brought in Pact of Negation and those
有没有大的？
Javier taking out the 3 relics. No real graveyard interaction.
这边下地，卡恩拿脑石，切掉泰坦。
2 copies of the Haywire Might. You can see one of them on the battlefield. And now Khan, the great creator, the headline act in this Tron deck these days, picking up the Stone Brain. And recognizing that the Stone Brain essentially unbeatable here for Harvey, we're going to pack it up and go to a game number 4 here. So Dominguez is on the board. Here's something really interesting, Corey.
Yes.
The Stone Brain exiles itself, right? Which means that it can be picked out of exile by Khan again.
Correct.
In this current modern format, you don't play disenchant effects. You play cards that exile other artifacts because the One Ring has indestructible. So you need cards like Tear Asunder, Haywire Might in order to exile opposing artifacts.
Yep.
The problem with that is that means that Khan can go and get them again. If that had just been an actual factual naturalize instead of the Tear Asunder, it would have been better for Harvey for that Stone Brain to be in the graveyard rather than in the exile zone.
Exactly. How strange that kind of works out, right?
We've got some more sideboard information to share with you as well. Let's have a squiz at what the game number 4 looks like. Looks like Javier's brought in a relic.
脑石这次不会被拆了。
Has brought in a One Ring and taken out Gemstone Caverns. What are we looking at here? We got a Stone Brain.
Stone Brain on turn 2, the one of once again.
但是会不会直接死掉啊
This is kind of how you steal games, is by drawing this. It is a one of right now.
Yep.
Since it's in the game. Javier's just realizing if I have this as a
有
card
猴子好像
target,
会
it's
死
just too slow, but if I naturally draw it on 2. Now we will see also Dom can just win right now, depending on the hand.
Okay, well, always an exciting thing to to have on the agenda here.
Yeah, be like, oh, 2 colorless mana, 1 little innocent artifact. No way, I could be dead.
2 permanents.
不过这边有地的话就可以还是有绿。
Sometimes it is enough, such as the power of Amulet of Vigor. Long-term fans of Modern will have seen this card do its Grim Reaping in this format over the years, and it is still here.
So you do
still need a relatively good draw to win from this point. You need something like Azusa, Bounce Land plus Titan.
Okay.
You know, you can't just have the traditional, I'll play a Bounce Land, play Titan, then start attacking type thing. So Domin does have to have it.
感觉这个玩家应该要再更积极一点调度的。
He's thinking about it.
这个手牌好像没有那么好。
This is not a bloke who seems to get himself into trouble very often.
Vestige to probably get green mana there. A nice little bounce land at home, if you will.
Yeah, Crumbling Vestige is doing its best impression here.
Okay.
Now a Slayer's Stronghold.
I mean, this is the Stone Brain picking off Titans again. But that being said, without Amulet Titan, you can still Dryad Valakut win if Javier doesn't have an extremely fast and powerful draw.
直接切吗？
Even without Scapeship, Valakut's getting it done. All right, the Stone Brain activated, sent to the exile zone, and it looks like we're going to name Primetime.
I don't even know if he said the words. They just both know.
Yeah, Harvey kind of like indicated. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
I will check the deck afterwards.
All right, so writing down the contents of the hand here, something that we'll often see competitive players do at the highest level.
Absolutely. So
as we can hear there, Dominguez has indeed named Primeval Titan.
Nice call, nice call. So you will take those off.
这样怎么不母胜数？刚刚是有办法母胜数的啊。
So here Dominguez is not only exiling all of these Primeval Titans, he is also essentially looking at what Harvey's sideboard plan is.
Exactly.
Takes note of the Tear Asunder that's in there, of course, and he's going to pluck out these prime times. Or he's already found all 4 of them. You can see them there over in the exile zone. And now just having another look through, bit of recon.
Yeah, and basically what Javier is looking for right now, number 1, what was sideboarded in and out. Number 2, how can you win? Because now that's going to be the thing that Javier is going to try to shut down again. Sometimes these Tron decks are really proactive. Sometimes they play more like a prison-style deck where you just shut out any ways to win the game, maybe with Ensnaring Bridge like we saw at the end of yesterday.
And Harvey
脑石补抽一张，
keeping his hand revealed.
这边喊什么？
Oh, no, never mind.
喊敏捷还是喊变身
with the cards that have been seen face up, but as Dominguez has written them down, it's much of a muchness. So Harvey now needs to find a way to win this game as we see a Pithing Needle on Boseiju.
Yep.
哦，喊母胜数。
Really, the only targets are Boseiju, Urza Saga, the One Ring, and they're all in both players' decks.
这边出戒指。
So Harvey now, we're going to see the One Ring for 4 mana. Dominguez knew about this. He could have named it with
还可以在下一块地。
with Pithing Needle, but maybe he's got a One Ring of
母
his
圣
own
树
that
不
he
拿
wants
去
to
下了
make sure
吗
he can get value from.
Does, and could have Karn the Great Creator to shut off other rings. But yeah, as it stands right now, I believe we see Worm Coil, the One Ring in hand, and then some green cards.
The Seiju as well, so we're going to see Harvey play that land instead of activating its ability.
哇，手动臭套太神啦！
So that saves a ton of mana by having to activate map. So, I mean, that just increased Javier's mana output this turn by like 5 or 6.
Dominguez thinking about what he wants to do with the Urza Saga. He's going to float and then obviously sacrifice it with a third counter.
母圣树，金的还母圣树。
Find is here.
Map, Haywire Might.
Haywire Might seems really good against the One Ring.
Haywire might be the call.
Only knows one. So the one reason that maybe Javier won't actually just go, okay, Tron right away and maybe cast Worm Coil Engine. The One Ring is more important right now, so we could easily still see Expedition map sacked for just a forest if you don't have a Chromatic Star, Chromatic Sphere type effect, and just Haywire Might, the One Ring, just get it out of there.
这边找虫子吗？还是
The One Ring has been pretty dominant in Modern throughout this weekend.
Yep, even better to get the Sphere here, then you have the green source so you can play Tron as well. So nice play there from Javier.
Does he have the Haywire Might in hand?
Haywire Might from the Urza Saga.
No, he just fetched the...
Okay, so he was thinking about it. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have one in hand. We're going to see.
Hey.
I think that was a leveler.
Cityscape leveler.
哦，88，所以哦。
Leveler, Ancient Stirrings.
那这边下地就可以出8把宁芙给炸了。
Right now, so we might see that green just fired off with the Stirrings to try to find Karn the Great Creator. That's really the card you want right now.
Green and Pool for the hometown hero. And Natural Tron available to him, Corey?
Natural Tron was drawn. There's also the map, so you do have the ability to go search up Boseiju, but the Pithing Needle on there, so probably not going to see that line. We're not going to use that line, excuse me.
There's the Ancient Stirrings. That green mana coming from
还是想要去阻止对手的。
I think that was a Karn as well.
哇，卡恩来了。
Really, the world as an option. I think Karn was the choice. Ulamog being very good, but what getting Ulamog would say here is, okay, next turn I could Ulamog you, great, but right now Javier wants to play something impactful right now and shut down some things from Dominic. Shutting down the One Ring with the static being another one, and just going to find something for 3 mana could be very big as well.
We've seen the explosive potential of Amulet Titan, or as it is now after the Stone Brain, Amulet. And so Dominguez, I think, respecting that, respecting the fact that Harvey could get up to some nonsense.
Yep.
If there isn't something else put on the battlefield that makes a difference to the board as it is now. Let's have a look at what's in Dominguez's sideboard. Ooh, thinking about
背牌抠对手魔戒也很好。
Is that to maybe make another Pithing Needle?
Basically, it's being mana efficient. I feel like every Magic player puts that kind of stuff to the front. Be like, all right, if I Karn, I can immediately...
I want to cast something that costs 3 mana because otherwise I'm leaving value on the table.
But the one thing it would do, you could play Dryad and then play another land if you want. I don't know how impactful that is, especially with not having another land.
抠对手魔戒只有我能抽。
A 3 mana the One Ring.
A 3 mana the One Ring?
Yeah, if you cast the Phyrexian Metamorph and copy the One Ring.
Oh, very true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that could be very reasonable because that does shut... Yeah, that's much better line. Absolutely. Being able to shut down your opponent's ring and have a ring.
That's the other thing. Don't forget about this Karn the Great Creator. It shuts down the opposing the One Ring. Doesn't shut down the Amulet of Vigor. That's a triggered ability, not an activated ability.
Very
so
true.
It's still good to go.
But the Stone Brain already shut that down because you really don't need the Amulet mana anymore.
Yeah. Well, this, it always feels good to play an untapped Valakut. But no, I take your point. It's definitely not having its the impact that it would otherwise.
You can
我觉得我就选择去做
get the Stone Brain
选择去做宁芙，而不是去做母圣树，太奇怪了。
And basically, if you Stone Brain Valakuts at this point, there's only Colossus plus Urza Saga tokens to get out of it.
The Constructs and the Cultivator Colossus, your only real avenue to victory from there. Or Azusa.
There we go.
The old 1-2. Get in there.
Take one, or of course, your opponent just being heavily burdened.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Could happen. We've seen stranger things happen at this Pro Tour, Corey.
The last time we were in the booth,
yes,
if you
indeed.
will.
Holy moly. If you're just joining us for the top 8, wow, what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome. By all means, welcome. But you are definitely going to want to go back and have a look at some of the matches we've seen throughout the weekend.
这边陷阱桥说不定也可以，说实在的。
From throughout the Swiss rounds. So do yourself a favor and bookmark some of those VODs when they go up so you can get across them. But right now, Dominguez thinking what he wants to search up with this Khan. It has resolved. 5 loyalty on it. Downstairs by 2 to go and search something out of the sideboard. And a key decision point here for Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Basically, just nothing's that super impressive at this particular stage. So Javier's just deciding, do I want to get something to set up for next turn or just something that I can cast now? You even see a relic pulled up front, which is
搞不好他就想要
He's surely not thinking about Sundering Titan.
找雷迪泰坦下回炸你5块地。
I mean, Sundering Titan is very good, but you can get that next turn. Because there's a cute little interaction, Riley.
Yeah.
When all your lands are every type, Sundering Titan has 5 targets.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I was looking at Harvey's lands, and I was like, well, he doesn't have any basics. Like,
oh, he's got all the basics.
Doesn't have any basic types. Sundering Titan's just a 7/10.
Besage is an island. It's also
加1
oh
OK
my goodness, but of course,
保护卡1回合
the whole point of playing that is that it makes all your lands mountains as well as everything else, so your Valakut procs, but no, that
那这边这回要想办法赢啊。
So more than likely, we're going to see Karn next turn tick down and then Sundering Titan. That's why it was ticked up this turn, just basically so you can't kill it. You know, if it gets ticked down and Javier goes for something like Relic, Metamorph, something like that, then Dryad attacks it down to 1, and now you can't get Sundering 5 Stone Rain Titan.
Oh, dude. And then on the way out as well, the Sundering Titan kills another 5 basics. Oh, I know it's kind of disgusting, but I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, and to be fair, Dom does have that Pact of Negation in hand that we saw very early on.
Yeah.
So that still will be a way to prevent that for a little bit.
But does he have double blue?
He's got 5 islands.
As we've talked about. As we've talked about, Corey. As we've talked about. Wow, this Dryad of the Elysian Grove is really just a great big spanner in the works on so many different axes here.
Yeah, most of the time it's only positive for Dominic, but it can have that kind of implication as well. And yeah, without Titan, you're not really going to see a way to just win the game this turn. Something like Valakut to deal 3, second Valakut will deal 6, and that's 9 damage. Dryad could attack for 2, 11 damage right there is kind of the most, but one thing you could do is get a construct here, and if there is a land, you could give it haste with Slayer Stronghold. There is a Rot Farm, and that can be played twice, so that's 4 mana.
Sure. Yeah, and that's what we're seeing here. Look, Harvey is building up a bunch of mana here. We saw him reach for those mana counters.
And it doesn't work where you can go like, all right, I'll do blue and red off Rot Farm and then blue and green. You know, you can either tap it for green and black, or you can tap it for one of any color.
哦，这边没有选择先变，没有选择变神器哦，好奇怪哦。
There is the 4 mana, playing the Rot Farm, bouncing itself, playing the Rot Farm again, bouncing itself.
So Rot Farm in hand. Now, Cultivated Colossus is the play. All right, this is a huge creature.
Yes. Oh, I mean, this can get haste as well.
Oh, thanks to the Slayer's Stronghold.
And there is Sunhome.
Oh, Sunhome.
If there is enough lands here.
Don't forget, all of these lands tap for all 5 colors.
Dom did not have any lands when he started this Colossus, so has drawn land. To be fair, the deck is mostly lands, but still, this could really mean the end.
那这样子是不是死了啊？给他敏捷1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、9、9、11、9、22，应该结束喽。
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a 10-10. Dryad is 12.
Has to bounce one of the lands, I believe.
Yep. So it'll be a 9-9, but with Slayer Stronghold, it's 11. Dryad makes it 12-13. Construct cannot get haste now because the other Slayer's, the Slayer Stronghold is tapped now.
You're 18, yes.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, double strike it. I mean, I believe you can just give it double strike with Sunhome right now.
And is that enough? Is that lethal here? Dominguez on 18 life.
打对就结束了吧？就连击就结束啦。
For all his careful planning.
Javier could just be.
你手上有 pack， 你不怕啊
？Because I believe the Colossus has 11 power, and if you give it double strike, that is 22.
So picks up the crumbling vestige. Golgari Rod Farm. Bouncing the land to its hand. Its controller to its owner's hand.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9，对啊，9、9、11、9。
Corey Baumeister sitting next to me doing exactly the same.
他会见他啊，连击下去就死了。哼。
And this game could be over if Harvey can conjure up 18 damage from a board that did not look like it was capable of one-shotting Dominguez at the end of his last turn. Played the Khan, went upstairs, was ready for something huge like a Sundering Titan next turn. All of a sudden, that play looking a lot less impressive now that Harvey has 500,000 lands in play.
And needed that Colossus, too.
So here's the attack, maybe?
Just thinking, what can you possibly have to stop this?
Well, we know that Dominguez basically doesn't have anything.
Exactly, yeah.
He is as close.
But Dom's thinking, what could you possibly have?
Yes. So here's the attack. The Cultivator Colossus.
Has haste thanks to the Stronghold.
Yep, the Slayer's Stronghold giving it +2/+0 and haste. And Vigilance as well, right? It shouldn't be tapped.
It should be untapped, yeah.
It should be untapped.
A very,
不是，这有什么好想的？就全部靠脸。你手上不是有蓝 4吗
So it looks like Harvey's trying to figure out where this damage is going. And a judge has noticed, yeah. This
警戒。
But it is attacking. Important to note, it is attacking.
Yep.
Double strike. So there's a 9-9? It's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 9. 11, 9.
So 11-9 that can be given double strike here.
Yep. I mean,
Dominguez has a quick read of the card.
I was trying to think if there's any reason I'm missing something that this Slayer Stronghold is not going to be activated. You can attack Golgari Rot Farm. Okay, so the map is a creature.
Yes, it was made a creature by the Khan, so it's going to block.
套手。
But the double strike from Sunhome is enough to get the Cultivator Colossus.
干，他真的很猛哎！他把连击地抽起来了，然后连抽了3块地。他没有抽到连击地，还不会马上赢。但他抽到连击地就啪就结束了。
But for Dominic Harvey, he says, no Titan, no problem. I'll get you with the Cultivator Colossus.
Exactly. That looked like an impossible situation. It looked like an impossible situation that Dominic was even going to be.
果然是阳寿游戏啊
supposed to be in 9th place. The double draw on the last one got him into 8th, got him into a great matchup. And he kind of made that matchup look easy.
Well, in that last game, the Colossus had to hit the Sunhome and enough mana to activate it, and he did that with mana to spare by the look of things. So full credit to Dominic Harvey putting on a clinic with the deck that he knows and loves. And look, even though Dominguez bows out at this stage, it's still been so excellent to see him thrive and flourish in his hometown of Barcelona.
And back-to-back. And back-to-back #1 seed. I mean, that is just incredible. The first one into the top 8 of not only this Pro Tour and the last one is definitely nothing to, something to still be proud of for sure.
And his tale is not yet fully told, of course. We'll be seeing Dominguez in the future, but right now we're going to check in with the victor, Dominic Harvey, who is standing by with Will Hall.
Dominic Harvey, Titan Master. You just won your match against arguably one of the best players currently playing the game in Javier Dominguez. I feel like that's quite favourable for you. What are your feelings on that matchup?
Yeah, Tron typically going back 8 years or more at this point has always been a good matchup for Amulet. This time, I'm on the draw because I'm 8th seed in the top 8. I'm against, as you said, one of the best players in the world right now. Their build of Tron, though, is built to be a little bit more resilient at the cost of speed and explosiveness, and so I think that gives me an edge where I'm trying to be fast, they're trying to be fast. It's just a race at the end of the day. So I felt pretty confident, and then when I was up 2-0, was feeling even more confident, then made what I think could have been a pretty big blunder in Game 3, lost that game. Game 4 was looking a little dicey, and I could already start piecing together how this was going to end in my head, But luckily, was able to get Game 4 and moving on to the semis.
You do what a lot of combo players do when they're about to win. You move really quickly when you know I've got the win. I just need to work it out. So I want to talk about this 8th.
但是对局就没什么互动，当然打快一点。
I think I'm 9th. I think I'm in 9th.
讲干话，真的是。
How the standings paired out and how it all filled out, you managed to sneak in 8th place. Tell me the feelings when you found that news out that you managed to get 8th place at this Pro Tour.
The last few hours yesterday were this complete emotional roller coaster like I've never experienced before. So I did the math with some friends of mine. We thought I maybe was playing a win and in. I won my match, but wasn't taking anything for granted. Come out of the feature match area. Turns out I was playing for night the whole time. So I thought. So I'm just there waiting for the round to the.
想说我以为我自己是无眼印，结果走去教练桌，哦，好像没有无眼印。走到教练桌，哎，我居然进了。
To get into 8th. So I was not expecting to have this opportunity. I started the tournament 0-2 on Friday and was already kind of mentally counting myself out. So even to be in contention was this unexpected blessing. And now that I have this as well, it's just miraculous.
这8强真的是捡到的好爽哦，超爽的，捡到一个8强。
Well, Harvey certainly making the most of the chance he was given at this top 8. We're going to take a quick break, my friends. On the other side of it, we've got Jake Beardsley coming up against Marco Del Pivo, Rakdos versus Rhinos as we round out our quarterfinals here in Barcelona, Spain at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings.
OK， 休息一下，等下来看8强的最后一个对局。
Welcome back to the beautiful city of Barcelona here in Spain for Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. It is our pleasure to be welcoming you into the beautiful Spanish sunshine as we explore not just this modern format, but this incredible city, Corey. It's been great to see a bit of Barcelona here in the summertime. But right now, we are all business on our tournament floor as we head in to our 4th and final quarterfinal in our top 8 today. Corey, we have 3 semi-finalists ready to go, but they need one final 4th one. And it's going to be one of these 2 blokes here, Jake Beardsley versus Marco Del Pivo. Why don't you remind us some of the stuff that we've seen in the bracket today already, Corey?
Yeah, so far we have seen Tron do some absolute damage to both Rhino decks here at the bottom, getting a nice semi-finals here for Tron.
OK， 我们的最后一场8强现代赛。
So it's going to be Tron on one side of the bracket, and then it's going to be 2 non-Tron decks to face the powerful Urza lands in the final.
So Harvey still needs an opponent here. The Master of Amulet Titan will be looking to either play Beardsley here, Jake Beardsley on Rakdos Evoke, or Marco Del Pivo on Timo Rhinos. Both of these players getting ready to get underway with our 4th quarter.
拉夺师打犀鸟
reasonably well. I think with Rakdos Evoke, it was more a situation of just pure numbers. It was the most played deck in the tournament, so unsurprising to see it sneak into the top 8. But Rhinos was a different story. This deck was looking really impressive.
Exactly. Rhinos so far and Tron were the decks of the tournament. Yeah, like you were saying, Rakdos Evoke was the sheer numbers.
接近5-5开的对局哦，说实在的，然后犀牛稍微有一点点，对。
And we're getting griefed here. Beardsley's getting Beardsley's given us the grief treatment here. Marco Del Pivo has both Force of Negation and Shardless Agent stripped from his hand as grief is evoked.
但其实有时候就 PT 这种打2把正边的哦，你很难去看那种对局，因为有些时候就是正边比较强，但是背牌很烈。所以就是讲一个大概啊。
There'll be 2 triggers on the stack. You put the evoke one kind of at the bottom so that you get to take a card first. You get to take that Force of Negation, so then the way is clear to then cast Fang Death. If you do it the other way around, you'd have to Fang Death with the discard on the stack. You could then force that, and it wouldn't go so well.
So really important to stack those triggers. You want to stack the evoke trigger on the bottom to make sure that the discard effect resolves before the evoke effect, so you can remove something like a lightning bolt, a Force of Negation, or what have you.
Exactly.
Not that a lightning bolt is going to be relevant here, but of course, we move now to Jake Beardsley's second turn, where he has a 4/3 menace. That has already stripped 2 cards out of the hand of Marco Del Pivo. Is he advantaged in this situation, Corey, would you say?
I would say a little advantage, but the one thing that Team of Rhinos has going on for them is you can't top the top of the deck, and the top decks are very big. So if you can top deck Shardless Agent, all of a sudden that advantage bar is swinging way back in favor of Marco.
看这边要不要再找一块海岛
4/3 menace is pretty good, but having 2 4/4 tramplers is even better.
And a 2/2, yep.
And that's what Del Pivo is going to be able to do if he finds, not even Shardless Agent. Violent Outburst can also do the job at instant speed. Douthie Voidwalker, the play here for Beardsley, does that have any relevance or impact in this game?
Not really. It just attacks for a lot, but that is kind of the only application. It's going to create a big clock. Yeah, that's really about it. Maybe if you can have your opponent discard Force of Negation, then you could Force of Negation your opponent's Rhinos. So we have always been saying maybe Douthie Voidwalker is not ideal in this matchup, but there's always outside applications.
有没有2只犀牛
That's true, and at the end of the day, it is just a 3-mana 3/2 with a great evasive ability. Here, however, is a 3-mana 2/2 with a completely different ability that is going to change this game, turn it on its head. Shardless Agent cascading into Crashing Footfalls means that Marco Del Pivo, for the bargain basement price of 3 mana, is putting 10 power into play.
Yep, absolutely pretty strong, and you do got to just go through all the motions here to cast it. These then get shuffled. Yeah.
Beardsley not forgetting that
来
trigger.
释放
He said,
那
well,
我等下也要做一次
with a void counter. He's very quick to point that one out. I can't imagine anyone would ever forget that trigger when they're controlling a Douthie Voidwalker, though. You're exiling every card with void counters, don't you worry about it.
Exactly.
You're getting that value.
Absolutely. And a quick shout out
来
to
大家
Jake
几胜犀牛吗
from Roanoke, my hometown as well here, and just beat me in an RCQ like a month and a half ago. He's a great player.
He must have. And he beat you. He must be a great player.
Well,
wow.
no, that was the easy part. Great player for this, yeah.
No, well done, Jake. Well done, Marco. And well done to all of our top 8, of course. An incredible achievement for all of them. Even the people bowing out in the quarters can be very proud of themselves for their performances across the weekend.
Nothing like adding a
这边有没有一个
1
复活
margin here when you get to top 8.
有复活的话就可以用一个复活换2只犀牛
So, the Shardless Agent resolves after the Crashing Footfall.
这样我的犀牛就比你还多了我的犀牛在你之上
I believe that Douthie Voidwalker can cast the Crashing Footfalls once it's Jake Beardsley's turn, so I think he can actually add a bunch of power to the board as well.
I believe so as well, yeah.
Douthie Voidwalker has created a fair few very interesting rules questions for us, Corey, as we have cast these matches throughout the weekend. We've seen Douthie Voidwalker cast multiple copies of Wormcoil Engine. We've seen Khan the Great create a pilfered by cards like Ragavan. We've seen all sorts of nonsense taking place throughout our tournament this weekend. As I mentioned before, do yourself a favor, go back and watch the VODs when you get the chance after this top 8 has concluded, because lots of ridiculous games.
Second main phase.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we're going to see
直接吃了，抢2只犀牛。
So there you go.
And it doesn't have a mana cost, so that's why it's a kind of a strange interaction. But yeah, can still cast that, can cast anything off of it.
Yep.
We've pointed out a couple of times, timing restrictions apply to the card that you cast. It says it's because it says you may play the card, not that you cast it. You may play it, which means the timing restrictions apply, so you can't just flash in a crashing footfalls, as it were.
犀牛敢打吗？他的血比你多这么多，不太能打吧？ 打了。
I like this from Jake, not blocking here. We see a Fury in hand already. So if you're able to find another red card and a Fang Death, you can then just deal with your opponent.
哦，对手这里没有做事。那我感觉你要再吃一发犀牛喽。
That attack, obviously, he wants to put pressure on, make sure that Beardsley is put up.
也有可能全部都是地啦。
It's Beardsley's turn, I should say, to turn around and say, well, mate,
但是这2只犀牛应该是没什么理由不打。
I believe that there's a violent outburst in hand from Marco. Otherwise, I agree. I think this seems slightly strange, especially when you have crashing footfalls coming off suspend next turn. The only thing I would want to do if I was in Marco's spot is just stay alive till that point.
Now, unusually, when it comes to suspend.
推出去是一个护腕爆裂，还是先决定先受气死，看个心安。好 ，tab 抽一张。
These runners don't. They don't gain haste, so it means that you play the card resolves and they can't attack that turn.
Yes.
So that does make a bit of a difference here. But we're seeing now Thought Seize in response to Fire Ice to tap down one of the runners. So that shows that Delpivo had at least a little bit of a defensive option.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And we saw the reveal to the
she
hand,
never
just a crashing footfall and a land.
Whatever, that's sitting in the hand. That's gonna even if he's suspended, that's not resolving for 10,000 years.
Your last
so
card
whatever.
was, it was a land of some. Okay, Misty, thank you.
Mystic Forest.
Both players communicating very well exactly what's going on in the game. This is a huge moment and the biggest moment, assuredly, in both of them.
那这边突然就多了一个屯兵的可以打了。
Orcish Bowmasters, another trigger for that. And we see the Orc army tick up to 3.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, 2, I should say. And a trade with the Crashing Footfalls. That Orcish Bowmasters trigger coming about because of the draw a card off of the ice.
And now 2 more Rhinos coming into play, putting the slight advantage back to Marco. And now, one thing of note, that is 3 Rhinos used already. So only 1 more available. This is one of those matchups where Jake can really deal with all of the Rhinos. With Fury Fang Death, that deals with 2 of them straight away. These type of things can really run Marco through all the Rhinos.
好像不能打呢。
Rhinos now, though, these days having something of a backup plan. Murktide Regents.
打了的话，有机会被红元素打死。
4 copies of subtlety. So, yep. In the past, I would have characterized the Team of Rhinos deck as a bit of a
这边打了，对手有红色牌，就会有红元素打死1只，然后将旁边那只小小的弓箭手就会把你给戳死。
A card like Murktide Regent, when you're filling your bin with these instant sorceries, can close the game out all the time.
Absolutely. Yep, you see that, and it doesn't get hit by the cascade.
或者是手牌有康就无所谓。
2 mana most of the time, but it is a 7 mana spell. We've seen Questing Beasts in those spots here from Kai Buddha and team.
Questing Beast really good against the One Ring's protection ability. Not relevant right now, of course. But it's back to Beardsley after this Rhino tramples in before.
So Marco did attack with one of these creatures, and that means if Jake has a red card for Fury off the top,
找地会增加抽到红牌的几率。 不着地就是增加抽到黑牌，然后出黑元素。
This is a bit of a risky attack because it's not just playing around a Fury. I mean, there's Fatal Push, there's Terminate, there's plenty of things that Jake could have to deal with.
这边抽一张杀就死了。
Well, let's see what Beardsley can bring to bear here. Marco Delpivo.
当然也有可能还有一张 tab 之类的。
Is he going to be able to knock Marco Delpivo out in this game? Number 1.
手牌抽什么？
Using a stolen copy of Crashing Footfalls.
Hey, that was a Dothy off the top. That is no way to present lethal for Jake. So now Marco will be able to attack for 12 on the crackback.
And if he has something like another Fire Ice here to tap down a blocker, don't forget, all these Rhinos have trample. This is 12 trampling damage coming across to an opponent who's on just 5. Oh, here's the attack from Beardsley. He's presenting lethal. Delpivo has to respond.
你一定要挡。
This is interesting.
换2只犀牛吗？还是
not have really anything to do if you block Rhino and then block Bowmaster here?
挡哪一边？
But of course it's risky. Like there's
挡哪一边？
there's everything. So Jake's saying I'm
你如果不挡4-4，
Rhino to Rhino, or
你就没有办法找地。
But the flip side, maybe you make this attack to incentivize that exact same thing. So this is a mind game right here because Jake has no way to stop Marco from just.
但是如果你挡了弓箭手，下回反打就死了，因为对手手上是没有招的。但是你不知道，所以你要怎么赌？打安全，打赌，这就是选手性格了。
I agree. I just don't think that's in hand. But that could be another card to play around. I think it's Grief, Dothy Voidwalker, Fury.
我是觉得要挡犀牛啦，因为你挡弓箭手还会死于任何一张复活。
Del Pivo thinking very carefully about how he wants to play this.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have lightning bolts in his deck. He does have fire ice.
Yep.
Okay.
And makes the block.
So they trade off. 1 damage gets through with the Orcish Bowmasters.
Now you can play Douthie.
Now Douthie Voidwalker the play here for Beardsley. Back over to Del Pivo. I don't think those life totals are correct. I think it's the other way around.
I think so. Yeah. Yep. I think Jake should be at 5.
血量错了，是上面剩4，下面剩5。
This wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
Attack,
so now the Rhino is coming in here. And Beardsley goes to 1. So yeah, that is confirmation. Those life totals were. Oh, is it 1 to 4?
Yeah. It should be.
Okay. All right. It's 1 to 4. All right. Both of the players have that on their sheets.
Yeah, 1 to 4 should be correct, but Marco should have 4.
Yes. Yeah. The life totals are the wrong way around on the screen.
Yeah.
All right.
This attack from Jake last turn was legendary because Jake just allowed himself to untap when there was no way for him to untap. Awesome stuff.
刚刚是剩4吧，下面剩，这完全是反的。
And top deck Fang Death. Undying Malice Bowmasters. Or yeah, one
死了。
That's a concession.
And Beardsley can.
Okay. Damage. You'll go to 1. Trigger Bowmasters target you. Okay.
And there's the final 1 point of damage coming across with the Bowmasters.
没有错啦。
Because the Douthie Voidwalker got in for 3, that 1 point of damage from the Bowmasters was enough. After
可是这个很难说，因为刚刚如果挡那个挡弓箭手反打就会赢，但是你会死于一样会死于就是那个复活数，就是早来特晚来特差别啊。
And really got paid off there. Nice attack from Jake.
Opening things up with a Thought Seize now, which is going to take care of the violent outburst. Leaving Del Pivo really with 2/3 and not much.
Yeah, but I mean, Crashing Footfalls being at 3 here, you already just have that.
我少了巨人之后，感觉这个套牌的杀变好少。还是我一直都没有看到他们抽到去死滚开啊！一张都没有抽到哎。
We've been saying all weekend you can't Thought Seize the top of the deck. You also can't Thought Seize the Exile Zone.
That is very true.
You can't Thought Seize a card that's been suspended. So
都没有抽到点杀。 这个点杀明明就至少8张起跳的。
Feels really bad. I've played a bunch of Team of Riders and it feels bad to suspend most times.
Yeah.
Why is this card in my opener? But in this situation, I think it's actually better than it looks.
Yeah, there's some
对啊，4张，再加上2个红蓝抗 man， 还有一张 Furry。其实点少很多。
Any deck that like has Chalice, counter spells, to Fairy, anything that
不知道为什么那个道西一直活得好好的，到底是凭什么？
And speaking of Teferi, it's pretty shocking that we did not have a single copy in this top 8.
No, particularly considering how well it was positioned against all of the Cascade decks.
Exactly. 4-color not really having a good weekend.
What happened? What happened to Omnath?
They didn't draw enough of them.
Didn't draw enough.
You're good to go once the Voidwalker's in. Yeah.
All right, Voidwalker comes into play. Crashing Footfalls down to 2. Back over to Del Pivo.
All that stuff was in response to the Dothy Voidwalker, just so Voidwalker doesn't have the option of, let's say, draw 3 cards.
Oh, we saw Beardsley slamming those Void
终于抽到了，我们终于看到了第一张。
And
there's those
the dead and gone is exiled with a void counter.
There's those interactions where if you
对，都有看到他们翻开来，就没有看他们走过，难看自己。
Something that we all understand perfectly.
Oh, absolutely. If you're sitting there wondering about this replacement effect or which card goes where, oh my goodness, you are certainly in the minority, Corey. Imagine not understanding deeply complex rules interactions in Magic the Gathering.
Honestly, it's so easy. I feel like we don't even need to explain it into detail.
就这个人他是2张奇奇，哦，4张奇奇，他没有，他没有猎术师哎。另外一个日本人是2张奇奇，1张猎术师。
This is a card that's also had a pretty quiet weekend.
Murktide, yeah. Is that what you're saying?
No,
oh, Fable the Mirror Breaker?
Fable, Murktide, all of these cards have had a pretty quiet weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Murktide not necessarily in the
来了龙火唯一1张。
Is it Murktide? That had a very quiet weekend as well.
Yeah, didn't
哦，没有，他是2张龙火的版本，
from the Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth.
他是1张 Furry。
Here, as a 5/5 flyer on turn 4, I don't think you're too unhappy about that.
奇奇丢2张，赶快去找1张杀。
That does happen is you know,
是不是没有杀？
sorcery leaves your graveyard, it gets a +1.
他换你没杀了。
You get this down early, and then you're able to amass a graveyard again and play second Murktide.
有点难看啊，哥。
This one as well. An interaction we're not going to see a lot of, especially with only 2 Murktides in the main deck, but it can come up.
Yep, worth raising for sure here. Probably the other thing worth raising is that this is a very quick clock here for Beardsley. Although the deck does have a lot of removal, Rakdos Evoke, it's able to deal. Having said that, 5 toughness, the magic number against an opposing.
来维持，我没有烧，所以
terminate if it's left in the deck, which it's reasonable. It deals with half of Rhinos. You know, that's not an ideal rate to deal with a 0 mana spell. You know, to jump through some hoops.
有没有办法把？
deal with half of it.
有没有办法把那个盗溪给清掉？
5 here from Marco's copy of Murktide Regent. And these Rhinos have come into play, of course, off of that Au Natural suspended Crashing Footfalls, Magic as Garfield intended.
The hard way, yep.
Cast Orcish Bowmasters. Okay. Trigger target you.
Trigger target you, and you can tell just the proficiency
那这边有没有回应一个
that
烧？
this deck, you know, has been playing this deck a lot. And just
Tab out
make
喽
sure to announce all the triggers.
这边防止所有复活术
And yeah, exactly.
的时机点。
And we've seen issues at the highest level of Magic because of something as simple as basic player communication. Jake is not about to fall into that pitfall.
No, absolutely. And I mean, this is just great to be able to get in these really good habits, even if it's something, you know, as easy as Bowmaster, for sure, I'm going to target you. We see like Javier and Dom, they're basically not even telling each other what they're doing. They're playing their spell. Yeah.
Yeah. Reminds me of Reed Duke. Reed's another really clear communicator
抽到了泰塔。
the resolution of triggers, maintaining game state, all that sort of stuff. So amongst the best players in the world. Oh, Croxer, here we go. Is a name I've not heard in a long time. Check this guy out.
All right, Croxer coming in, forcing the discard.
扣3D 升
There's
13，
3 damage, you know, even if the land didn't go to the graveyard or anything because of Dothy.
但是这边好像打不过去。
And that'll be poised to. Oh,
主回合
it's Rhinos with
复
buyback
活
time.。
Yeah, it looks like it because the Feigned Death or the Undying Malice on the Douthie Voidwalker in response to, well, before, I should say, before exiling it, or sacrificing it.
有没有烧？没有烧，哇，没有烧，那这下难打喽。
Fire or something, you can just sacrifice it in response.
Okay, we're checking what happens here with.
来问一下这个融合牌，看看能不能2个都做。不行啦，应该是只能做其中一边。做犀牛吧。
We don't really need to be here, Corey.
No,
we actually don't really need to be here. Beardsley's doing our job for us. It's great.
We'll just hype up Jake.
We can just chill, man. We can just chill and Jake's taking care of business from the feature match area here.
And here is the spicy thing that Jake's thinking in his head and probably doesn't want to say this out loud. That Crushing Footfall goes back to the zone and Dothy Voidwalker's still in play.
但是这边稍微有点小危险，对手如果有招，说不定就死了。
The Undying Malice will trigger as the Crashing Footfall's on the stack, so Dothy will come into play, then Crashing Footfall resolves, the Dothy sees it go, they can cast it again next turn.
This would happen if
2个
there
挡
were
一
two
只
Dothy
最保险的挡法。
Sacrifice one, the second one exiles the card that it just cast, and oh my goodness.
But it would not work if there was only one, because then it would go to the actual graveyard type of thing.
Yep, I think we've just...
被盗溪玩死喽！你这样子。
With that line. All right, Beseju going after the Kiki Jiki here after the dust settled on those rhinos crashing into each other. Beseju also going to the exile zone with a void counter on it. And another really important thing to note here, with some cards, Oblivion Ring, Fiend Hunter, some cards that exile other cards, they're often attached to them.
Yep.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
You don't exile cards with a specific Douthie Voidwalker. If you play a different one, or Blink one, or Feign Death one, or whatever, it can cast any other card that has a Void counter on it in your opponent's exile zone.
Yep, absolutely.
So if you kill a Voidwalker
这边
after it's exiled something,
如果能够爬泰坦
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see what we're gonna do now.
第二只刀西，爬泰坦，爬泰坦。 丢到地就赢了。
Announces the blood crypt entering the lap zone very briefly before it's retrieved.
到地剩3，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9，全打就死了。不是全打就死啦？干嘛？
Yep.
And wow, yeah.
不是全打就死了吗？
Can you cast either side?
And now with the Murktide region out of the way,
算了，对手也投了。
recognizes that he doesn't
你是不是刚刚没有算血啊
？Against this board state that Jake Beardsley has built up, and so now Jake Beardsley just one game away from a semi-final berth here.
正边都赢2把。
Coming to you from Spain, Barcelona.
一回猴子。
Today, Corey, it's great to have you along. Thanks for joining us here on Pro.
一回猴子有没有解？
Ragavan, Nimble Pilfer.
有 Fire Eyes。
Seen a lot of that on turn 1.
组合做吗
This is one of those matchups, play or draw. It's pretty good against Rhinos because there's nothing like Ren and 6, Orcish Bowmaster, something like that to deal with it and leave material on the battlefield. Here,
不组合做啊，等下被复活不是很尴尬？
Fire, which I think I did just see.
还是要 tab？ 想 tab？
There is the fire, but before we move on, Corey, a quick update on the sideboarding from both these players.
Okay.
Of course, sideboarding takes place after game 2, unusually in our top 8 because it's a best of 5 matches here.
这边 X 等于0要先丢了吧？你不丢啊，下回要 KSK 了呢。
Agent, 1 Crashing Footfalls and a Gemstone Caverns, and he's brought in 4 copies of Endurance.
It's a pretty good one.
In addition to 2 Fury and a Beseju. Jake, on the other hand, has taken out 3 copies of Fable, a copy of Blood Moon, and all 4 copies of Bowmasters. Not a whole lot of targets for that 1 damage there.
看起来要拿下了呢。
2 engineered explosives,
哇，下回还可以爽抽3张吗？
And we see it right now. The
有办法用，
but we have Dauthi here.
有办法用一张复活术换抽3张吗？可以这么爽的吗？
The void counter area, I guess you could say. And now Jake
sent to the void zone.
Sent to the void, yeah. Now with Chalice as well, so now Marco just has to deal with Chalice before even getting Rhinos on the battlefield. So has to jump through hoops just to do what Marco's deck does, and it's not even amazing right now.
What are your thoughts on taking out a copy of the Agent, taking out a copy of the Footfalls?
That is really interesting to me. You know, Endurance is just another threat. So you're trying to keep your threat count about the same, but Endurance isn't even absolutely amazing.
没有办法看到手牌，对不对？
Which was good in the last game. That's okay, but
好，选择先泰坦。
Yeah, and like you can kind of sneak block stuff, which is fine, you know, like flash in, block a Ragavan, but Endurance really isn't how amazing it would be against, let's say, like Living End,
like,
for instance.
You're two-for-1ing yourself to flash in the Endurance in response to the Feign Death evoke trick, right?
Yeah.
That's not even that. It's okay.
Honestly, what I think Endurance is used for most is to Endurance yourself to put those Crashing Footfalls back into the library and then start casting.
In that case, don't take one out.
Well, I mean, essentially Marco has added now has 7 Crashing Footfalls in a weird kind of way.
Okay. All right. Look, he's the one playing in the Pro Tour, top 8. I'm not going to question it too hard, but we can have a look now at the fact that this Chalice of the Void is definitely hamstringing Marco Del Pivo's
这边还不杀吗？
plan. But again, a diversity of threats, Murktide Regents, Endurance Fury as well coming out of the board.
Absolutely. Looks like I caught a glimpse of Marco's hand. I did see at least 1, maybe 2 Endurances and a Subtlety, I believe.
那就
The Endurance can be hard cast.
看有没有第4块地，有。那先出黑元素，确保能够钓到一张最好的手牌。
Is 1 card away in graveyard if you sacrifice Douthie to cast Lauren Revealed, for instance. So now Marco will have to be, on alert to make sure that this Croxa doesn't come back. Because if it goes on the stack, it doesn't matter how many endurances you have, you're going to be sad.
All right, here's also hard cast now for 4 mana.
那这边是不是要想办法点掉一只？点掉道西了吧？可是点道西被回应抽完张，很不开心。
Because you have 2 endurances, you still, if one gets taken, you get to play the other. But Marco's hand is not great or well set up against this.
哦，这是一个很艰难的选择哎。
The exile zone with a void counter on it as well. So it's not just it's not as simple as I lose this card. Oh no, boohoo, woe is me. But it's also
直接给他
effectively giving it to your opponent.
那肯定是丢去死滚开吧。
With the exactly correct estimation of what's in hand.
You just heard Jake say, "Huh, neat."
Again,
gotta love Jake's commentary.
Don't really need to be here.
We gotta get him in the booth.
Well, I think for his sake, he won't be hoping to be
pro commentating
for the top 8. He'll be hoping to be the commentatee, not the commentator.
Good point, good point. And I did just get a quick glance at Jake's hand, and I think I saw Chalice 2. You can't really play Chalice number 2 on 0. You'll learn exactly the hard way one time, and then you'll never make that mistake again, as I have done.
You can do it.
It's a legal play.
You can do it.
Yeah, but then you are forced to counter it. Can't miss that Chalice trigger on your own.
No. Oh, but Corey, what if you want an artifact in your graveyard for Delirium? Then it might actually be the
Honestly, there's a Croxa there, so if the endurances weren't there, that could be a smart answer.
We did it, everyone. We did it. We found a situation where it is a correct play to play Chalice into your own Chalice.
There we go.
Endurance comes down, shuffles away, or tucks away Beardsley's graveyard.
哇，抽到了，厉害。
The Thoughtseize bug being declared.
Oh dear, all too familiar for long-time MTGO grinders.
There you go.
换血的时候到了，
There is a chalice in hand.
两边打的一样快。
Cracks in for another 4. Del Pivo down to 9.
So that was a big top deck. Dead being valued higher than casting second endurance, anything like that, because well, that's ancestral recall under Voidwalker if Jake wanted to.
The old casual 5 mana
有地，那下回合
under the Delphi Void.
这边打起来好像没有谁比较快哦。
So if Jake goes for like Fury or something, it's less than exciting.
换人，条件人。
Subtlety in hand for Del Pivo. He's happy to just flash in the endurance. And then we're going to see, terminate endurance before Del Pivo gets the chance to.
Now Marco is at 4 here, so this this race is still not really favoring Marco here. Marco will have to find a second creature to block this menace attacker, or
然后跳剩
something like
2，
to be able to
抽一张烧。
Straight away, Shardless Agent would have been a really good top deck, but with this Chalice, it's one of the worst ones. As well as Violent Outburst is 3 mana. Fire Breathe, 1 creature, that's it?
No, the whole team. The whole team.
Well, there's only 1 creature.
Well, technically speaking, it's still the whole team.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, just let me get my very tiniest knife out to split that particular hair. So, the endurance now cracking in. Here we go. 8 life remaining for Jake Beardsley. Obviously, there is a plan for this grief. You don't just leave yourself dead to it. Oh, going down to 1. Okay, so...
and, yeah, Jake has
结束前
Land,
抽起来什么东西？有没有烧2点？
Action. Bowmasters are out of the deck right now.
All four have been taken out. Yep.
Fury, 不错。
That's what we're saying here. That was the plan to deal with the grief.
打6。
Hard cast as well, which isn't bad.
Okay.
Now Beardsley is the one under pressure.
Under pressure has to find something.
其实打一只好像就够了。
I want to play around something like Terminate on the Fury and then a dashed Regavan, for instance. One of these 1/2
其实好像打一只就够了，
2 lands in hand, so
因为反正下一拳都一样。
would for sure attack with both, but
如果被什么奇怪的招式连断，
Del Pivo doesn't know that Beardsley has taken out all the Bowmasters.
直接打一只。
He may suspect that the Bowmasters aren't in.
And did leave it back to play around that
弓箭手。
So off the top, Jake Beardsley needs something very special here. Marco Del Pivo on just 1 life. If Beardsley can find a way to deal 1 damage to his opponent,
没有弓箭手。
Not so, Mr. Secretary. We see Del Pivo pick up his first
OK， 那第4局我先去吃个饭。那
And that was a game with Chalice
晚点回来。
immediately in play with Jake, which is like the worst card for these Cascade decks. And it wasn't even destroyed. It was just played through with other things. So that's got to be a game where Marco is super happy to win.
Ragavan Nimble Pilferer goes down to a dead and gone. And another update about the sideboards here, Corey. Gemstone Caverns comes out. Boseiju gets brought in.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yes, yes. No,
oh, sorry, other way around.
Yes.
Boseiju comes out, Gemstone Caverns comes in, but it still makes sense.
Exactly. Makes a lot of sense. That's always how these decks sideboard play draw because, well, Gemstone Cavern, this is going to be some huge news.
We're getting the Baumeister hot take.
Breaking news here. Gemstone Cavern, much better when you're on the draw than on the play.
Now, Corey, that is impossible to back up. There is no amount of evidence.
I had Frank check the numbers.
There's no amount of evidence that you can present to me that's going to convince me of that case. Certainly not the text on the card itself.
I have heard that reading the card explains the card. Go ahead.
Let's have a squiz at
no second land
of Del Pivo. Oh boy, okay, but he's got that chalice. He's got that chalice.
And this was a keep. Yeah. This was a keep on 7.
Yeah.
On the play with Ragavan. So you know what that was saying. Jake was like, okay, all you have is Dead Gone.
Yeah.
Fire was not in play, so I'm at least going to get 1 treasure. So if Marco had one of the, I believe, 2 or 3 Dead Gones available, then it was going to be a bad scenario if Jake didn't draw round number 2. All of those things happened.
So Jake looked at his opener.
Oh, there's 4, but still.
Yeah. Jake looked at his opener, and he's like, righto, this is a great hand if there's no Dead Gone.
If there's no Dead Gone, because it has the chalice as well.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's got the Ragavan. I can start getting in with that. But as it happens, Marco did have the answer to the turn 1 Ragavan.
哦，这是借了一个一地起手。
But he did get to Thoughtseize. He had a look at what Del Pivo was working with, and it wasn't a huge amount.
好，拖到地了。
And I do see Douthie, as well as Fury.
Okay, so now Jake is on the board with the Douthie Voidwalker and a Chalice of the Void on 0. So as this Crashing Footfalls ticks down, it'll almost certainly just be countered by the Chalice.
Yep, and we'll see what kind of answers we have on the other side. It looks like another Crashing Footfall was top decked.
啊，怎么又抽到跟犀牛？是怎样？犀牛王是不是？
3 mana 2/2s and stuff that you can suspend to hopefully deal with Chalice later. So Marco is in a really poor spot. That 1 land might be a Boseiju though, which would help things out drastically.
16, you at 17.
So you can hear there the live totals updated as Marco Del Pivo confirmed to be on 17 live.
That does look like Misty and Boseiju in the middle. A little tricky to see.
Eyes.
Oh, thank you.
You have very good eyes.
2020.
Yeah. Old Eagle Eye Baumeister, they call him.
Sure.
Another suspended Crashing Footfalls. Marco has drawn 2 copies of the namesake card of this deck. I guess not namesake, I shouldn't say that. The marquee card.
Yeah, the
emblematic card of Team Arona.
So here's Thoughtseize. Jake is going to see the slightly not great news if that was indeed a Boseiju. Yes, it was.
And it was.
So now this is decent because Boseiju, the whole plan for Marco was going to be Boseiju at end step, untap, Shardless Agent, have a good battlefield. Now maybe you hold on to it because second Chalice, it's not like Jake would play it right now if he had it because he can. It would get countered. So there's a lot of thought to waiting.
Actually, yeah. So have a think about this, right?
Yeah.
If you play something
这边没有考虑复活给那个道西，然后直接可以发哦。
Yeah.
You can't do that with the Chalice on 0.
Exactly.
Yeah, really interesting
So
dynamic.
yeah, here's the tap land, recognizing that as well. No need to Boseiju right now. Now the one case scenario is if Marco top deck Shardless Agent or Violent Outburst, you're gonna kind of kick yourself. But it's impossible to know.
No.
And,
but you just let this happen. You've got 2 copies of the Crashing Footfalls in the suspend zone. You just wait. You play the waiting game. You're not under a huge amount of pressure.
That's where maybe less experienced players will look back on a game that, you know, let's say Marco top decks Shardless Agent, looks back and be like, I just should have Boseiju. That was a huge punt. It's like, no, you look at the situation. Did I make the correct plays with the information given to me? And if yes, you shouldn't be mad about a result because that's the variance you're going to experience in Magic the Gathering and Modern especially.
And honestly, in real life,
there you go.
I'm very serious. Something that Magic has taught me is that it's so easy to look back on decisions you make and categorize them as mistakes, but all you can do at the time is make the best decision available to you with the information that you have. You can't take into account information that you got later on when analyzing past decisions, right?
Yeah.
And so in a situation like this, it's not just a lesson in Magic, it's a lesson in life. When you're analyzing your decision-making, remember the circumstances under which the decision was made.
I love it. TED Talks with Bomb Knight here.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Exit through the gift shop. All right, we've got a Grief now. That one was evoked.
That was evoked, and it looks like we were pitching a Thoughtseize, and there is one of the Undying effects here, either Fang Death or Undying Malice.
But in response, Fire Ice on the Doughty Voidwalker. And I like this. We sort of characterized the Doughty Voidwalker as not being hugely relevant in this matchup. We've seen its ability to cast Crashing Footfalls to be very relevant.
Yeah, so you can do that. I don't think this works. Because it's timing rules, this is at instant speed?
Yeah, I don't think that... No, I don't think you can do that.
Results, I guess, and I take nothing because your last card's Visage.
Maybe we're wrong about that. But
yeah, I could be wrong about that.
I always thought that you had to obey timing.
No, we're going to target the Doughty Voidwalker.
I always thought you had to obey timing restrictions with the card you were casting with the Doughty
I guess
Voidwalker.
because it's still in main phase, it still counts for that.
Wouldn't the stack have to be empty? I don't know.
That's kind of what I would have thought.
That's what I would have thought. But anyway, the Shardless Agent is on the battlefield. Feign Death is the card that was flipped by the Cascade ability, targeting the Doughty Voidwalker. Not that it's likely to be hugely relevant here as we pass back over to Del Pivo, who basically plays a land and ships.
Dash Ragavan.
And Ragavan is dashed in, as we're hearing, and now an attack for 8.
Okay.
You'll be at 4.
4. There's the treasure.
他那样子没有办法先解 Cascade 吗？
Foothills, not an option, but once again, Jake being very clear. So now we're going to see.
他如果解 Cascade， 常常会多一只黑元素哎。
And again, very clear communication from Jake as he works his way through the life total.
And that's a very important life total because Doughty does have 4 power now and cannot be blocked by the Rhinos.
Yep, so we need a, we effectively need a dead Gone to get rid of it, right?
And that's just a Gone. It can't even dead.
It can't be deaded.
Yeah.
It can't be deaded.
Deaded.
Only Gone.
Only Gone.
Yep.
All right, Besage you, as we expected, on the Chalice of the Voids. And Jake is able to search up a land thanks to the second part of the Visage's ability.
You'll go to 3.
Del Pivo also going to search up a land here.
Goes into Lightning Bolt range, but actually now that I look at this list, just no bolts.
No bolts.
Interesting how the mighty have fallen.
Khan liberated, hitting the bench. Lightning Bolt not played in a Rakdos deck.
Bottom 3 cards.
Okay.
I'll cut you right to it. There you go.
All right.
It's right there.
It's right there, says Jake. We'll find out if it is.
Needs an answer to the Doughty Voidwalker.
Good games.
I don't think it was there.
And it was not there. Jake Beardsley takes out the game and the match 3-1.
释放时机不是瞬间。
Marco Del Pivo going down swinging. But Rakdos evoke the
所以他不会马上释放吗？
in the tournament gets through to our semifinals.
那他会在什么时候释放？
Jake, the best player in Roanoke, Virginia, for sure.
合法时间
down here.
还是
really huge congratulations to him. I know how much this means to him to have such a huge moment to go play Dom Harvey.
Well, let's hear from the best player from Roanoke, Virginia, right now standing by with William.
Jake Beardsley, at your first Pro Tour, you're still chasing and living that fairy tale ending. You still got the hat on as well. Yep. So I was speaking to you just before this. You think this was a bad matchup for you, yet you managed to win it 3-1. Why do you think it's a bad matchup for you?
So the Team of Rhinos deck is incredibly redundant. They have 4 copies of Violent Outburst, 4 copies of Shardless Agent, so it's harder to pick apart their key cards in general with Thoughtseize and Griefs. And they have more copies of the top deck, even if I do manage to get the Evoke Grief plus Feign Death or Undying Malice on turn 1. So I can pick apart their hand all I want. They can, they're really good at recovering from that sort of thing. Fury helps a lot in the matchup, but it's not my favorite thing to play against, and I know there are a couple teams playing the Rhinos deck specifically because they expected a lot of Evoke going into the weekend.
Yeah, so we're talking about key cards there. What do you think your key card is in this matchup? What do you want to see in your opening hand every game?
So in the first couple games, it's far and away Douthie Voidwalker. The card can be a little bit awkward for them to answer. They have 4 copies of Fire and Ice and 4 copies of Dead Gone, but they're really pressured to use those on something like a Ragavan on turn 1. And Voidwalker allows me to cast their spells after they cast it themselves, so I can trade their Rhinos for my own and essentially 1-for-1 them in a way that it's pretty hard to do against them normally. It also is an unblockable threat, so it allows me to clock them if I have something like a turn 1 Grief. It's a fantastic follow-up to that.
Great. Lastly, I want a one-word answer of your feelings right now that you're now in the top 4 of this Pro Tour.
Thrilled.
Thank you very much, Jake.
Great to hear from Jake Beardsley there. A well-deserved win for him in our quarterfinals. We'll be seeing him in the semi-finals. Stick around, everybody. On the other side of this, we're going to preview what's coming up in the semis. And then after that, we're going to get right to the games. We'll be back in just a few moments.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, here from beautiful Barcelona, Spain. We've had 2 full days of competition to land here today in our top 8, and we are heading up to our semi-finals as we work ever closer to crowning a champion. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the news desk. Maria Bertholdi, Mani Devuti, and Will Hall. We've had some incredible matches already.
OK， 回来了，所以4强是塔打塔，然后泰坦打拉朵斯。我如果泰坦过了那一关，冠亚应该蛮轻松的。这边泰坦1票，让4强12张戒指了，突然觉得戒指危险了起来。
But the fairy tale run for Jake Beardsley just keeps continuing. Many people said Team Rhinos was really there to target Rakdos Evoke. This was a great matchup for Rhinos. So for Beardsley to come out on top of this 3-1, moving on to the semifinals, and the rest of the matchups just looking better for him, this is starting to look very real for the man who had his birthday this weekend.
Absolutely. And Will, I know you've been a fan of Jake.
I'm a huge fan of Jake. I've been down there talking to him. He's super excited, taking it 1 round at a time on his birthday weekend of all pieces. Exactly as you said, he felt he wasn't favored in the Rhinos matchup. He managed to take it down. He's now lined up against Dom. Let's see if he can do it again. Give us that fairy tale story. Lift this trophy in front of us. I'm rooting for Jake Beardsley.
All right, everybody, there's a look at what's happened already so far today. Well, we're not just excited to crown a champion here at this Pro Tour, we're also looking ahead to the World Championship, which is coming up in September. And we want to share with you the players who are now qualified for that World Championship thanks to this tournament. We've got our top 8 here, Monty. They're all in.
Hey, Maria, this is the easy 8. Christian Calcano, Jake Beardsley, Marco Del Pivo, Stefano Vinci, Kai Buddha, and Dominic Harvey all punched their tickets to the World Championship this weekend.
所以 PT8 强都有世界赛资格。
Because as we know, Team Handshake likes to do, they've just been collecting
还是几
World
分以上
Championship invites. Already, both of them
不是很确
qualified
定。
coming into the weekend from previous performances.
They certainly do like collecting those. Congratulations to our top 8 heading to the World Championship. Now we turn our attention to adjusted match points. Players in on these for doing consistently well across the season. We have 32 to say congratulations to. Here's our first set of 8, Will.
The big one that's pointed out to me is David Inglis. He's been on an absolute tear on this Pro Tour season. 5 top 16s back-to-back. That is exactly how you get yourself a World Championship invitation.
Absolutely incredible stuff all season long from David Inglis. Taking a look here at 9 through 16 in on adjusted match points. Marcio Carvalho, got to give a shout out, 10 top finishes. 2-time World Championship finalist is going to be at the World Championship. Seth Manfield knows how to win a World Championship. He did so in 2015, also a Hall of Famer. And then, of course, Yuki Ichikawa, your Innistrad Championship winner, 5 top finishes to his name. I could go on. We've got a lot of great players. Let's take a look at some more who are in on adjusted match points, Mani.
This World Championship field does not get any easier as we progress, Maria. Yuta Takahashi, another former world champion, has punched his ticket. Special shout out to Willie Adel, the Hall of Famer. His season has just absolutely been a dream. He found himself at the first Pro Tour using that Hall of Fame invite just because he was incidentally in the US for other work and just said, maybe I'll hop over to the Pro Tour. Changed an invite from that Pro Tour to the next one. Changed an invite from that Pro Tour to the next one. I had a chat with him at the player party on Thursday, and he said, you know, it was only last week that I realized this might be real. I just need to make day 2, maybe win some matches. I could be at the World Championship. Well, he made day 2, and he won some matches, and now he's going to be at the World Championship. And one shout out to Chai Hui Heng of Singapore. He was a runner-up, 1 match win short at the first regional championship in Southeast Asia this season. Was able to put together these adjusted match points and redeem himself throughout the season to get there in the end.
I'm getting so hyped for the World Championship right now, you have no idea. Let's take a look at the rest of our 32 players in on AMP's Will.
Well, the name sticking out to me is Jean-Emmanuel Deprat. He's in Europe. I see him at all the events going to it. I know how much this means to him. Being able to get himself an invitation to this qualifier is huge. And he's going to be super excited being able to go to Las Vegas, go to MagicCon, and play in the World Championships.
Absolutely pleased to say JED at the World Championship. Total field of 110 players. Monty, 110 is a bigger World Championship field than we've seen before. What does that mean?
Yeah, you know, the World Championship in Magic has been around for a very long time. We've seen throughout that time, we go from Pro Tour size 300-person fields all the way down to very small, I believe 16 and 32-person fields. So to make our way back up here to 110, as was the plan throughout the reinvigorated and new organized play structure, is really cool because we haven't seen a World Championship field this big and this stacked in a very long time.
Absolutely, everybody, you're not going to want to miss it coming up later in September this year. Well, a lot of good decks, of course, are in our top 8. That's why they're in our top 8. They're great decks. But guess what? There's a lot of other really good performing decks at this Pro Tour who went 8-2 and didn't make it into our top 8. We're going to take a look at some of those decks right now because there's some really interesting stuff, including, Monty, one of your babies here, Dimir Control.
Yeah, Maria, Dimir Control in the hands of Matt Anderson. This was one of the decks that I would have considered for the weekend had I been playing and was able to put in enough time to find a list. This control strategy is trying to utilize the One Ring alongside just full counter spells, card draw, control. One of my favorite combos, Minamo, School at Water's Edge to combo with the One Ring and just draw a ton of cards. And this deck really puts Shieldred to full effect. It's really cool, and I'm glad Matt was able to find success with it.
There's a look at your control. If control is
蓝黑的 然后也有混白的，我蛮喜欢那个混白的，就多了太妃力跟那个地脉束缚，解更多，然后打到一些套牌的时候更好。
Some players decide to splash the extra colour for cards like Leyline's Binding coming down, giving them more advantage, more removal in those aspects. We had Gubik here, managed to go 8-2, completely perfect record to get themselves onto our board here, and our best performing 4-colour Rhinos player.
All right, next up is a deck that I'm excited to say went 8-2 in Modern. That's Merfolk, baby.
没错，8杠2人鱼跟鬼一样。
Not afraid to play an off-meta deck. You'll love to see it. Got him an 8-2 record, of course, but also a World Championship invite. So you know what? It just proves in Modern, if you play a deck that you love and that you really know inside and out, you can do well at a Modern tournament. I love Merfolk. I've played this deck before too. I can't make fun of Dan. I think it's so cool. You're playing creatures, you're getting aggressive, you're playing tempo. A+ job. Now into Jim Davis here with the Yawgmoth Monty.
Yeah, Jim Davis, another person who earned enough.
没错 ，Jim Davis 是这个，他是那个没有额，然后放4张大主教，对。 很特别，都完全不怕弓箭手的。
Arguably the card of the weekend that we've seen coming out from the Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth. This creature combo deck, we saw it struggle a bit in a Rakdos Evoke heavy field.
然后哦，对，他没有协议进化，超奇怪，我看不懂。
All right, there is Yawgmoth from Jim Davis.
他直接放戒指。
It's hammer time, Will.
Yep, Thomas Gunn, I interviewed
哦，纯白的那个纯白的锤子，这一次没有蓝白的锤子打上来，全部都是应该说也就只有这一副纯白戒指，纯白锤子。
All right, here are some decks that went 8-2 in Modern, but did not make it into our top 8.
对，这边是。 各种8杠2摩登，但是有时候打太烂。
You could be there. Well, guess what? You can. Not here, but there. Las Vegas, September 22nd through the 24th. Tickets are on sale right now. mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com. Get your tickets. It's going to be awesome. We just told you about all the amazing people at the World Championship. Come and see them play in Las Vegas. There's a 100K limited open. If I wasn't casting, I would be there playing in that. There's going to be a cosplay contest, panels, everything you could want at Vegas coming up this September. All right, everybody, it's time to turn our attention to our semifinals here at Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings. Things are getting down to the wire, and we need to find out who is going to be hoisting that trophy. Take a look. Here is our first semifinal that we're going to be focusing in on. Simon Nielsen versus Christian Calcano. This is a mono green Tron mirror.
来，洗牌大赛开始喽！
Last one at Pro Tour March of the Machine, your 2014 World Magic Cup champion with Denmark, Christian Calcano. Welcome back to the Pro Tour. Getting a top 8 here, second top 8 in the Pro Tour for Christian Calcano. Taking a look at their roads to getting here, Simon Nielsen was the person leading our tournament all through day 1 and into day 2. No loss until way down there in round number 13 with a scoop to Javier Dominguez. Lost the final 2, drew into the top 8. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen on making yet another top 8 here this weekend. Christian Calcano went 8-2 in Modern with 1 loss on day 1 of competition to get here today. Started into day 2 with a win. Second Pro Tour top 8.
他磨到好像1杠6啊，
There's their roads to the top 8 and indeed the players themselves. But what about the decks, Monty?
Well, Maria, for those paying attention to those round by rounds, round 14 was the second time Christian Calcano and Simon Nielsen faced in this tournament, the first one being in draft earlier on in day 2. But round 14 they faced in Modern in this mono Tron mirror.
轮抽打一场，现代打一场，8强还要再打，对，压起来打，压起来洗牌。那样超白痴。不过 Team Handshake 的版本做出4维卡的几率比较高一点。
creatures and planeswalkers at the end of the curve. Well, that's very good and it performed well in the field, but maybe not great in the mirror.
Oh,
as it was Christian Calcano that took that match when they faced. Looking at Christian Calcano's
如果是大卡恩的话，
it goes bigger, no dismembers, notably a very dead
还是
in the matchup.
这个内战还是比较强啊，没有那个肢解这类型的废牌。
more Boseiju. That's a big one. So the edge definitely does go a little bit in Calcano's favor, but notably, Calcano has faced Handshake Tron twice now, because after he beat Simon Nielsen, he faced Javier Dominguez, and he lost that one.
Ooh, really interesting. I'd call this a grudge match, except that they're friends. All right, who are you giving this one to, Monty?
I'm going to go with Christian Calcano. I think it's extremely tight. Simon Nielsen, an incredible player, and it could definitely go either way. But I just really want to see the calculator get it done, Maria.
What about you, Will?
I'm going to go with emotion. I feel like I know both these players. I know what it means to both of them. I don't really want to pick between them. It's flip a coin. Who's going to win?
Yeah, absolutely. They're both absolutely fantastic people, and I cannot wait to see this matchup. I'm going to throw it over to the booth, everybody, for semifinal number 1 with Cedric and Paul.
Thank you so much, Maria and Monty, and of course, Will, Cedric Phillips, Paul Cheon. We are here in the booth getting ready to bring you our first semifinals matchup, Paul. Now, I will say this, everybody. Don't even think about leaving, because this might not take very long. It's a Tron mirror, partner. Those, they generally go pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that this matchup plays out, I mean, there's a few key cards, but of course, it's all about just hitting Tron.
Yeah.
Not that many ways for the decks to interact with each other.
Starting hand size for both players probably not going to be particularly large, because this deck does mulligan quite a bit to find those Tron pieces, and then some sort of payoff will follow up soon thereafter. Left side, you see Simon Nielsen, who's having a fantastic stretch of events this year, coming off of a top 8 at Pro Tour March of the Machine and a top 8 here. He is a ball of excitement and absolutely loves his deck, as does Christian Calcano. These two have already played once here this weekend, and they will do battle once again. Handshake Tron on one side, and what I am now going to be deeming Calculator Tron on the other.
Yeah, all right.
How's that sound?
You know, if it sticks, it sticks.
Hey,
Let's go with that.
All right, you're in. That was an easy sell.
I didn't say that.
Hello.
This Handshake Tron deck is very unique insofar as Team Handshake, they did a lot of work on this strategy coming in, saying that there are no sacred cows in this deck.
来看一下大家起手几张，5张打7张。对，但是这边是3回卡恩。
Calcano。
那这边是2回母圣树炸人。
Into turn 3 Karn liberated.
It sure is. This is back.
而且这个好像阻止不了哦。
And that was the reason to be playing the Urzatron in Modern. Now, to Simon Nielsen's credit, does have a Forest and a Boseiju who endures.
因为他已经天然凑套，所以不管怎么样，你都无法阻止他，你只能拖他一turn。
Has an Urza's Mine, so is 2/3 of the way to putting the Tron together.
Yeah, so for Simon, you're gonna see him go ahead and fire off that Boseiju next turn, but because Calcano has natural Tron, he'll be able to fight through that Boseiju at least once.
At least once. Dismember the draw here this turn for Simon Nielsen. A good card against an open metagame, but a poor card in this matchup.
It's basically not a card in this matchup. It has no targets. There's a Worm Coil engine that you can shrink it down to 1/1/1/1. That's all it does.
Simon Nielsen.
这边找吗？
Land and pass the turn back. So didn't play the Forest. Is actually probably going to channel that Boseiju through.
Oh, that's
That's me through a chromatic sphere.
And interesting here, Calcano choosing to fetch that tower, so he doesn't actually have insurance here. For Tron.
这边找，为什么是这边找啊？你维持对手一定要炸的。
That map to find the missing piece. Now, of course, Simon Nielsen's list only has one Boseiju in the main, so it might not necessarily even be correct to play around that.
And that was a somewhat crafty play there by Simon by playing a Tron land as opposed to the Forest on that particular
这样好奇怪哦。
Threatening Tron, of course, now because of the
可以接受
the mine that is on the battlefield. But also,
但也要确保自己能凑套吧。
through that chromatic
怎么是这样子找啊？
mana to Boseiju Calcano.
Yeah, but the interesting thing, at least if you're on Calcano's side, is Simon passed with 2 mana, had a sphere in play. What are the types of things? What's the worst possible thing he can do?
Sure,
it's the Boseiju, right? You have that turn 3 Karn. Perhaps it might have been better to consider just holding on to that map just in case.
Yeah. So this will be an Oblivion Stone here from Calcano and passing the turn back. Missing in Urza's power plant is Christian to complete the Urzatron. Same can be said here for Simon Nielsen, who will kick things off with a chromatic sphere. He'll cycle that, so a green mana is floating here for Simon. Simon picks up the top.
4个塔，2个麦，没有动力炉。
All the towers. I think he's run all the towers in his deck.
That's not much of a problem. Regular Progenitus, not a particularly powerful card in this matchup either, but it does cycle.
Christian, on Christian's side, has a little more action, right? Has the Karn in hand. Absolutely just needs to go ahead and find the missing piece here. Could draw it off the top. Could find it off of potential Ancient Stirrings next turn.
And if Christian is able to find that Urza's power plant on his turn, the game gets significantly easier with Karn Liberated, one of the absolute best cards in the mirror, as we are going to head back the calculator's way. One huge draw step here in game number 1 right now.
来，你有多猛？宝石洞窟。
Right, so
超
not
烂
a whole lot to work with here now. If you're Christian Calcano, it's just going to
明
be
明
land
原本
go.
这个回合可以凑套的。
And this is going to be advent gas to the hand. Sure. One of the few players playing a companion this week.
We found a target for Dismember.
Oh, hey, fair enough. Fair enough. That's accurate. We're going to head back over to Simon.
还是没有抽套，哎，大家手牌都是一坨大便。
Towers and mines, everything is fine.
看看那个节杆杀有没有办法4拳把人推死。
Power plant.
It's a little strange though, watching just both these players just trying to play a fair game of Magic. Right?
这辈子没有想过节杆杀会吃自己
A
这样
whole。bunch of other lands.
Yep. No Karn the Great Creators, no One Rings, no nothing.
Yeah.
For either player.
The nice thing here, for Simon, is if somehow Christian finds the missing Tron piece and runs out of Karn, if you play the mine this turn, you have a little bit of protection built in.
You do.
For a Karn.
You do.
But then you're still facing against the Karn and you have nothing in hand.
Yes. It does give you a little bit of protection, as you mentioned, by having double Tron pieces out. So Seiju can't break it up.
Right.
Karn, with its -3, can't really break it up, as now Calcano's going to do a little bit of thinking. All right, let's head over to Christian. Who will find the power plant first?
两边都是没有动力炉。谁会先拿到动力炉？
That is a fantastic card. One of the best cards, if not the
来，
single
卡
best
恩
card in the mirror here. We've seen
来
in these
了
mirrors, players simply just
卡
concede
恩
when the opponent gets a Karn, the Great Creator, in play.
加一。
Now, it's no power plant, but it's quite the consolation prize. You're going to see that Karn get an expedition map.
没错，谢谢你帮我移的地图。
Now, the map that Calcano did grab, it was exiled via Relic of Progenitus, and of course, Karn has the ability to grab a card from outside the game, not just from the sideboard.
真的是谢谢你帮我找地图，想都没想到。
That was not a sideboard expedition map. I don't think they went that deep.
No.
哦，对牌卡恩把你的地图给卡住。
This will allow Nielsen to pressure the Karn at least a little bit.
Yeah, but Simon has now found a Karn of his own.
Okay, now things will start to get really interesting.
If you run out the Karn, all of a sudden Christian cannot sacrifice that expedition map that he has in play. Can't get the missing piece.
So, that's Scion. Well,
it's going to be attacking that Karn.
It was thinking about it, and it will be. So, Calcano's Karn the Great Creator will be at 2, while Simon Nielsen's will begin things at 5. Immediately going to tick it down to 3 to also grab a card from outside of the game.
这边要拿什么？
It'll be Pithing Needle.
Okay.
卡恩，来，大家都不要动，大家都卖当，哎，
All right, so
no cards. Can use
全部都不要动。
We do see this sometimes in
这样至少等下不会被那个遗忘时变生物揍人。
Basically your Karn, but also mine. So
right.
Karn the Great Creators are shut off for the moment. There are ways, of course, to break out of this. You can see someone use
他抽到了森林占卜，这样他会有9费。
Now Christian did find Sylvan Scrying here.
所以还可以卡恩擦掉对手卡恩，
run out Karn liberated. The Pitting Needle doesn't stop both of the
或者是
Karns
卡
from
恩
being activated.
No, it does not.
擦掉金针。
So a very timely draw.
好像不急。
Now gonna think things through here a little bit. Again, can't use the map straight away because of the Karn, the Great Creator, on the other side of the battlefield.
But there is that Sylvan scrying. The other consideration is something like a Boseiju, but Karn kind of already acts as a Boseiju, right? You just jam the Karn, and all of a sudden you have the ability to.
这边找到凑套，
Yeah,
然后
this is actually
出卡恩把金针给压了，加遗忘石把卡恩打掉。
Urza's power plant, play Karn liberated, right? That part's really, really, really easy.
感
Now,
觉
if
就赢
that's
了。
the avenue that Calcano decides to go down, what is he going to minus on the Karn liberated, right? He can't break up the Tron, and if you just go piece by piece here, are you going to remove the forest? Probably not. Any of the Tron pieces?
I mean, you could just tick it up.
You could
right?
tick it up.
You could just start ticking it up.
If you want to minus on the Pithing Needle, that means that your opponent gets to use their Karn again.
I think if you want to do that, you wait until the next turn where you have access to all that mana.
I would agree.
Right.
So with that in mind, is there a reason instead to cast perhaps Wormcoil Engine this turn?
没有吧？怎么会考虑？这边就是把遗忘石变生物，把卡恩打下来啊。
I guess the worst case scenario is if Simon finds Tron and then plays the Tron land and plays something like an Ulamog.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
But I guess playing Wormcoil Engine doesn't stop that either.
Yeah. And that's why I think this turn is a very interesting one. I don't think it's particularly simplistic. I think the easiest part of the turn is scrying for the power plant. Past that, I think there's quite a few decision trees on what Calc wants to do here.
So here's something that you could try to do. You could kill the needle, activate your Oblivion Stone, turn it into a 3/3, and then kill your opposing Karn.
Let's see, I don't mind that. That's
Simon is tapped out. Well, no, he's not tapped out. There's a Scion in play.
That's correct.
You can sack the Scion and cast Dismember.
Oh, we said, well, hang on. We said Dismember doesn't do anything.
Well,
we agreed earlier, Paul.
I wasn't anticipating a 3/3 Oblivion Stone being animated to kill an opposing card. That was not in the list of likely outcomes.
That's on page 204.
Oh, okay.
哦，看超白痴！这边如果插金针，然后变那个遗忘石，它可以吃了那个东西做肢解，杀掉遗忘石。因为捏一不是神器，它可以启动。很超白痴。
Exile the Pithing Needle.
还是伊卡恩。
Try to kill your Karn with Oblivion Stone. I mean, that's attractive.
Yeah.
But it does get really messed up by Dismember. So instead, we're going to see Karn liberated, exile Karn the Great Creator, and simply pass the turn back.
All right.
这样要插卡恩，这样怎么不考虑插地啊
？Yeah, that is step one to a complicated puzzle.
Exactly. Step one now needs to find
这
a
边
way.
还是没有凑套，1、2、3、4、5、6。
Missing Tron piece so you can cast your Ulamog and swing this game around.
And this is one of those spots here where I'm not saying this decision was incorrect. Obviously, the numbers speak for themselves, but they only have 3 scryings.
Yeah,
as opposed to 4.
没凑套，好烂。
I think the Handshake folks built a, I want to say more.
这边要打一下卡恩吧，不能再让他插名当地
like Urza Saga just single-handedly win games for Simon Nielsen. Yeah. Not especially great in this matchup, right?
可是我觉得与其插卡恩，真的是不如直接就是插一个塔。
I think for this specific matchup, you're talking about.
然后下一回你再插一个塔。
Copy of Boseiju, an extra copy of Karn liberated. There are small advantages, but they do count. They matter.
Absolutely do. So there's another tower. The freshly drawn Ulamog and Oblivion Stone that is not impactful right now because of the Karn the Great Creator that's on the other side of the battlefield.
小卡恩已经不是很重要了，大卡恩吧。大卡恩还可以再做一次前3。
So the only real
虽然对手高地会做加死啦。
Where is that Scion going?
Right. I imagine it's liberated, right? Because currently the Karn the Great Creator is turned off, and if you attack Karn liberated, then Christian can't minus the Karn to get the Pithing Needle off the battlefield.
Yeah. Stand to reason, and that's exactly where that Scion is going to go. So Karn liberated will fall down to 2 loyalty. And
就是选启动地图。
So he'll give a little bit of a shrug here, will Christian, before untapping those 5 lands. And we'll make it 6 here in just a moment.
插卡恩的目的就在这里了。
Remember, he can do that now
找一个5圣树之类的杀人诛心，没错。
Could use the Besieger now to still remove that Pithing Needle. Minus the Karn, or plus it if you wanted to still stick around, right?
Yep. There are some real options here for Christian on this coming turn, and that is even before he draws a card, which would certainly change the calculus as well.
See what you did there.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. I think you did.
Christian will draw.
先加4，不管怎样，先加4。
So, no shortage of action here for Christian Calcano.
送你一张肢解啦。
I think this is the easiest place to start, which is
还是送你一颗遗忘石。
minus it given its loyalty at the beginning of the turn. So get this information first, and now there goes the dismember.
And Cal can lead things off with the 1 ring.
下回就有办法下地做遗忘石扫场了吗？不对，卡恩还没处理掉。遗忘石现在目前没有用，你要祈祷对手。 主动的把卡恩给杀了吗？感觉是有点难啊。
Right. It looks like he's already setting up for a target here. Perhaps looking at the Pithing Needle. The redundant copies of the Tron lands means Boseiju on a Tron land isn't that great here.
So there is the Boseiju on the Needle. So Karn the Great Creator is back to being active. Nielsen will search up a basic forest and place it on the battlefield here in just a moment.
So even without Tron, that means Nielsen could potentially go up to 8 lands next turn. So Christian needs to think about the possibilities for Simon if that were to happen.
先做戒指抽一张试试看。
Remember, can't search for something like an Ulamog here with Karn the Great Creator.
捡了。
does not kill lands.
那这是一个机会吗？
Going to go for here with Karn the Great Creator.
遗忘石的機會。
Stone Brain.
He's going to search for a card outside of the old. Outside of the game here, and there you do see the options there on the left side of our screen. Cityscape level among them. It is going to be Stone Brain.
No.
Yeah. Now you can just name Urza's Power Plant to guarantee to ensure that Simon will never draw Tron, or perhaps something like an Ulamog, because Simon is just getting close to hardcasting it.
Yeah, Simon right now has access to 7 lands plus a Scion token, excuse me, that can be sacrificed for mana. Calcano just trying to figure out exactly how to tap his mana for what he wants to do this turn. Remember, he does have a Worm Coil Engine in hand. It's going to be Stone Brain first. There'll be some mana floating. It'll be 4 colorless. Nielsen's going to help Calcano out with that. He's going to use 2 to activate this.
先切塔，不，先切 Power Plant.
Well, you heard it.
Had the read. There it is.
Calcano names Ulamog.
Hunger.
That was the card that Simon Nielsen needed to find a way to get back into this game. Christian correctly identifying that, look, Simon,
可是看到遗忘石了，那这边就会直接给卡恩一颗命运指示物了吧？这样对手就扫不掉了。
Nielsen will be without the extremely powerful Eldrazi for the rest of this game. A new card will be coming here, given the Stone Brain's text. So a little shuffle, present, all that jazz. Looks like Oblivion.
都看到了，没有理由不做。
Going to put a fake counter on Karn.
All right.
I'm not sure if Simon did draw a card from that. Ulamog that was exiled from the grip.
Yeah, maybe not.
Doesn't look like he didn't.
Right.
This is a relic Progenitus that will cycle. It looks like the players are catching it now.
What was the with the stone?
Oh, right. I forgot to draw the card.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to give you a warning on what did happen since then.
Yeah, okay.
So we're going to have our table spotter, and these players are going to basically go over the exchange here. So we'll listen to them discuss it for us.
Okay. The fix we have for this is to make you draw the card immediately. Was forgotten, but we are not rewinding. So the relic is on the field.
Well, I just draw the card immediately. Okay, and have I activated the relic ability yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
So let's draw you the card.
Okay, sorry. So I draw a card.
Yep.
And we are fixed.
Yes.
哦，他那个被以乌拉莫的时候少抽了一张牌，就是那个脑石会补给你被切掉的那张牌。
mistake in the heat of the moment here on Sunday. These things do happen. Both players agreed on exactly what did take place, and we are all good to go now, as an Ancient Stirrings has been found here for Simon.
So one interesting thing here is you saw Christian go ahead and put that fate counter on the Karn Liberated. Christian Kalkana knows about the opposing Oblivion Stone. Guess what? That fate counter, it applies to both Oblivion Stones.
It sure does.
So Simon Nielsen plays and pops his Oblivion Stone. Guess that Karn still gets to stay on the battlefield.
It's still just hanging.
Yeah, it's still there.
Still just
around.
doing its thing.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of fate counters being distributed.
We have.
In this
we have. I said it earlier today, I still can't believe that Oblivion Stone is just around doing its thing after all these years. What a card. This will be a Stirrings. Take a look at the top 5. Karn the Great Creator, Oblivion Stone, Dismember, another Oblivion Stone, and a Urza's Power Plant finally here for Simon Nielsen.
Does Simon need the power plant? Nope.
You're going to go with the Karn the Great Creator.
Now remember, Simon has already...
这边卡恩拿金针去处理掉大卡恩吧。
That Ptlotr was killed via Beseiju, but it may have been exiled from the Relic of Progenitus activation, which means that it would be eligible to be grabbed again.
Simon can get it back.
Yeah. So
you can go Karn into get a Pithing Needle.
I guess you would have countered my Stirrings.
There's the tower. This is a Karn the Great Creator. That's going to resolve.
来了，金针。
5 loyalty does is incredibly powerful planeswalker.
So good.
And it generally goes from 5 to 3 in most instances.
金针完之后就是遗忘石扫，然后被压一张手牌吗？不对，遗忘石不能扫，所以。
And see some Tron games like this in the mirror, and these two players, they commented on it. So this game is just weird.
Yeah.
Right? This
看一下你的放逐区吧，哥哥。
But it normally is a weird thing to say, Paul, because there are the games where it's a runaway, and then there's stuff that looks like this.
You know, 90% of the games we've seen in this head-to-head are the games that you just talked about. But this one is extremely interesting.
金针不会比较好吗？
So let's dissect this liquid metal coating. You can tap it and target permanent becomes an artifact in addition to its other types until end of turn. And that's any permanent, of course. So it looks like Simon is going to target the Karn the Great Creator on the upkeep, and alongside, excuse me, he's going to target the Karn Liberated. And alongside the Karn the Great Creator, that means the Karn Liberated can't be used this turn.
Right.
Oh.
So it's kind of like a Pithing Needle, but with more application.
他也抽到卡恩了，劣质对局。哇，这样子住卡恩，然后把遗忘石变生物，把卡恩打掉，令那个神器大卡恩就解放了。
Could get a Cityscape Leveler here if he wants to get the Karn off the battlefield and have a big threat in play.
And that would be all the mana for the turn. But it solves the biggest problem here for Kalkano if he decides to go that route. So, step 1, let's cast the Planeswalker. And that's exactly what Kalk will do.
Well, if you weren't familiar with Tron sideboard before, we're very familiar now.
哦，这边还是要用弩炮哦，还是1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8， 88也可以，反正就是把卡恩给炸了。
And this is another card with a very powerful cast trigger. So, the leveler will blow up the Karn, the Great Creator. A Power Stone will be made in exchange. Doesn't seem like the fairest of trades.
Right. And remember, that Power Stone cannot be utilized when an opponent has a Karn, the Great Creator in play.
1、2、3、7、8，差了一块地，对手可能会没有地，没有办法启动遗忘石。
That has been stone-brained. Not an out here for Simon Nielsen.
或者是无脑加压你一张手牌。
Figuring out how to use this Karn liberated now that it is active again. Looks like just going to plus it and exile a card here from Simon Nielsen's hand.
可是遗忘石现在没有用，场上有卡恩，哎，死去。
There finally is an Urza's power plant to go along with an Oblivion Stone that can't.
哇，抽套了耶！在死前这个回合。
But I think this is going to be a little too much to overcome here.
He's going to continue to play through this game.
哦，决定还要继续打。
Could be a series of draws that allows him to get back into.
没有乌拉莫了，到底是要什么东西才能打回来？没有办法打回来了吧
？A Karn?
Perhaps.
Of some variety.
Yeah. See, Galcano has another copy of the One Ring.
Yeah.
So 2 of those. That Jingantha that was grabbed a little bit earlier in the game, and a Warm Coil Engine that's been over there for a very long time. We'll focus on those in just a minute. We'll turn our attention to that liquid metal coating that's headed to the graveyard. As another power stone has been made. Cityscape Leveler is going to bring Nielsen from 20 to 12.
手牌是一张不是很重要的遗忘石，全世界都知道。
The original Karn. Looks like that's going to take care of the Urza's mine.
Yep. One of the mines. There's still one in play here for Simon Nielsen.
Sorry, I'm all over the place here.
That's good. That's my strategy.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm trying to win this on fortitude.
All right, Karn the Great Creator going down to 1. This will be a liquid metal coating.
Walking Ballista here, maybe.
随便啦。
Could be a liquid metal coating as well.
Well,
yeah.
One of the things, basically the way that the Simon can turn this game around, and I think this is part of the reason he didn't play the Tron land, because it could get killed, is that if he draws an answer to Karn the Great Creator, he can kill Karn the Great Creator, play the power plant, and blow up the Oblivion Stone.
Yeah.
But none of it matters unless he actually takes out the Karn the Great Creator.
Right.
Which a chromatic sphere does not do.
Nope. Oh, and found Tron.
Yep. He had that power plant. He finally played it, but it does not matter. So, Christian Galcano is going to win a very fascinating game 1 against Simon Nielsen. The mono green Tron mirror goes to the Mets player.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to do.
Now we turn our attention to game number 2. Simon Nielsen on the play, Christian Galcano on the draw. Both players, oh my, Paul, 7? Oh, almost 7 cards for both. Almost.
I just want to make sure I get that in there.
We have our first Gemstone Cavern.
Yep.
On coverage, my friend.
That allows you to potentially cast the Sylvan Scrying here on turn 1. But Galcano again.
来后手
Natural Tron in the opener. Hey, you know, I'm getting Toralf
超强
here.
起手凑套，两边都是大师，每个人都有套。
Makes things a lot easier.
Must be nice. I can only imagine.
每个人都天虎是怎样？
Who has a tower and a power plant as well? So we got natural Trons. That's natural Tron rolled up for both.
Oh, man.
It's not a hard game.
Yeah. Both players probably had to do that a few times to make it all the way to the top 8 of this Pro Tour.
It certainly
right?
doesn't hurt. Chromatic sphere here for Galcano. Into another sphere and passing of the turn. Galcano's payoff at this stage of things is Worm Coil Engine. We'll see what these draw steps do yield over the next couple of turns.
来这边抽不到。
Has Tron rolled up. Payoffs are the One Ring and
Ulamog
Disease's Hunger, and it's just drawn a copy of Ancient Stirrings.
All right, Simon kept this hand and has played nothing. You have to think he probably just kept the hand with Tron, if you're Christian Galcano.
Power plan.
That's a lock. Yeah. Otherwise, there would have been mulligans.
Right. Absolutely. So, Calcano.
有什么
might want to do some digging
我
here
也
to
有
see
乌
if
拉
you
莫
can find one of the two Boseijus
而且
in
我
deck.
穆拉沃好像会比你早吗？
Cal going to burn through these chromatic spheres here. A couple of new cards coming. Oblivion Stone and Ulamog among them.
The Gemstone Cavern does allow you to run out the stone this turn if
可以
you
丢
want.
一个免费的石头下来。
And there is the O Stone.
换你了。
Going to see some more explosive gameplay
哦
this time around.
抽到塔了。
There's on Tron turn 3.
这样子。
Now this is the one ring.
下回有乌拉莫。
So immediately a burden counter will be added, and a Karn the Great Creator is the draw.
All right, Christian, what is your follow-up? Will you top deck a Karn Liberated here?
The answer
有没有防招？
is no. It'll be a copy of the One Ring instead.
防不住。
Now there is a little bit of an interesting situation here insofar as Calcano, because of that Gemstone Caverns, in combination with the Tron, has 8 mana on turn 3.
Right.
Whereas Simon Nielsen, of course, has 7 mana on turn 3. Now, had Simon Nielsen had 8 mana on turn 3,
这样可以一下
draw
抵
the
够
card and play the
然
Karn.
后
Right, absolutely.
So Calcano, weirdly enough, could play the One Ring after playing this tower, draw a card, and if he draws a card, the creator actually be able to play it.
Yeah, so Calcano here is going to be running out the One Ring here and is going to try to find a way to disrupt the Tron on Simon Nielsen's side. Because if he can't, Simon's got tower here. That's going to give him 10 mana.
有没有
He
母
can
生
slam
树？
Ulamog here, turn
有没有
4.
母生树？
That probably locks up the game.
Boy, it seems more than likely that it
Wow.
will. You see the card that he drew off of the One Ring. It was just a copy of Urza's Mind.
Yeah, that is not Boseiju. Simon will be able
哇，
to
那要被4回乌拉莫
he would
了
have。done the exact same thing.
He sure would have. He sure would
换
have.
我
So
胡一
Calcano
把啦，
think about
哥
things a little
哥
bit。here before passing the turn back. So, partner, let's turn our attention to Simon Nielsen's turn. He's going to untap and lose a life.
这个
and fall down to
重置
19.
很快。
New card coming here in just a second. We'll focus on that in just a
雀跃
minute.
的心不
We know
能再
Ulamog's coming. What are you targeting?
更加期待。哎
The power plant and the mine.
哎，下课。好，看来我是可
I
以
don't think it-
去
yeah.
喝个水了。
Okay.
And the reason I find this sort of interesting is there a reason to kill the
Right,
One Ring? Is
yeah.
there a reason to kill the Oblivion Stone?
Yeah. But I mean, I don't see Christian able. Christian is not going to be able to come back from this. It's going to be extremely unlikely. You need to find the pieces of Tron, but before you do, the Ulamog's just going to close it out.
I mean, I assume it's difficult to come back from a spot like this. Now, Calcano did draw another tower.
Okay. But Simon does have a follow-up here too, right? I mean, we're looking at Karn the Great Creator with a ton of mana next turn. Simon could simply Stone Brain away the missing piece of the Tron land next turn, and then I don't think Christian can do anything on 4. I suppose he could play a One Ring, but we'll have no cards left in deck after 2 attacks from the Ulamog.
Yeah. And now Calcano is going to go deep into the tank.
What are my outs?
Yeah, how do I get myself out of the stickiest of situations here?
Yeah.
Nielsen's draw step, by the way, last turn was the copy of Dismember that he's holding. Again, not a great card in the matchup, but we don't start sideboarding until game number 3 here in the elimination rounds. So that's why that's still in the deck here in game 2.
Yeah, that's the first thing that's going to
yeah.
That's going to
oh yeah,
leap its way into the sideboard.
See you later.
And Simon can close his eyes and take a card at random from the sideboard, and it'll likely be an improvement.
There's the Tower of Power. 1 power plant away from having Tron again. Nielsen's going to add a burden counter and pick up a chromatic sphere and a Urza's Mine, and now fall down to 17. The draw for the turn was that one of Chromatic Star. Vroom. Just 20 of them.
Just 20? That's only like half. That's like a third of your deck. You're good. Yeah.
18, 19, 20. All right, so there's the 20. They may look at these cards together. Get some information on what's long gone. Oogin among the crew.
Like, don't need to look.
Wow.
Oh,
I do not care. Well, Calcano does. He wants to know what he's drawing to, if anything at all.
Bonk.
There's the great creator.
Yeah. Calc might draw in response here.
Yeah.
You get the coating and that locks it.
All right. And you heard Calcano say you get the liquid metal coating and I'm basically locked. So Simon Nielsen, off of the back of a very timely Ulamog the Sleeveless Hunger, will win game number 2. The Tron Mirror, Paul, it's all tied up.
Yeah, 2 extremely different games here. Game 2, you see what the Tron decks are capable of doing when it just kind of hits its stride, natural Tron. Game 1 was a much more interesting affair. But now after sideboard, we get to start thinking about all the little extra pieces of interaction, all the little ways that you can, of cards you can bring out of the board to try to stop what your opponent's trying to do.
Well, we're going to get to that first sideboard game after a short break here from the booth. Game number 3 of our semifinals coming up right after this. Paul, I don't ever want to go home, but at some point we're going to have to. We are here in Barcelona, Spain. Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, the elimination rounds are very much underway. Game number 3 between Christian Calcano and Simon Nielsen will be heading your way in just a moment. We are all tied up here at 1-1. Thank you so much for joining us. Paul, Tron doing Tron things. One game weird.
OK， 回来啦，开始换背牌啦。正面一人一局，差不多吧。不意外，先手优势很大。
Calcano is going to have to hope that continues to be the trend here. Calcano looking to bring in not that much because he's already almost pre-boarded for this matchup. Remember, Handshake is the one that changed their
全世界都把背牌塞进来。
By adding cards like Dismember into their deck, whereas Calcano has the more streamlined, more linear version of Mono Green Tron.
Well, well, well. We are going to have something interesting take place here, my friend. You take a look at Calcano's hand. Sylvan Scrying, Ancient Stirrings. Okay, those are normal mainstays. We see those from time to time. Forest,
wow,
sure, those for a myriad of reasons. But the Stone Brain has been boarded in. And we saw this a little bit earlier in the tournament. Yeah, against Simon Nielsen.
And yes, it's extremely powerful, especially if you can get it out, and especially if you're on the play.
Yes.
Right? Because if you're on the draw, sometimes it's not going to be good enough if you target one of the drawn lands, because they'll already potentially have that in play on turn 3. Christian does have to consider the possibility of Haywire Might.
Sure.
So that is a card that's a 2 of in
most
because of how powerful it is. Just an excellent way to deal with problematic enchantments, cards like Blood Moon, and of course opposing copies of the One Ring. So if he plays this out, it is possible that Simon can play out.
Nielsen's facial expression tells the whole story.
来，我有没有解？
You're gonna see Simon
好像没有哎。
All right, well, he's got that Saga. Might be looking for a fair game, unless he can find a Might here.
So let's start by drawing a card. Sinner's
哦，
Mind.
那就只好找一张来给他切了吗？
Backup plan.
I'm listening.
Backup plan.
Yeah, I'm still listening.
Yeah.
This one?
This one might be tough.
All right.
This one might be tough here. Now, Calcano, this Urza Saga might have to do some work here from Simon Nielsen's side, as we know that he no longer will have the ability to create lots and lots of mana, as Calcano almost assuredly will be going ahead and using Stone Brain.
这边有卡恩，那对手会先切卡恩吗？
Things have gotten even more interesting, and here's why. So Simon's land this turn is not a Tron, so he can't threaten completing the Urzatron on turn 3. The soonest he can get to it is on turn number 4, and he just took a Karn the Great Creator off of the Ancient Stirrings.
So do you name Karn the Great Creator?
Now, at the end of day number 1, Zach Keeney played against Simon Nielsen. Those two are teammates on
这边没有地，
As you're
这
going to see
边
Ancient Stirrings here from
看不到地就好笑了
If he misses on land, it is a disaster.
It's not.
哦，还有一张。
Is that all 5?
Is that all 5 or is it 4? Oh,
one more. I think he sold himself.
Oh, he missed.
没地爆开。
The Stone Brain. Oh my goodness.
哦，爆开。
Simon will slam Karn the Great Creator next turn.
什么奶2地、奶3地太弱了，我奶2地加上面5张没有地，哎，这个直接奶爆！哇，这一turn没有地差很多哎。
You're a huge favorite there to find the land with the stirrings, and he played it out. But now the fact that he doesn't have a land in hand, Simon will be able to completely shut him off the 2 artifacts he has in play.
Okay, so.
Wow.
I mean, the percentage chance of hitting a land there is pretty high.
Frank?
Yeah, I don't know what Frank Carson's doing in the back, but I'd love to know, as here is Karn the Great Creator. Every time we see the Stone Brain against Troncast on turn 2.
我好像算看他这个没有地的几率有多少，他手还是加你几张啊？
I mean, this was the correct thing.
4、5、6、7、8、9。
Karn's gonna go get a liquid metal coating.
看这没有地的几率大概不到5%吧，搞不好不到3%。
A Sylvan Scrying, I mean, almost certainly just drew the land. Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
Oh.
It's not our first tournament.
Where were you?
Yeah.
Where were you when I needed you most? Oh no.
GG.
All right, so.
GG 啦，宝贝。
Go up to chapter 3. The Sage Who Endures is what Simon did draw.
So you can float a mana, go get a map if you want. Although there is that I was like, there's that Stone Brain in play, but it doesn't do anything.
No.
It
is a shiny artifact with nothing to do.
And also, if you're a Simon side, I mean, Calcano, he drew a land, but it was a second forest, so not that scared, right? No threat of Tron next turn.
It looks like Simon is going, well, he's thinking. So I'm curious if Simon has interest in making a construct here while he still can.
Right. Is that the game he wants to play, or does he want to just continue developing his board with mana? Right. Will that be the difference here?
Okay, so there's a construct, and now the Saga will bite the dust, and it's time to search. It'll be, we believe,
we get a Might.
Yep,
get a Might after the board.
Those are the 2 cards that he brought to the front of his deck. And it's going to be a Haywire Might.
Yep.
Was Calcano just supposed to fire off that Stone Brain?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
哇，这里已经包覆，美和开始占一块地。
You really want to just continue building out your board, right? You play the Stirrings. Hopefully, you hit another Tron land. Activate the Stone Brain. Next turn, activate your map.
I'll make a Scion. Yep.
So the Liquid Metal Coating comes down, and this is all in response to Liquid Metal Coating targeting the Urza's Tower. Now Kai's going to plus and blow that up because it's an artifact and it costs 0.
Yeah.
This is the 1-2 punch.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I used this on your tower.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. And you see the little bit of conversation between the 2.
Yeah, I got the last one.
Okay, sorry.
Yep. So I mean, this is basically going to lock it up here.
Yeah. Yep.
Simon Nielsen has
每回炸一块地
every single turn.
Yep. And there's no meaningful way for Calcano to get the Karn the Great Creator off the battlefield.
Yeah. I'm being told that it was an 86% chance to get a land.
No.
86%. I think you take that.
哦，86%而已哦，我以为有90几%。好，刚刚有人算完了，谢谢。
Yep, he's locked up.
这边下课。
啊，
死于一个14%，哭啊！
Mr. Checklist Card is 1 game away from the finals of this Pro Tour.
哎，哦，这边一样，先手2回石头，这边丢到4。
Nielsen's hand.
这边。
But perhaps setting up for a turn 4 Tron, if you lead with the Ancient Stirrings on turn 1 here, try to find either a power plant or a mine, and then you have the Sylvan Scrying. Okay.
Urza's power plant
行
and Urza's tower.
有一块地就行。
Right away.
有一个碎片，让下回下地可以找最后一个碎片。
Yeah, I mean,
4回有8费，
I don't know, just gonna like 86%.
That's nuts.
Kind of came up with that one out of nowhere.
Back over to Christian we go.
然后2回被闹死，吐出来。
Christian find a missing Tron land here. Doesn't look like it. Oh, there is the 2-mana artifact once again. Are we gonna try this again?
Are we doing this again?
No, he's got the extra land this time, Cedric.
Are we doing this
all right?
again?
Well, he's not going to get turn 3 Tron.
It's true.
So probably.
True. That's definitely not going to happen.
Yeah. I think it might be different if Calcano found a plant or mine here, because then you just probably want to play that and play the turn 3 Tron.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this decision is actually somewhat difficult because Calcano can further build towards like getting the Tron. Like could cast Sylvan Scrying this turn, right?
Yeah.
Go get a power plant, has a map on the battlefield already. It can go get the mine to complete the Tron and everything, right? Like that's, or it could just be play a land, play Stonebrain.
Right.
And let's actually try this again. All right, there's a forest.
We're gonna run it
He's
back.
gonna run it
All
back,
right.
he says.
Yeah, 没错，赞啦。
Here's the Stonebrain again. Expedition back to draw here.
All
Simon
right.
Nielsen.
I think Simon has to think.
Simon.
Okay.
突然就不想下。
We talked about the plan B.
Yeah.
Didn't need to implement it that time.
No.
Right?
No.
Didn't need to
We
implement
thought
it.
he was gonna have to.
We thought so.
又来了 Plan B。
And now this turn, it's
这边
actually just playing
去找一个
versus Saga again, and now Sylvan Scrying.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised.
这
if he
边
gets
找克萨传吗？还是要凑套吧？哦，选无限
Right.
无声数。
Yeah. The Saga can get map into either another Raseju or the Saga, depending on the situation.
Sure.
And it's clear that Christian is going to try to go for the Stonebrain here. And Simon's going to try to keep Christian off of Tron as well.
Okay.
I want Christian to just lead out.
一只手牌手上有一个碎片。
Let Simon sweat a little bit.
I like it. I like it.
Oh,
Well, you asked for it. I think you're about to get it.
Yeah. Well, wants to find the missing Tron piece. It's the exact same board.
没有那么衰啦。
Stirred up haywire might among these cards. There's a Karn liberated, a warping whale.
啊，有地了，但是不是想要的，不是碎片。啊，不是碎片，很尴尬呢。
Not again.
Wow.
So, Paul, we assume that Stonebrain will be fired off here in just a moment.
Right.
Just Tron piece, you think?
Yeah, I mean, well, you don't necessarily have to fire it off immediately this turn, right?
Because well, you know your opponent just got Boseiju, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What I mean, and
Boseiju can blow up the Stonebrain.
Right.
So I actually think because of that, you're forced to do it.
Because then they're going to protect yourself. Yeah,
I think because I think they'll just Boseiju the Stonebrain, and Stonebrain can only be activated at sorcery speed.
Exactly. That's the big thing. The fact that Stonebrain has to be used at sorcery speed means
还是这边要炸一块地。
fire it off immediately.
I figured. There was no reason.
这边炸克萨砖也很不错。
There's another tower.
I'll target you, and I'll name Urza's tower.
All right.
Thank you.
There goes. Yeah.
Thank you. He's like, I want action.
Yeah.
I knew you had that one.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one you named.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is gone. You can take a look at my sweet sideboard stretch.
Yeah, I think Calcano wanted to hit a card that wasn't in Simon's hand here.
Yeah. So the towers are going to leave. Tron will never be completed for
炸一
Simon
张
in this game, and he
不
will
是
draw
他
a
手
card
牌的，
from
但
the
是
Stonebrain here in just a moment.
我很遗憾2选1又猜错了。
We have seen this Tron deck capable of winning without Tron, right? With
哦，他
the
肢解
Karn,
没有下掉，
extremely powerful card.
真特别。
Seems like we've seen this Tron deck capable of winning through everything this week.
Yeah.
I thought we were
Yeah.
friends.
Pretty unbelievable, honestly.
There should be a fourth.
Yeah, it's there somewhere. All right, we found it.
Sure.
对，只找到3张，不可能下吧？
Now that would be next level. Just 3 Urza's towers.
对，哇，
That's when
妈下一张塔，我操，这
Yes.
我现在在大气层这样。
Okay, but this started after us. We agree, right?
All right. So the towers are gone, and now you see exactly what Simon Nielsen is working with. He's got the forest, he's got an Urza Saga on one counter going to 2 shortly. Power plant Boseiju, that can be an answer to a bevy of things in an expedition map.
Yeah.
Okay.
然后这边补
So
抽一
in
张
the。short term, I think the plan is just to crank out some constructs here.
Yeah.
And maybe just go beat down.
That is now the current plan, right? Again, Calcano on the 2 Urza's towers. Don't have to use the Boseiju immediately. Make a contract here. No real other line until potentially turn 4, that's when you can play cards such as the One Ring and Karn the Great Creator.
Yep. So Calcano's going to write down the 3 known cards. There's 1 mystery. Let's make it 2 after the draw step. Here for Simon Nielsen, whose saga now does climb up to Chapter 2.
哇，乌拉木这辈子叫不出来了。
We're a ways away from those. And this, Paul, is where this Urza Saga innovation actually looks pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Right, this is a way to maybe steal this game.
I mean, this is kind of the angle that Simon currently has.
And we've discussed it a little bit earlier in the day. Urza Saga, at one point not too long ago, was arguably the most powerful card in Modern.
Yeah.
And it's got very low representation this weekend. And when we saw it in this deck list, we were all just kind of like, well, I don't know what's really going on with that. I guess, you know, Expedition map, etc. But yeah, it's looked good.
Yeah, so outside of course, the 12 Tron lands that you have to play, the 1 Boseiju, and something like 2 or 3 forests, the deck does have the ability to have a couple of flex slots in those colorless mana sources.
Oh, for sure.
You've seen cards like Blast Zone as a 1-of that people play.
Yep.
Sanctum of Ugin.
Yep.
So I think Team Handshake just identified that go. What's the most powerful colorless land we can think of?
出1，
Yeah, I think they found
然后炸了克萨传。
So this will be
哦，没有，他选择
Now
出
Calcano's going to scrying for the missing Tron piece in Urza's mind.
也行。
Okay, so
可是这样就是会
did not
被
decide to
5
just
胜
jam
数。
the Karn the Great Creator here. Instead, going for
来，
the
先
Tron
出
here,
一只足够
forcing
体。
Simon to utilize the Boseiju, and if he does, might not get an additional activation here off that Urza Saga.
Calcano
我以为他会轮到下一个回合再做就
Urza's
好了
mind,。of course, everybody knows.
因为
from
你
the
已经看到
Sylvan
5胜数了。
scrying. More
我
importantly,
觉得这边
Haywire
炸一个克萨
might
传
get
挺
force
爽
and
的
a
啊。
Karn the Great Creator are the leftovers. Here comes the construct token. It'll be a 1/1 for now. It's going to be a little bit larger here in just a second. Nielsen will draw, picked up a card in the Great Creator of his own.
Oh. Could just play it this turn, can float the mana here off the Saga.
Now this is a tough call.
哇，没有地，有点尴
This is a
尬。
tough call for multiple reasons. One, card in the Great Creator, one of the best cards in the matchup.
Yeah,
bar none.
Absolutely.
However, the land to play to be able to cast it is Boseiju.
You're right.
Which,
right.
Well, that's got some uses in a spot like this.
Right, and if you're Simon, you feel like you basically have to kill that power plant that's in play.
Certainly feels that way, right?
So.
不管做哪一边都好尴尬啊。
Really, really tough spot here for Simon.
I got no idea what the right call is on this.
Yeah, I mean, you can float a mana, get a map, right? Use the other mana to crack the map, get a land, play it, and then you play a land, and then you can Boseiju.
Okay.
对啊，应该还是要去选木生树那一边啦，找地图。
Did it again.
Oh,
like,
no.
I thought you meant like you intentionally left it in.
He did it again!
Yeah, I was like, oh, you did it.
啊！
On his notepad, I forgot.
他已经包袱忘了放回背牌，他把它洗进去了啊！
So now he knows that's not.
他上次在跟他打的时候也犯过同样的事情，他在旁边那个垫子上面反写，他把那个易经包袱洗回牌库了。对。
Now you can forget to sideboard it out or leave it
笑死！
You can't be presented with 61 cards or above the 60 card minimum threshold. Because you can have 61 and then 14 in your sideboard.
Yeah, you can board in your whole sideboard.
You sure can, if you want to.
Yeah,
so he hasn't done anything wrong.
No, it's a mistake.
It is a mistake, yes. But from
这边找树林
done
哦，
anything wrong.
Right, exactly.
居然是找树林，我以为会找
So
另外一个
Expedition
碎
Map,
片
you mentioned Ball search for and get a basic forest. Play that, and now the Boseiju is going to be channeled here in just a moment.
Yeah.
Then I'll pass the turn. I'll do a puny Boseiju in your draw step.
Right. Okay.
And it will be
After
Boseiju
draw
in the draw
step.
step, as Simon did mention on that Urza's power plant.
Yeah, and the reason to do it in the draw step is if somehow Christian would draw the last copy of Forest in his deck, you use the Boseiju, and Christian is now unable to find the Forest.
Unfortunately for Simon, that forest is still left in the deck, so Calcano will search that out. Does enter the battlefield untapped from Boseiju.
没事，这个刚刚已经把一张树林放到底下了，所以不可能抽到最后一张树林的。
Simon, no Tron lands available to him for this game.
那
Successfully
这边
Stone
无
Brain
非
this
要
time
出什
around.
么呢？出卡恩。
Struggling to get the job done this weekend in the mirror. This card hasn't been, though.
No.
That's Karn the Great
Not at
Creator.
all.
One of the best possible cards in the mirror. It's going to start at 5 loyalty.
Did Christian keep the liquid metal coating in his sideboard? not a bad.
加一就行了吧，加一挺好的。
Wouldn't be the worst place to be.
或者是捡拿易经包袱，
Could also get Stone Brain.
拿没有洗回去的易经包袱。
Maybe Karn the Great Creator or anything like that.
Yeah, it is exiled. As the Stone Brain actually exiles itself when you activate it, so you can kind of loop it a little bit with Karn the Great Creator.
Right. It's a combo.
Kind of. It's not a combo.
Is it a synergy?
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
I'll take it.
I'm not sure what it is, really. I know it's good.
It's a favorable interaction.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
I like that.
Nailed it.
Karn's going to tick on down to 3 counters.
我觉得这边拿易经包袱挺不错的啊，下回就可以开始扎地了。
No, not at all. He's got to consider what the worst possible thing that Simon can do is play a Karn of his own, right? Next turn.
Looks like it's
然后出一
going
只顶犬的。
to play that Haywire Might.
Okay, that does provide some protection potentially from the construct if Simon can somehow play 2 artifacts this turn and then attack with the construct.
Simon's draw. Oh, there's a land.
OK， 有一块地了。
This is a card of his own.
来，
All right, it's
出卡恩，
off.
加一。
Now, what is Simon going to do with his? Is the big question.
Yeah, remember the
还是
artifacts have all been turned off.
减3，减3有什么东西可以用的
？Doesn't have the mana to get something big like a Cityscape Leveler or anything like that. Team Handshake's version of the deck plays 4 main deck copies of the One Ring, so that's also not an option. Of course, the One Ring not great here either against an opposing Haywire Might plus a Karn, the Great Creator.
这边少了4张塔，要怎么对局啊
Decisions. Oh, you might be thinking it up. You might be thinking take it up to 6. Remember, it does start on 5 loyalty.
Right. If there's nothing great to get here, because I'm struggling to think of something right now, perhaps you just preserve the loyalty here and wait until Christian gives you a little more information and then decide next turn. On Christian's side, needs a power plant, but has the mana to just hard cast Worm Coil Engine this turn.
That's
good. Oh, what can you do?
加1。
Without Tron, you can't go Karn Exile.
Looks like Karn's going to go up to 4 counters and pass the turn back. So.
哇，那这边只有4块地，
Not searching for anything just yet.
手牌没有一张能用的。
Spear. The draw there for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, remember all
还打不赢杨卷。
Shut down. Karn is so good in the mirror. All right.
Now it's time to go searching.
Okay.
Oh.
There you go.
抠羊龙卷。
It was.
哎呦，这招厉害哦。
Yeah, it was Metamorph or excuse me, the Ensnaring Bridge.
Sure.
Right. That would have been the other one.
For game 3, but I bought it out. And then I left my coding.
Yeah, but he left the liquid metal coding still in. He's like, check out this cool sideboard thing I did.
Yeah.
But then I still forgot to do it.
Yeah, maybe a little touch awkward. Right. Expedition map is going to come down after that Phyrexian Metamorph that is copying Worm Coil Engine. Reason for that is it's another artifact there for the construct. So the construct
但是这边要被叫7了。正教重获自由的卡恩。
Just run it out this turn, and yeah, that's.
来把卡恩给放逐了。
To a Worm Coil Engine.
It's a nice standard format, I think.
The old mono green control here.
Yes.
So Karn Liberated starts on 6 loyalty, and now Kyle
先放逐卡恩吧。
That's going to put him in a commanding position.
Oh, absolutely. No Tron.
不然他等下就再拿回来再减一次而已。
I imagine this is just going to go ahead and hit that Phyrexian Metamorph, which is currently copying the Worm Coil Engine.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think between the 2 options, it's that or the Karn.
All right, you could also do the Karn. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
卡恩是我的了。
This does a nice job of this. Just kind of stops. This kind of stops Simon Nielsen's ability to answer the Karn.
Right,
something like a pithing
needle.
Yeah.
Certainly not interested in attack.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Cal wants to make an attack here. I think it's probably just defend my Planeswalkers for as long as I can because the advantages that those cards are going to generate will be too much. And you take a look at the life totals. It's 19 to 18, so we're not really in a racing situation.
Right. And wow, if Christian actually has access to 1 more mana, he won't have it though. But the Haywire Might also turned on. Clean answer to Worm Coil.
没有用，废卡。这是一只差点叫22。
I only know this because oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Non-creature. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, I was playing in an RCQ and set up a beautiful turn, all of my mana, everything, and then my last green mana, I'm gonna take care of your big artifact creature. My opponent's like, can't do that. I'm like, I'm really glad I spent like 9 minutes figuring out this turn that I could not do.
Did you win the match?
I did. No justice.
All
No
right.
justice.
No justice.
No justice.
All right.
来互换，大家一起升。可是这样卡恩等下拿密室爆猎物，游戏就要结束了。
Now the construct that Simon has on the battlefield is a 4/4. Let's make it a little bit more into a 5-5. Now that walking ballista, it's just a 2-2 right now, but it can't go active because of the Karn the Great Korean.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, with double active Karn here, I just can't see how Simon, without the ability to draw Urza's Tower, gets out of this.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have the ability to make a large swell. And in combination with his artifact shawl turned off, there's no Oblivion Stone to save him in a spot like this. The draw steps are limited because you can't cycle through spheres and the singular chromatic star that they play.
密射爆裂物这时候很有用。
I think is going to take a defensive approach to this game.
Yep.
Because he doesn't have a reason not to.
Right. Yeah, you can. You do also have the mana. There's a Gemstone Caverns. You can go fetch Cityscape Leveler here if you want. Perhaps kill the Construct, as it is the largest creature on the battlefield. Now, it doesn't say non-token here, does it?
No, that one.
Right.
That one's non-land.
Okay.
That one's
just making sure.
That's okay. Magic cards nowadays, they do a lot of different things.
Right.
And this is also one of these positions here. If you think about Game 3 with Calcano and that Ancient Stirrings, right? He missed.
为什么不直接凑套啊
？Tournament slip away in a spot like that.
No, absolutely.
Tilt's a real thing.
Absolutely.
And is chill and is laid back.
突然想要重新开始游戏了。
I mean, that's brutal. You said
2个回合就把你打死。
Absolutely, 86%. But you know, you also Christian's been around for a long time. You have to know it's like, hey, that is. I know it's unlikely, but that's the risk you take. He understands that, and I'm sure he's run into situations like that many times before.
Yeah, and he just really shrugged that off in a way that I think is pretty meaningful if he goes on to win this game and potentially this match against Simon Nielsen. Because that was the bad side of the variance. He caught the bad end of that, but he is still playing an excellent game here. And as he continues to take this defensive and thoughtful stance to this game, I'm having difficulty seeing a way that he loses it.
Yeah, especially if you can just jam the Cityscape Leveler here, right?
这秒出8也行。
Simon will just not have a way to get it off the battlefield. Karn in play, Haywire Might, even a Haywire Might would not work. Of course, also it being.
可是这边为什么不先找地图啊？
I just learned that about like 3 minutes.
我不懂。
I'm here for you.
Thank you.
对面卡恩不是已经消失了吗？为什么不先找地图？
There's also
地图下去，超级多法力。
Which can slowly but surely take out Simon Nielsen's lands.
And this
oh, yeah, that's also good. This is a Wrath.
Yeah, so what we're going to see here is an Engineer Explosive, which can clear up the Construct and the 2 Worm tokens on Nielsen's side, the Worm tokens on Calcano's side, and now here comes an Expedition map. And Calcano doesn't love the way that he sequenced this turn,
right?
But I don't think it's the end of the world.
Oh, by the way, I also have Ptlotr.
I was thinking about a bunch of other things. Yeah, I'll target a forest.
Yeah, it looks like this Liquid Metal Cody is going to target that forest. It's an artifact now, which means that with Karn the Great Creator on the battlefield, that doesn't do anything. Thundering Titan is not with the Doctor.
猎地泰坦居然把它塞进来了，有什么意义吗？
Craft the explosives if you need. Use the explosives to get the tokens off the battlefield. Construct down, double Worm tokens down, Walking Ballista down, everything down. So I imagine Christian's going to want to go ahead and pop the explosives here. Could also just line up some blocks. You do have an activation of the Haywire Might if you really want.
没什么理由不炸吧，就直接炸也炸了吧，哥哥。不要再浪费我们的时间了，好吗？
So there goes the EE. You heard Calcano verbally say, "Am I missing anything?"
Kaboom! Everything dies.
And now there is an Oblivion Stone and an Expedition map, which don't do anything.
Yeah. So Calcano will now have Tron.
You know, these two having some good back and forth banner between one another as Calcano does search up that Urza's power plant. Calcano, in the games that he has won and looks to be going on to winning, his games have been long.
Yeah.
Simon Nielsen's games that he have won in this matchup, they've been short. So Calcano is expending a lot of mental energy trying to navigate.
这群人就是在拖垃圾时间，好烦
A lot
哦
of。people when they think of Tron Paul, they think 1-2-7, play big thing, play another big thing, you lose. That's not really what's happened here.
Yeah, well, you know, when you can play turn 4 Ulamog, you can kind of turn off your brain.
You sure can.
Right?
You sure can.
But when you're on Christian Calcano's side, even if you're ahead here, you still have to think about all the different possibilities.
Absolutely.
And Calcano is in a commanding position, cannot really lose this game, but just making sure he doesn't make any misstep along the way.
So now we're going to head back Christian's way. Simon's going to make him play this out and finish him off, which, hey, we're on Sunday of a Pro Tour.
I mean, you've got a Karn on 7. You've got a Liquid Metal coating. You can kill 2 lands this turn if you'd like.
Yep.
With both Karns and the Liquid Metal coating.
There goes that forest. Now, me, Paul?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Flawless Victory.
Oh, no permanence?
That's right.
Okay.
Little house rule.
All right.
Where I come from.
Okay.
That if your opponent has no permanence, no talking.
No talking?
They can't talk.
I don't think you're going to stop Simon from talking.
I think you're right
see
about
that as a thing.
I think you're right about that. Walking Ballista is going to get searched up here with card.
打最快的方法。
That'll close this game out pretty fast alongside the Urzatron. That's 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, I believe.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、17多了一点。
There it is. Yep.
来88。
So it's 16 mana, 8/8 all day, and this one closes the game out pretty quickly.
Yes, it does.
Finding a 16 on 12-sided die.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's 60 mana, so it's an 8/8.
Yeah. 8/8.
Yeah.
Upkeep Liquid Metal coating.
Upkeep on your mind.
Shut her down. Draw a card. Simon / draw step. Not yet.
Yep.
The one of star.
Simon's still playing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Can't stop.
白痴游戏。
All right. I'm here for the new sub game. Can Jagatha get into the red zone?
I mean, Christian can do whatever he wants.
Will Jagatha make an appearance?
The world is his oyster. Boom. Another. Hey, just get that other land out of the. Yeah.
Flaw.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah. Now we got 3 more permanents to go.
No lands in play for you, Mr. Nielsen.
That's right.
All of the counters.
You ever play a game with like a combo deck or something, and like you're going off, and you just want to do it, and then your opponent concedes?
Yeah,
right?
You're kind of sad.
Yeah, you're kind of sad, right? And Simon's not taking Christian's joy away right now. You're going to kill all my lands?
Especially when I'm playing a combo deck and I'm not sure how I'm actually supposed to win
Absolutely.
with it. And my opponent just concedes. I'm like, I need to figure out what I'm doing. That's when I'm playing like the Amulet deck, for example.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, I love this. Let Christian do his thing. There you go. Christian Calcano is going to win game number 4 here against Simon Nielsen. The Tron Mirror is going to game 5.
All right. What do we have?
Well, I'll tell you, we got 5.
哦，妈的，乐色时间终于结束了，干。
For Mr. Checklist card, that's Simon Nielsen going to kick things off with Inerza's Power Plant and a Chromatic Star.
And Calcano here has Tron, right, with the Expedition.
来第3把，这边
The Urza's Mine, but Simon Nielsen.
这边是一个不会凑套的选项。
Now, Simon kept this hand, in my opinion, based off of the back of a turn 3.
Is he going to find an Urza land here? How insane would that be?
来一个，哎，
But hey, that's a nice
不太对，但母生树好像也可以。
One of the nice things about Neutron and this build a handshake Tron, which is, yes, you're going to mulligan more often not to present Tron on turn 3 or something close to it.
Right.
But you can also keep a hand like this in the mirror, especially with this one of Talisman in the deck, which looks so weird. To be able to say, hey, I got a turn 3 card, and that's arguably the best card in the mirror.
先找吗？这有一张。
And so there's an Urza Saga. Here is that Talisman of Reticence.
先出哦，对，还有一个。
Of Resilience, excuse me. And now Simon's just going to pass the turn back.
Yeah, with the Boseiju to break apart Christian's Tron here.
Simon's hand is very good.
Yes.
下地换人。
But I suppose you can just go Sylvan Scrying here too. It doesn't have an actual land to play for the turn. Unless you're interested in playing the Boseiju.
Yeah.
But this is... So it's a little awkward right now. because this is the turn where you want to use your Boseiju, right, to prevent Calcano from going turn 3 Karn, right? You place 2 copies of it. Don't want that to happen. But if you do keep up the Boseiju, what are you going to do? You have to Sylvan Scrying for a forest, right? That's the only way I can see Simon hitting his land drop for this turn.
这边要找一块森林征服，找一块树林了。
Yeah.
妈，不然
might fall a little too far behind.
不然没有地呢。
Saga,
停一块地也很奇怪。出4吗？出卡恩？出卡恩，感觉超级白痴。夏姆胜诉出卡恩的选项哦，那就是赌对手什么都没有。
Do you just go with the Boseiju immediately, or do you place the Sylvan Scrying and hit your land drop this turn?
We've talked about how Simon's games have been rather straightforward. Thus far,
我觉得找树林炸
maybe not this one, because again, if you're using the Sylvan Scrying for a forest, that puts you
应该是最合理的。
This is likely going to be one of the most important turns in this game.
Yeah, I think this is the one that lays out the foundation for everything for Simon.
Yes. His hand doesn't need Tron, right? Necessarily, you do have the One Ring and Karn the Great Creator in hand.
He has really good payoffs in both Karns, the One Ring. Boseiju solves the problem of opposing Tron.
Yeah, I think you get a forest. Because that ensures that next turn, you'll still be able to play Karn the Great Creator.
Yep. So here is Sylvan Scrying.
找树林。
This one of Talisman, that Team Handshake playing, it's pretty darn good right now.
Yeah.
那这边反正手上没有抽套，不管，一定是去找缺的那一块。
You have to be thinking, all right.
那这边1/2有机会炸错。
If you're Calcano, you put the pieces together, and what's going to happen?
Right. Do you search if you're Christian?
Oh, with map?
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
yeah.
Will Simon be so scared to the point of a natural Tron that you just don't search and Simon just has to fire it off?
来1/2。
No.
选一边啊，选错边。
If like I have a tower in my hand. Now here's, boy, this is something. So, Simon Boseiju, and this is like totally random.
Right.
But Simon Boseiju power plant, not tower.
50%，猜错了。
Power plant in hand. Does he? Yeah,
he does. Ooh.
猜错了，太尴尬啦。
It's like the first one they play, is that the one they have redundant copies of?
Right.
I mean, it's just like this game.
Everyone has like kind of weird like theories on which one you're supposed to do.
But you have to mix it up. Because otherwise your opponent, with 4 games already,
sure,
you know?
可是这边为什么不是选择炸塔呢？因为炸塔感觉就是炸塔是，
OK，
就是减少那个屎。
What is Simon's best play next turn? It's not going to shut off a Karn.
It will not shut off a Karn liberated. And Simon Nielsen is a pretty long way away from Tron of his own. So Calcano's draw step for the turn was Karn the Great Creator. We know about the Karn liberated that he's been working. Ancient Stirrings and Chromatic Sphere.
先从星星开始，还是先从球开始？
Might be thinking about is around those 2 cards. What do I want to do with them? If I'm casting Ancient Stirrings, is there a particular card that I'm looking for? Yeah. Do I want to cast Stirrings through a sphere, for example? Looks like he's just going to play Stirrings off of his forest.
Doesn't have to worry about a Boseiju just yet here.
4、5，拿一个塔给他看，跟他说你刚刚不管站哪一边都一样。
All right, not Boseijuing that one.
See, Paul, when Game 5 starts, the banter ends.
Oh, yeah.
These two know what's on the line. It's seen in the Pro Tour finals.
playing for the title of potentially Pro Tour champion.
That's in Urza's mind. And that's what Calcano searched for with the expedition map. So he's not leaking any info.
No unknown information. Not just going to run out that power plant there.
Yep.
Play out a sphere. Just pass the turn here.
这边可以再去拼个绿吧。
If you crack, you could find an Ancient Stirrings. You already have a forest in play for any other green cards you can draw.
Yeah. So he is going to crack that.
抽什么？随便丢一点东西下来哈，反正。
So he'll just play that. So we're going to head back Simon Nielsen's way. Urza Saga is going to go up to chapter number 3, and that'll leave Simon Nielsen with the decision on his turn as he draws a card.
Right. Floating the mana here. Do you just slam Karn the Great Creator?
哇，还是没有地。
And no lands here for Simon. I'm just thinking about the
没有地呀，这边如果出，
right? You float the colorless, but you
如果
have to
出
play,
卡恩，
you can hit the land that you need and play out the Karn. But if you don't, no Karn.
出卡恩什么都没有。
Couldn't happen twice, right? There's no way.
Impossible.
Yeah. Simon with a lot to think about right now.
I think Stonebrain was sideboarded in, so that would be an incredible draw if he found that. But I think we already know what he drew this turn, right? Because the Urza Saga is currently on chapter 3.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the hand is face up. Stirrings map, ring, Karn.
这边的话存一点，然后探寻谷物去想办法拼一块地吧。啊，如果没有地，就跟刚刚一样惨，就跟你刚刚的对手一样惨。他妈探寻谷物看5张拿不到地，好危险，好陡，敢不敢赌？风浪越大鱼越贵，赌不赌？
on Christian if his play next turn is a Planeswalker. For example, his own Karn the Great Creator.
And now he's finally come to a decision. As Nielsen.
We are floating a mana here.
That is correct. So it'll be a map.
The map.
And
go ahead and get a mine.
All right. Okay, so he's going to sacrifice that and get an Urza's mine.
Play the mine.
哦，选择去下一回合凑到。
Then play the map and pass, and you have Tron. And then hope that Christian doesn't go. Tron land Karn, get your Tron land.
Here's your map.
Yep.
下地图，换人。
Here if you're Nielsen because you've blown up a land already to keep your opponent off of Tron.
And he just chose the wrong one.
And
well, he drew the tower too.
He would have Stirrings through a tower.
Yeah.
But Calcano already has the power plant rolled up. Now the draw step for the turn was Oblivion Stone. In a situation like this, if you're Calcano, you're
下地卡恩，炸一块地。
Yeah, couple of reasons. One, how does Oblivion Stone affect the game right now? Not a ton.
啊，痛苦面具。
So, oh man. So here's the thing. You play Karn Liberated this turn. That cuts Simon off the Tron, right? So the only thing he can do is play a 4-mana spell next turn, right? Then you have to consider cards like Karn the Great Creator. If you run out Karn the Great Creator, you could get a Liquid Metal, right? And try to shut Simon down for 1 turn. That's one thing that you want to do, but he's just going to go for, I mean,
when
you have Karn Liberated, I mean, this is usually just
go
big or go home.
That's right.
That's exactly what Calcano is going to do. So it's down to 3 counters already. It's presumably targeting one of these Tron lands. That'll get exiled. We'll find out which one it's going to be here in just a moment. But in response, Simon is going to search up in Urza's mind with an expedition map, which makes it clear what the target was with Karn Liberated. So Calcano is going big game hunting with Karn Liberated.
那这边是吃了早绿吗？
Could play a Karn of your own.
还是就直接过了？
Use the Pithing Needle on Karn
哎，怎么有个人挡住了？
At the very least, Christian should be able to get 2 activations here out of Karn Liberated.
哇！
Picked up a copy of Worm Coil Engine.
这边下地出戒
Now,
指。
start taking a look at Simon Nielsen's hand. You can start eliminating options from his hand on what his realistic plays can be. Worm Coil Engine out of the equation. Same with Karn Liberated. The One Ring doesn't seem to be the place to be.
No. Feels like it might be a little bit too slow.
So
下地出戒指，下地出卡恩，出戒指可以防下一个卡恩的加4啦。
I mean, you can't even play anything next turn, so you have to think about what Christian might do with this card next turn. He could, if Christian is afraid of Tron, could just minus. So then getting a needle is not quite as exciting. You could go for the liquid metal coating to slowly start to try to whittle away at Christian's lands. But that wouldn't work if then Christian chooses to minus the Karn and get the opposing Karn off the battlefield. Of course, we also know Christian's hand, right? Christian has a Karn of his own.
So, if I'm Nielsen in this spot, just from his side of things, because I don't know what's going on in Christian's hand.
Right.
Okay? I'm thinking to myself, I'm probably thinking to myself, what can I do in order to make this Karn impact this game the least? Okay? I've got a forest and a power plant.
还有机会吗？下地出卡恩的话
，That's 2/3 of the way to Tron, right? And I can threaten to complete Tron, which you clearly care about because of what you did with your Karn last turn.
Right.
So if I play that mine and then play a Karn the Great Creator, then you have a real decision to make on: do you want to break up Tron or do you want to kill Karn with your Karn? Because I don't think plussing would be an option. Now I am a little surprised to see this, but this does effectively say 4 mana draw 3.
Yeah,
right.
It does. It does.
So it's going to be the One Ring this turn that Simon Nielsen does play.
And so now, I mean, but Christian does have Karn the Great Creator, right? Which would shut down this One Ring.
Of course, Nielsen doesn't know that.
Of course, of course. Yep. But
OK，
now
这
that
边
we're on
还有一
Christian's
块
side, he's got to try to piece together what the worst possible situation is on the other side.
Yes.
Which is, of course, Karn Liberated plus Tron land.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11有11费。
turn here for Christian Calcano because you can either choose to play it safe, use the minus ability on the Karn Liberated to get another Tron land off the battlefield so that doesn't happen.
Yep.
But if you do, you lose the powerful Planeswalker.
Yep.
Right? Karn Liberated is extremely powerful. So if you lose the Karn Liberated, then you are just left with the Karn the Great Creator.
Yeah.
Which could be good enough.
It could be.
Right?
It could be good enough. And it is pretty attractive, I think, from Calcano's side of things to do that, which is I'll take care of another Urza's Mine. You're at least 2 turns away from completing the Tron and playing something that's very powerful and scary. And I have a Karn the Great Creator that can bridge the gap.
Right.
In the meantime, and that may be good enough. So there's another tower.
No. So
看一
what
下
are we
有什
looking
么
at here? 11 mana
应
total
该还
with
是
the
易
Karn
经
the
包
Great
袱吧
Creator. So 7, not quite enough for a Cityscape Leveler. Would only be destroying the Talisman here.
Yeah. This Karn the Great Creator is very good right now, too, though. You know, ignoring the minus, which is a pretty wild thing to say, just the fact that it does shut down the Talisman and the One Ring.
Yeah, it's huge.
Very, very powerful right now.
It is huge.
And this is, I think, what Simon was hoping to dodge. Yep.
Yeah. I think Simon might draw a card here in response. No?
Well, Christian's expecting him to. Look at him. Ooh.
Oh, no draws.
Okay. That's you saw how Christian held the die?
Yeah.
He was expecting him to respond.
Right.
Yeah.
这边再炸一块地，易经包袱再变一块地。夏维尔还是夏维尔就只有1费。
Remember, Simon cannot be targeted with Karn Liberated this turn, as the One Ring was cast.
That's a very, very good point. That's a very good point.
So if he wants to add some loyalty, we'll have to target himself.
Huh?
You can't Stone Brain either.
So now there's a Stone Brain.
this will, I don't think this works.
Okay, so we missed that part.
Yeah.
Simon was focused on that. And then he missed the one ring activation. So there's a lot going on.
Yes.
No,
so
you may not.
Relevant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, because he was trying to use that to stop Simon from playing a Tron land next turn.
So this is a wild sequence.
这样子
So
打错。
we were thinking, okay, card liberated can mess things up, right?
Right.
When the one ring comes down, protection, you gain protection from everything. Okay. Okay. And then the Stone Brain plan, that's out the door for at least a turn.
Right.
And now Simon, if he was going to complete Tron, a draw step would be great.
Yeah.
And he missed that with the one ring.
Right. And then next turn you can go Ancient Stirrings, try to find Tron land, then you can play your own Karn.
Yes. Suffice to say, there's a lot going on in these games.
没有啦，这边就炸一块地。
From this board state, wow.
And you can. Yep, you can. The protection was never relevant until now.
You and everybody else.
That's right. So, Calc is going to search up a Boseiju.
You know, I think it was like an hour ago, but I remember we sat down, you did your introduction, and you were like, might be here for a quick one.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere because this could be quick.
I feel
这边
like
卡恩要牺牲掉了吧？
I don't think I lied. I thought I was telling
what?
the truth.
Yeah, don't go anywhere because we have an awesome match here.
That's true.
Right. Wow.
Now, you getting protection from everything means that you can't be stone-brained, but...
Oh, yes. Boseiju too.
Well, he searched that up.
Oh, okay.
He searched that up.
Okay.
Okay.
So still looking okay, but remember...
He's going to use this.
Yeah. Nope. Can't do that either.
Yep, can't do that. That's all right. Hey, that's all right. That's all right.
I'm sorry.
Long day.
It's okay.
Long day.
I guess I'll plus it myself. And,
Oh, exile. Is it a must?
All right. Oh, slow him down. Boy.
Oh, man.
Boy, I'll tell you.
That took a lot out of Christian, I think.
It took a lot out of
哦，这个
It's been a long
打得好丑呢，
Alright.
但是
Simon
抽得到地吗？抽不到地。
Only 3 mana available here.
That is
抽不到地，虽然对手打得好丑，但是啊，先抽到先赢。我只能说啊，好玩游戏127。OK。
So many things to consider here. You saw that dance with the Boseijus. What can you do? What can I do? You can play a Karn. I can play a Karn. You can have Tron. What can you do if you have Tron? These are all the things that are going through these players' minds. We, of course, have the advantage of being able to see their hands,
we sure do.
Have perfect information, but they don't. And you can see that. Christian, every single turn. That game 4 was a grind. That game 5 was a grind. Despite the fact that he was ahead, there were so many things for him to consider. And that's why you saw that at the end. I think he was just relieved that the match was over.
I mean, relieved and exhausted,
Of
right? I mean, there's a
course.
lot of decisions going on in those games, folks. And on that last turn, no, it wasn't beautiful.
OK， 那就要看塔，不是塔，那个泰坦打红黑。
And at the end of the day, Calcano comes out of there alive. He's victorious, and he's on to the finals against who? We don't know.
Don't know.
We don't know, but we are very
泰坦过了之后就很好打了。
We have
究
Will with
竟
Christian Calcano, who I think might be a little bit exhausted. Will, take it away.
Christian Calcano, you've just come off 5 exhausting yet thrilling games of Magic. Tell me what is going through your head right now.
Yeah, my head is just like spinning, you know, like all 5 games were just, I don't know, like I was just making every misplay in the world. Like I had no idea what was going on, and I like forgot like what some of the games happened.
我像一只他妈的该死的猴子，对，但我还是赢了，耶！塔麦卢好玩。
Tell me, what does that mean to you? We know you've been doing that grind for so long. You're finally here in the finals of a Pro Tour. Tell us how you feel.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. It's crazy. Like you just you know, you just dream about that stuff. So here we are.
Literally living the dream. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
It can be exhausting. It can also be very, very humbling. Christian Calcano is headed on to the finals of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. His opponent, it's either going to be Dominic Harvey or Jake Beardsley? We're going to find out right after this short break.
OK， 休息一下，我们回来看红黑打泰坦。
继续直线行驶164公里。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings on Top 8 Sunday. There is a look at the co-streaming area of MagicCon Barcelona, where we're bringing you all of the action here of our Top 8 in a bunch of different languages so people can enjoy Magic all around the world. And I spot a wild Jean-Emmanuel Duprat at the French language station, Monty. He's going to be at the World Championship.
He absolutely is. What a pleasure for the French viewers at home getting to see the Pro Tour broadcast brought to them with commentary from one of the best to do it.
Absolutely. So cool to see. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty Davuti. Whew, what a semifinal that was. And guess what? We're not done yet. We have another semifinal to bring you. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we are here in our top 8. There you see Christian Calcano waiting for an
OK， 回来啦，来看最后一个4强。虽然也才有2个，对。
But I want to comment on what we just saw, Monty, because that was one heck of a Tron mirror.
That was incredible. That was a grind, a slog fest. It was very tough for both of the players. The mental to get through that, Christian Calcano, we saw a very unfortunate full miss on Ancient Stirrings. We heard the odds of that earlier on in the match to recover from that. And I do have to give one more shout out to Simon Nielsen as we bid him adieu in this tournament. He absolutely crushed it in the first 2 days. Then he conceded to his teammate to get him in. Then throughout the entire weekend, he's just been all smiles. Even at the end when he lost that match, nothing but a smile on his face, nothing but grace. Just truly one of the most humble and kindest people we have in the game right now.
I am so thrilled to see him here in yet another top 8. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen on making it this far. Well, if you've been bitten by the modern bug watching all of this modern this weekend, I do not blame you. There have been some truly incredible decks. And what Monty and I are going to do now is go over some of the decks that were here this weekend under their deck archetypes and talk to you about what we think you should play based on what kind of player you are. So we're going to start off with aggro decks here, Monty.
Yeah, if you're an aggro player, you don't have that many choices in Modern, but I would recommend you try out Burn. Burn is one of the decks in the format that is quite good against the most played deck we had in the room, Rakdos of Vote. So maybe give that a try and see if you can get some wins there.
All right, from the aggro decks here at this tournament, Monty recommends Burn. But what about mid-range? We had a whole ton of mid-range decks here this weekend. I'm going to go, most popular Rakdos Evoke, I know that. I'm going to go with Rhinos, though, as my suggestion for anybody looking for a mid-range deck here this weekend. Had a 56% overall win percentage in this tournament, which is really good, Monty.
Yeah, it was the most of the, you know, not real, but the most played decks in the field. The decks that were well represented. Right. Rhinos had the best win rate of those in the tournament over 2 days.
Okay, so Rhinos, my suggestion for you. It's a very fun Cascade deck. Ramp is the next series of decks we're going to talk about here, Monty.
Look, it is pretty hard for me to say don't play Mono Green Tron. We have seen how impressive it has been so far. This weekend has a player in our finals already. But Amulet Titan's pretty great as well, so I don't think you can go wrong with either, especially if you want to beat up on some of the Tron.
I love Amulet Titan, just always around, always lurking. It could always take you out. All right, let's talk about control here. If you must play one of these decks, I feel sorry for you, but sorry, I'm too mean. I'm being too mean to control players. They're perfectly wonderful people. I said that with
players
my fingers.
Are valid.
They were crossed behind my
valid players, Maria.
Demir Control is the deck I would recommend for you here this weekend. Monty, this was your favorite. This was your choice. You would have played this coming into the tournament.
I would have played this coming into the tournament. We do have an 8-2 list for players who are looking for inspiration. A player did go 8-2 with Demir in this tournament, so you can start there and then see how you want to adjust based on how the modern metagame shapes up following this event.
Control comes in and out of favor like the tides in Modern. Now it might be out a little bit, but you never know when it'll come back in. Here's a look at combo as far as archetypes go. A lot of options here too, Monty.
A lot of options. We did see maybe the creature-based combo decks that are vulnerable to decks like Rakdos Evoke. They may be vulnerable, so you might not want to go for something like Golgari Yawgmoth. But you know, Urza Thopter Sword had a pretty good win rate this weekend. A bit more of a complicated deck to pick up, but if you can master all of the play patterns, of which there are many in that deck, maybe that's a direction that we see Modern shifting in over the course of the next few weeks.
And I found that I think I might want to pick up a combo deck after this weekend,
which one?
Monty.
Which one was it?
I think I want to play Living End.
I want a little louder for the broadcast.
Living End. I want to try Living End. Okay, I hate myself. Are you happy? There's a look at a bunch of decks and archetypes that people played this weekend that you might want to try out at home. All right, everybody, it's time to turn our attention to our second semifinal. Christian Calcano is waiting in the finals, and he needs an opponent, so it's time to give him one. Take a look at our matchup here. Dominic Harvey versus Jake.
Okay, 终于要进入正题了。
versus Rakdos Evoke. Dominic Harvey, this is his deck. This is his baby. He's written an 80-page, 32,000-word guide on how to play Amulet Titan. So he knows it. This is his first top 8. Take a look at his road to getting here today. Started the tournament off with 2 losses to go 5-3 on day 1, but battled back with only 1 loss on day 2. He's playing against Rakdos Evoke, and guess what? He's beaten it 4 times.
That is absolutely incredible from him.
That is dominance. All right, so Jake Beardsley might be quaking in his boots a little bit. Let's take a look at his road to the top 8 here. Good day 1, going at 7-1 on his birthday. Day 2 lost twice to members of our top 8. Drew with Simon in round 16 to get in here to the top 8. This is his first top 8 and first Pro Tour. Top 8ing your first Pro Tour. What? Like it's hard? Jake Beardsley. There's a look at the roads to the top 8. Now let's talk about the decks and specifically this matchup, Monty.
Well, Maria, we're going to start by taking a look at Dominic Harvey's pet deck, his baby, as you said, Amulet Titan. Now, this is a land-based deck, but it is very different from what we're seeing in Mono Green Tron. This deck is really trying to ramp using cards like Arboreal Grazer, Dryad, Elysian Grove, and Azusa to get to Primeval Titan.
没错，4张戒指的
Vigor, the low 1 mana artifact
新型
that could
泰坦护身
all
符
of your lands that come into the battlefield tapped, whether it be from being tapped lands like the Ravnica bounce lands or Primeval Titan, get untapped, allowing you to use the mana immediately. But it's not just about mana, it's also about abilities. A big part of the explosiveness of this deck involves the 2 Boros lands, Slayer's Stronghold and Sunhome. Being able to play a Primeval Titan, get Slayer Stronghold, give the Primeval Titan haste, attack with it, trigger it again, get the Slayer Stronghold and give it double strike. That can be a lot of damage out of nowhere. So this is an extremely potent combo, and this deck has many lines, as Dread of the Elysian Grove also enables Valakut. The deck is so complicated. On the other side, Jake Beardsley playing Rakdos Evoke.
这个就是3-3，没有放那个，没有放不洗的。正边只有一张血月。
A Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the main deck, where many players would have Seasoned Pyromancer. The core of this deck, of course, is Disruption. You're trying to use Fury and Grief on turn 1, and then have it stick around permanently while doubling its effect using cards like Feigned Death and Undying Malice. Backing this up with even more disruption in the form of Thoughtseize and removal, you're trying to disrupt your opponent's game plan. And one card that's really important that Jake has in this main deck is Blood Moon. Now, look, Dom is 4-0 against Rakdos Evoke this weekend, which is absolutely incredible. But there were 11 matches this weekend between Evoke and Amulet. 6-5 in favor of Amulet. If you remove Dom's 4, the matchup has gone 2-5. Dominic Harvey is an absolute master, but this matchup is extremely close, and by the cards themselves, that amount of disruption should be unfavored for Amulet. So this is not easy. Dominic, of course, confident given how it's gone so far and his mastery of the deck, but he does still need things to go his way right now in the most important time, because if he gets through this, he's sailing easy. He's got Tron in the finals.
All right, everybody, I'm excited. It is time for our second semifinal. Christian Calcano needs an opponent, and we're about to give it to him. Riley and Corey, take it away.
Thanks so much, Maria, and welcome back to the tournament floor here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Riley and I joined by Corey Baumeister for the final time today in the booth, but we couldn't be more excited to get things going between our two champions. We've just had the match previewed, Corey. Kind of in a weird spot because we're saying, well, Rakdos Evoke certainly looks good in this matchup, but Dominic Harvey has a thing or two to say about the Rakdos matchup.
Yeah, I think it's in this 80-page document of his on how to beat this, you know, and apparently he knows the secret because, yeah, 4-0, needed all 4 of them to get to the top 8. So going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, even Dominic's path to the top 8 was not by any means certain. In fact, it looked unlikely heading into the last round of Swiss. There was basically, he had the 1%er out, a draw needed between other people contesting for that top 8 slot.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened. We saw Kazuna Kasaka and Alexander Hayne drawing, which got Hayne into squeaking him into 8th place.
Yeah, exactly. Which got Dom exactly that one more place up to be exactly where he is today.
His opponent, Jake Beardsley, playing what we sort of expected to be the deck of the tournament in Rakdos Evoke, and we're seeing exactly why here. Get griefed, Dominic Harvey, as we see grief evoked on turn 1, and then the bring it back straight away. 2 cards out of the hand, a 4-3 evoke on turn 1. Jake Beardsley.
Yep, absolutely, exactly what you want to do, and this kind of happens against Amulet, especially when you have this many lands. You know, your hand usually doesn't have that many playable things to do, but then the top of your deck has so many Primeval Titans, in the sense where you can get Summoner's Pact or Primeval Titan itself.
Ragavan dashed in and heads back up to the hand, and attack for 6 on turn 2, exiling Dryad of the Elysian Grove and creating a treasure token here for Jake, who gets in once again with the monkey, pilfering away. This fine, how about some treasure off the top? That's the One Ring.
1 land short of casting that. Anytime you can hit anything off Ragavan, it is extremely good. Yeah, I was gonna say, mate, hang on, just calm down 1 second. That cost 4 mana, not 3. Yeah, I'd be like, who has the bomb slams in this deck? Is it Amulet or?
Hey,
so close, so close.
Well, speaking of bouncing, Ragavan heads back to the hand. Urza Saga up to 3, and we see now a newer addition to the Amulet Titan deck.
The Garden.
The Mycosynth Garden, correct. Also, I will point out, old mate Dominic Harvey, he's on the 61 card special.
It's the correct move, I guess.
Highly scientific. Highly scientific.
All right, so this is a construct here, blow, and then getting blown up by Regavan. Dom needs something right now, and I don't even know what you can really have against a menace creature besides actually going off. And that would involve not only one amulet, but two, and then some other help as well. So this is going to be pretty tricky. So there is one amulet. And I think we have a Summoner's Pact, so that could go get Azusa.
I'm in a situation like this, I'm just never saying, oh, no, it's all right. Okay, we can pack it up, because while there is an Amulet of Vigor flying around, while there is mana and available to Amulet Titan, it is never out of contention.
Never, because, well, okay, so Urza Saga can tap here for one colorless. That colorless could be funneled into the Gardens. Get Amulet, copy Amulet. Now you have only one mana available. And nope, not enough.
Nope. He's run the numbers, he's crunched them up, and Dominic Harvey decides to go to game number 2 here.
超快就死了，直接被掉2张，爆开。
The Lord of the Rings from Barcelona, Spain. What a pleasure it is to have your company, Riley Knight, joined by Corey Baumeister in the booth, and it's a great pleasure to bring you coverage of this huge Magic event from Europe. We're going to kick things off with this Tamer. With Jake starting with Thoughtseize rather than the Evoked Grief.
Yep, absolutely not quite as powerful. Taking one of the Dryads to me would be screaming out that I'll be taking that other one next turn. Otherwise, you usually take non-redundant copies of cards.
Typically speaking, when you are casting a card like Thoughtseize or Inquisition of Kozilek, if you're a total Magic boomer, you tend not to take a card that they have multiple copies of. There are exceptions to this rule, of course, but that generally is the play pattern we see. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another Thoughtseize type effect in the near future. But as it is now, back to Dominic Harvey, whose Urza Saga ticks up to 2 lore counters.
我是没有很喜欢一回下克萨传了。
Follow up is here.
A very tame Talaria West go.
And I don't believe that was revealed from the Thoughtseize, so I think we have perfect information from Jake's side. And here
这边看起来把手牌掉完了。
pitching
a feign death.
So,
再来一个， 再来一个。
No worries. So that's going to just absolutely shred the hand here of Dominic Harvey.
Right. But after all this shredding, there is still one of the namesake cards here, Prime Time.
Let me check the clock here real quick, Corey. It looks like it is getting close to Prime Time.
Prime Time, yeah.
I love this card.
Me too.
I love this card. Unban it in Commander, you cowards. Actually, probably don't do that. It's probably way too good for Commander.
That's fair.
Right. So, Amulet of Vigor, now the namesake card of this deck, a really important piece of this particular puzzle, of course, and we see Valakut untapped as a result of the Amulet.
And still needs some help. Next turn can get up to 4 mana with one of these bounce lands. 4 is indeed not 6. So still has to find something else, like maybe an Arboreal Grazer. Ooh, there's a One Ring, though. That was an excellent draw.
Yeah, Crumbling Vestige is going to be able to provide the extra mana needed to cast the One Ring, and this is the power of the One Ring. Yes. Protection from everything, effectively gaining, what, 7 life here against Jake's Onslaught?
And probably more important than the life, protection from Thoughtseize or Griefs.
Right.
So the hand is safe. Normally, if you didn't have that protection clause, you wouldn't draw a card there because you don't want to give Jake the possibility of seeing 1 extra card. But when you have protection, just doesn't matter.
感觉对面有攻坚手。
Time Walk there, one of Magic's iconic cards from 10,000 years ago. This card is monumentally powerful, and it's only fitting that the One Ring, a marquee mythic rare from the new set, The Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth, is getting it done in Modern in its wake here.
Yeah, Time Walk these days also draws 3 cards.
Okie dokes. Harvey now with the Amulet of Vigor, Primeval Titan in hand, and Golgari Rot Farm hanging out there as well. Those Ravnica bounce lands, Karoo lands, they're sometimes called.
Okay.
Another really popular card in Commander.
有攻坚手。
those land drops, but with actual high-level constructed implications in a deck like Amulet Titan.
Absolutely.
长张再扣2滴。
Yep.
Oh, 总共是3滴。
Yep, absolutely. So drawing 2 cards will go up to 3, take 3, and now the pressure is really on Dom because let's see, we got 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage coming back, and then the ring will be +2, so that's 13.
So it's a bit of a now or never moment.
It's now or never. And I do see Rot Farm, Azusa, and Titan, I think, so if that is the case, that should be enough. Not positive if I saw Azusa, but that is...
We know there's a Titan. We've seen the Titan, and I think we've seen Azusa as well, but we'll find out shortly enough here.
哎，绿怎么不见了
See, Harvey's got it all sorted out with his land drops and his floating mana.
Looks like the rot farm will be rotting back into Dominic's hand for now.
Can potentially play it again. So tapping it for mana in response to the bounce trigger after it's untapped with the amulet.
Okay.
So here you go. You can see how much mana is floating. One green, one black, one colorless from the vestige there, the crumbling vestige.
And there still should be a bounce land.
There is definitely an Azusa.
Okay, okay.
Yep. So that's going to be huge. Azusa, of course, Lost But Seeking enables you to play a bunch of extra lands, 2 additional lands. I don't want to. I sound like a broken record, Corey, but another card that is really good in Commander.
Sure.
Maybe we're tempting Commander players into Modern, man.
Fair enough. So now we do see Azusa being put down. So the one thing that we've seen before is like, oh, you have Amulet, you have Primeval Titan, the game's over. That is not always the case when your opponent's at more than 16 life and has blockers. So this Primeval Titan will still have to attack, but it won't be able to attack for lethal. So Dom has to use one of the more creative ways, kind of where his 80-page guide would come into play. How do you get Primeval Titan into play, and what is your best avenue to then stay alive?
So a Vesuva was played there. I believe it's copying that Golgari Rod Farm.
Okay.
And it looks like we're bouncing Talaria West with the trigger and then replaying it, of course, because, you know, we never run out of land drops when we're playing Amulet Titan.
Yep.
A ton of mana in the pool here for Harvey. More than enough to cast Primeval Titan.
All the dice goes away. Here is prime time.
这边是
加里敏捷 start with his Boros Garrison and Slayer Stronghold. If you draw some of these cards, that's kind of, you know, the unfortunate scenarios where you have to then play them maybe out of turn. Like to. But we see this usually gives the haste and vigilance to Primeval Titan. And then, since the game is not just straight over this turn, at least it doesn't look like, we're going to see exactly what Dom does. Now it's how can I protect myself against maybe a possible terminate, something along those lines.
Radiant Fountain is a way that this deck can gain life. That's in the sideboard, however.
Yep, Radiant Fountain, Colony Gardens, these used to be in the list. Now it's
这边双还有魂力，所以这边可以2个。
Like the Mycosynth Gardens, which is just so excellent in conjunction with Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, that did really take out a lot
这个
of
不错，
those
然后回一块
extra
地
fun lands kind of thing.
And we see it here as well, put into play.
Okay.
Just a more generically powerful card, supplanting.
那手上有大田园 backup 这个86。
Yep.
In the Amulet Titan decks, relegated to the sideboard instead. So Beardsley counting up what he's up against here as this primetime crashes in.
Now we'll see if there's another follow-up. Let's say Summoner's Pact for another Dryad, play another land, use Valakut to then would be turned on thanks to Dryad and deal some damage.
Kill something.
Or if that's just enough. If this is all that Dom has, Dom can still very much lose next turn to... it would have to be 2 removal spells, but still possible.
On a Rakdos deck?
Certainly. Yeah, right.
Certainly. We're going to see some blocks, actually. All right.
Okay.
We're going to see some blocks, and I think that's telegraphing a Feigned Death or an Undying Malice of some kind.
Yeah, so if Dom had a plan for post-combat play something, this is going to really put a hindrance on that.
Yeah, because we're going to see... this is...
来大田园回手。
Because of the way that blockers have been ordered, right?
Oh, that's an Otawara.
Right, never mind. Okay, we don't have to talk about that. Otawara, the Soaring City, sends grief soaring back to the hand of Jake Beardsley.
大田园回手才5点，
in for a ton of damage and critical.
然后泰坦活下来了。
That was so huge.
哇，那你下一回合要爆开喽，哥哥。
Had one more piece of interaction, but now Jake is not going to be able to do enough things unless you can kill Primeval Titan and maybe Dom just has absolutely nothing in hand. Then maybe you could piece this together. But step 1 has to kill Titan or it's just over.
So let's have a look at the Mycosynth Garden, says Jake Beardsley. A new land.
这样泰坦拿下。
Obviously with all will be one. And has had a significant impact on the Amulet Titan archetype.
Okay, so the Grief takes that. Now some lines that Dom will have available. Yep, that looks like 3 damage. Dom can attack, go get Stronghold. Put that into play tapped.
Sunhome.
Or exactly.
Sunhome Fortress, the Legion, the card, of course, that gives double strike, trample, potent combination.
Exactly.
And you 6/6 attacking.
And you can pump again with the Slayer Stronghold. So this should be it.
Dominic Harvey has managed to pull together what looks like another dub here from a position where I would have thought you're just dead, but I'm not Dominic Harvey. I'm not the one who literally wrote the book on this deck.
There you go.
So Vesuva once again.
Nice, the
looked like it was Cosmic Growth Chamber, which this is shortcutting to add 4 mana essentially. When you have 2 amulets, it's 4, 1, 2.
超级无敌多法力。
But now also when this primeval
下一块地，
you can get
在404蓝
activate
202蓝
untap
transmute
something else, but it looks like it's just prime time number 2 here.
Yep, we're going to see
Primeval Titan, Titan number 2
with the Vesuva copying, cosplaying as the Simic
敏捷，哎，秀冲出去 ，double striker，
which is another 0 drop. And then Summoner's Pack can go and find a Primeval Titan. Using Primeval Titan, you can, of course, using the Slayer Stronghold, you can give this Primeval Titan haste after it comes into play. And then you can go and search out for 4 more lands, all of which will enter the battlefield, or will be untapped after they enter the battlefield. And I think we're getting close to a game win here for Dominic Harvey. If he can't win from this position, Corey,
这边会有4绿6蓝，不是。
The only thing I could think that maybe makes it slightly, question mark.
Another one? Oh no, it's another. Okay, we're just seeing a.
Pew,
have a look at that. Yep, another pact to go and get a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. And even if the Prime Titans didn't get across, even if the Primeval Titans didn't connect, now all of our lands are mountains. You go and get 4 more lands with the Valakut or extra Valakuts. You're dead 6 ways from sun.
Exactly, and one of the other lands you're going to get.
阿库
another Valakut.
冲脸，嘣嘣嘣。
Spoiler, they were going to connect.
They were going to get through as well. So Dominic Harvey, a dominant performance for him in game number 2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Modern from Barcelona after this.
这边一人一把，背牌，更多的血月，更多的猜。
Welcome back to the summertime sunshine of Barcelona, Spain. Pro Tour of the Lord of the Rings taking place in a beautiful city, in a beautiful country, and we couldn't be happier to be here with your company. Around the world, wherever you're joining us from, welcome. By all means, welcome. It's so good to have your company. Ryan and I joined by Corey Baumeister. And Corey, we're well and truly underway with our second and last semi-final in our top 8 here in this modern tournament. We have seen all sorts of wild action across 3 days of competition, but we are getting ever closer to crowning a champion. Jake Beardsley, Dominic Harvey, the winner of this match, will face off against Christian in the final. But who's it going to be?
来
I know who
这
Christian
边你有没有
Calcano
一
is
回
rooting
之
for,
解？
and that would be Jake, because we kind of saw how bad
一回之解
the
有
matchup Tron versus Amulet is. So Calcano definitely has a newfound fan in Jake. Even though, I know,
我又抽一支。
the calculator are good buds.
Well, let's have a chat about what these two players have done post-board. So an unusual aspect of the best-of-5 finals that we see here is that we sideboard after game 2, not after game 1. I'll quickly run through what we're seeing here. After game 2, Jake has taken out 4 copies of Orcish Bowmasters and 2 copies of Breaker and replaced them with 2 copies of Chalice of the Void, 1 copy of Pithing Needle, 1 Terminate, and 2 Blood Moon, which is going to be a massive card if it ever comes out. On the other side of things, Dominic has taken out 1 Azusa, 1
敏捷地不见了，那人要没了。
and Cultivator Colossus also hitting the bin. The bench, I should say. And coming in instead, 1 Worm Coil Engine, 1 Generous Ent, 2 Terra Sunder, 3 Dismember, and a Radiant Fountain. Quite a dramatic shift for Dominic Harvey.
Yeah, it is a dramatic shift, and most of the time you look and you're like, wow, you're taking out lands? Like, you shouldn't be taking out lands in your deck, but with Amulet, there's a lot of utility lands. Some lands come in to mitigate that, as well as you just play extra lands.
然后那个接下来就是换我出戒指。
with Blood Moon.
Yeah, Blood Moon means that Urza Saga just immediately goes to the bin.
Yeah.
And so it's just too much of a liability to keep them in your deck in a post-Blood Moon environment. And what are we seeing here, Corey, as Dalthy Voidwalker gets in for a spot of lunch with Ragavan being dashed as well?
Yeah, we see the 1 ring with a Dalthy counter on there. So there was a Thoughtseize taking that. So at any point, Dalthy Voidwalker can cast the 1 ring.
Could be cashed in here.
Yep.
Here's a
看队友转3点，尿都抖了2下。
At least in some numbers. 2 of them hitting the bench, but must have obviously. Oh no, the full 4.
OK， 戒指抽一张。
Here is the 1 ring protecting against some damage.
下回还有没有命？
Draws a card here.
Blood Moon for Jake Beardsley, and this could spell.
哦，血月！我看到他手上有血月了。
That is really bad news bears here for Dominic, as some of the answers that are really popular ways to deal with Blood Moon, Force of Vigor, are kind of in some of the other lists. And I would say stock, but I feel like Dom is the one who stocks this list.
Whatever Dominic Harvey's playing, that's the stock amulet.
Exactly, but there are no Force of Vigors here. You do need green mana to be able to destroy that. So there are plenty of games where Dom just never finds a green source and just cannot do a single thing. Not only that, but it really shuts down all bounce lands, turning from adding 2 to just 1.
So
第2颗戒指很猛很猛。
Here for Dominic Harvey, but right now all he's got to work with instead basically just mountains, thanks to all of those non-basics that he's playing. The 1 ring, copy number 2 comes down. He's going to draw an extra card off of that. That's another turn of protection, but Harvey swimming against the tide, I think it's fair to say.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that's 2 1 rings in exile there.
但是
So, oh yeah, sorry.
但是
1 is
要
not
怎么办？
land, I was going to say. So there is still 1 copy left in the deck for Dom as another Time Walk effect. Otherwise, if we don't find it exactly right now, that's it.
Yeah, the thing is, Time Walk is only really good if you're actually doing something with it, right? And Dom at the moment is flailing, trying to find a way to contest this huge board that Jake very, very quickly assembled. Threats plus disruption. That's how you beat these decks.
Yep.
And that's what we've seen. Disruption in the form of Blood Moon and discard spells, and threats in the form of Ragavan, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Jake Beardsley, match point. 1 more win.
快速解决。
Our final here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings in Barcelona. This could be it, Corey.
This could be it, and Dom really needed to kind of pick up those first 2
一回不两滴。
in this, pre-boarded world, because, well, there's only 1 main deck Blood Moon.
他有上那个 Cycle 找树林。
You feel kind of unlucky, but going up to 3 of them in total, now it's not exactly luck. It's closer to a certainty at the later stages of the game.
Game goes long enough, and your opponent is bound to hit one of those 3 Blood Moons here. Dominic will be hoping that they don't come to the 4 too early. Here's the Thoughtseize now. Cycling away the Generous Ent in order to search up a forest.
Probably a basic forest here after last game.
Oh yes, we can see the basic forest.
肯定是要找一块基本树林的，说啥呢？
Art land.
Okay.
Love to see that.
An interesting choice.
So,
I like it.
Are you kidding me? That's a great choice.
I mean, at least it could have been foil. Every other card in Dominic's deck is absolutely shiny and beautiful, but you know.
Except for the Ottawa and the Terra Sunder that are currently in hand, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And the General Center you just cycled away.
All right now. What's going on in this game, Mr. Riley Knight?
Well, look, the Rakdos Evoke deck wants to do exactly this, right? Wants to disrupt and apply pressure, and we've seen the disruption, so now it's up to Jake to apply some pressure. What do we see on turn 2? Dash Ragavan maybe a Douthie Voidwalker. I can see a Fable of the Mirror Breaker in hand, but what is there on our second turn?
I think I also saw Ragavan and
这没什么
Thoughtson, so there
先
were
出
so
到
many
西
options here. Jake round the numbers and put out the Voidwalker immediately.
我又抽到了，哦不是，是阿紫莎。
Lost but seeking after Douthie Voidwalker comes into play, and a Simic Growth Chamber.
回这个下地，再补2滴，
again,
拿起来，拿起来，24。
And I believe we had 2 prime times in hand.
Is that right?
From the initial Thoughtseas, I could be wrong on that. I know
1、2、3、4、5，下回有地就有泰坦喽。
So Terra Sunder will
挡得住吗？
against a possible Blood Moon here. You
需
can
要
use
一个
that
血
Forest
月。
plus Radiant Fountain, which would be a mountain, to Terra Sunder the Blood Moon to then use the rest of your mana. But still no Amulet, so we're not seeing any wind. So something you might see in this game that you don't always see with Amulet Titan is, just Titan. But when you get just Titan, you can still ramp with it. It plays a little bit
看2泰坦，
game.
觉得很无奈。
Up for the next turn.
Primeval Titan just casting it by itself. Just Raw Dog and a Titan. Ooh, still feels.
All right, absolutely.
Still feels fantastic just running one out there. But it's not going to happen here as Thoughtseize
但是对手没有地，
takes
不怕。
away this copy of Primeval Titan.
So now, I mean, Jake can cast Primeval Titan too.
Very true. Yeah. Now that it's got that void counter on it, if we want to upgrade our 3/6 Shadow into a Primeval Titan.
Really wants to steal the time slot.
没错，给他复活。
a little
我来啦，宝贝。
It's not just happening with the Voidwalker being cashed in.
找2块地，好猛。
Feign death mean that the Voidwalker
开始找一些特殊地。
2 lands here for Jake Beardsley off of this Primeval Titan. He goes and gets some.
找2个快地也行。
Play tap no matter what these Black Cleave Cliffs.
有没有人还想要找2个找弟弟去压缩自己的牌库？有没有地？
Okay, so
没有地。
Dom needed the land and did not hit it. Now Jake is the one that not only has the first.
而且他还没有黑可以做。
Take this one from Dom, and Jake gets to attack with prime time.
又一只泰坦，他被自己的泰坦打死了。 他总还有一张复活，所以可以再做一个复活。笑死！找2个找一地吧。
With another Feying Death.
Because the Douthie Voidwalker is still there, and is there another Feying Death in hand?
There's another Feying Death or Undying Malice in hand, so there's going to be at the end step, on Jake's side, 2 Primeval Titans, Ragavan, Douthie Voidwalker with a counter on it, and he's going to be like, okay, your turn.
Jake Beardsley has come to this tournament being like, all right, I'm going to play Rakdos Evoke, and then he's looked at what his opponents are playing, he's like, well, that looks like fun.
Yeah.
I want to play your deck instead.
Yeah.
We have seen this time and time again with Rakdos Evoke.
把所有地都找出来。
Primeval Titan for the Rakdos deck.
Wow.
2 more lands. Blood Crypt is going to be joined by probably another duel here. No, it's just a swamp. He might be out of duels, to be honest, at this stage. Holy moly.
Probably better to get a swamp with Blood Moon in your deck anyways, but yeah. I don't think anything matters anymore.
超强，2只绿泰坦，不知道怎么输。
Mirror Breaker, Dominic Harvey, the final moments for him in this tournament, I think it's fair to say, as he is going to get
下课。
好像
没有抽到地的样子，有吗？有吗？有没有地？有地。OK， 那还能打。
And I mean, we are going to be saying some of the cards like the One Ring, you know, Orcish Bowmasters, cards of the tournament. You got to be putting in the conversation Douthie Voidwalker, especially you and I.
这边是2块回地地吗？然后2块回地地。
Real. How awesome and impactful this 2-drop is.
So Harvey now considering which 2 lands he wants to get. Now, no Amulet means that he's not going to be able to do any untapped shenanigans with any of the cards that he gets.
2块回地地把大田园跟那个补血地回收。
Very carefully. If there is a line here, Dominic Harvey is the man for the job. He will find the line.
Absolutely. So thinking about it, you know, you can get some bounce lands here, and if you get bounce lands, you can then like replay Radiant Fountain to gain some life. So, you know, on surface value, at least you can gain 2 more life, so Dom can be at an effective 18. You could get Vesuva if you really wanted as well to get yourself at an effective 20, and you might need that life buffer just in case. But Dom also has to figure out, how can I close out the game? Which I'm gonna let Dom figure this out, because this seems like you know, an impossible task right now, but definitely I would say more improbable, not necessarily impossible.
He has to find a way not just to not just lose this game, but also somehow to win it.
Exactly.
And that is a massive uphill battle for him. But it starts with this Primeval Titan and its trigger as it comes into play, searching out 2 lands. You mentioned Vesuva. We see it on the screen. It's a weird card, kind of like a clone effect for lands.
A little copycat.
And there is that Radiant Fountain hanging out underneath the Otawara for it to copy if Harvey believes that the 2 life is going to be relevant. But no, we're going to see Talaria West here, joined by Golgari Rot Farm. And it's going to pick up the Radiant Fountain, which can be replayed thanks to the Azusa's extra
这样哦，我原本以为会是2个回地地，然后想办法把大田园弹回来之类的，拯救自己的绿泰坦。
Which
is that the only card left in his hand?
It sure is, Riley.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't see any way out. Of course, we are not going to call it exactly yet, but now not only that, Jake gets 2 drops.
Terminate! GG!
You don't even need the Saga here. It's a Terminate off the top, and that is going to be enough.
对手泰坦真强。哎呀，最后还是没有过红 A 这一关。
Against Amulet Titan, Dominic Harvey not finding a way against the unassailable onslaught of all of that disruption, the discard and the potent threats, and you can see Jake overwhelmed with joy to having
那就是回到经典的红黑打绿塔。
From Roanoke, Virginia, taking it down here, gonna go play against
真的是应该说可以说是这个环境内魔界环境之后出来最代表2个套牌了。
We are going to have quite a finals on our hands.
We are indeed, and Corey, I know you've had a blast this weekend. That's it for us in the booth here. So, mate, thank you for your guidance, your excellence, and of all of your expertise across the 3 days of competition. It's been marvelous working with you as ever.
A lot of fun with you too, buddy.
Thank you so much, my dude. But right now, we are going to chuck it over to Will Hall, who is standing by with our winner, Jake Beardsley.
对，那我是不知道啦，他上面写红黑打绿塔有接近70%的胜率，我觉得感觉没有那么高，但是反正有血月就是强。对。
He has the ability, if he can survive without losing the Titan, to start picking up his own Otawara and bouncing his own Titans back to his hand, and things would fall apart pretty quickly there, so it felt relieving, honestly, that it was just like, it was done, and I didn't have to worry about trying to navigate the rest of that game when it got much, much harder.
Okay, the big question. You're 1 game away from being our Pro Tour champion, from lifting that trophy, and it's your first Pro Tour. How does that feel? What emotions are you going through right now?
I'm just trying to focus on the match in front of me. It's really hard to put everything into words, and I'm sort of just trying to just shut it all down and focus on winning.
他很便宜吧？
Either
相对来说啦。
really tough opponent. I don't know who I'm playing, but I know that either of the options are going to be really, really tough to get through.
Smart choice. Thank you very much, Big.
啊，他造价才500多美，快600。 便宜啦。
to bring you all the action across the weekend, but for now, we are going to chuck it back over to the news desk for Maria and Marnie with a preview of the final.
Hey everybody, welcome back to beautiful Barcelona, Spain, and Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, here in our top 8. And it is time for the finals. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. We've been battling all weekend long through 2 days of Swiss to here to our top 8.
Okay.
And finally, the finals.
冠亚赛，我们提早1个小时开始，看起来还要提早4个小时结束，很好很好。最后一把。不要给我打到12点哦！不过有绿塔打起来，这个环境应该很快。虽然刚刚他妈有2个绿塔内战给我那边拖台前，干。
That is our finals. Monty, your thoughts on the top 8 so far?
刚刚那个真的是他妈的超级拖台前，受不了。
Of the expected and the unexpected, and I think one of the most unexpected was Jake Beardsley, as Rakdos spoke, being able to overcome Marco Del Pivo in that quarterfinals match. And we mentioned even then when that happened, that the road for him was only getting easier because both of the matchups that were potentially facing him afterwards, well, they were looking a lot easier than that Rhinos. For Christian Calcano, having to overcome 2 very incredible players, Kai Buddha and then Simon Nielsen. Well, nobody could have said it was expected, but in both cases, he was slightly favored, at least in the matchup. So it is cool to get to this finals, a matchup between the expected and the unexpected, and see how it's going to play out.
Absolutely, Will. Thoughts from you?
My horse is still in the race. Jake Beardsley, the Cinderella story, it's still alive. Birthday weekend, first Pro Tour, first top 8, and now in the finals, 1 game away from lifting the trophy and calling himself a Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for this finals that we have ahead of us, everybody. And hey, if you're at home watching all of the action here from Barcelona, guess what? You can join in on the action at MagicCon Las Vegas. Mark your calendars for September 22nd through the 24th. You can get your tickets right now at mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com. That's where we're going to be holding the World Championship, which is, of course, the most awesome event of the year in Magic. There's going to be a 100K limited open, cosplay contest, panels, the command zone, all of your favorite content creators all together in Las Vegas this September. And I just mentioned the World Championship, everybody. I mean, this championship is exciting enough, but the World Championship is truly where it's at. And we're going to talk to you now about the World Championship coming up this September and a lot of the absolutely incredible players that we have seen qualified for this tournament, 110 in total. Monty, who do you most have your eye on going into the World Championship? I know it's a big field.
Good timing, because right there on our kicker, Kai Buddha, his face on the screen. And you mentioned 110 players. This is the biggest field we're going to have at the World Championship in quite a while. Players like Autumn Burchett, Marcio Carvalho, 2-time runner-up, going to get another shot at it.
Can you imagine if he got there again? Unbelievable stuff. For you, Will, do you have anybody in particular you have your eye on?
Well, Jake's now going to be going to the Worlds no matter what happens. So, you know, if he can do it once, why can't he do it again? Also, I'm a big fan of Reed Duke. I know Reed Duke has got an invite back there. We see that on the screen. Kieran as well. You know, English players getting themselves to Worlds. That's huge. So that's the players I'm sticking out for me right now.
And you see Willie Adel there popping up too. And Willie Adel has been a champion of Magic for the Brazilian community, kind of like somebody who's gathering newer players under his wings and showing them the way. Monty, do you remember him from back in the day?
Absolutely. I am a huge fan of Willie. Extremely kind player. Extremely open and willing to be a mentor to those who are coming up in the scene, very much willing to go out of his way to help raise the community around him. And again, I talked about it earlier, but this year for him has sort of been a series of linked coincidences. He played the first Pro Tour in Philadelphia because he happened to already be in the United States and just went over there and used his Hall of Fame invite, and that linked to another and to another, and that led him to this weekend where he locked up that invite. So to see him after all these years, like Kai, getting there is amazing.
Anybody else you've got your eye on there, Will?
Well, I kind of want to see the flavor. I want to see if someone can get 2 cards in their likeness made. So maybe Nathan Sawyer, maybe he can get 2 cards before he's even got his first card. It'd be really good to see if that can happen. Maybe Javier Dominguez can put it off again. He's obviously got an invite back, going back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, one of them being this weekend. Looking at the ticker as we go across here, who we got? Gab Nassif. There you go. Straight on the mark. Gab Nassif, the yellow hat fan favorite. Simon Nielsen, probably the happiest person in Magic currently. We also see the Citrus Assassin, Greg Orange.
Yeah, Monty, what about you?
Yeah, I think just one thing that stands out to me as we look at this ticker is we see plenty of names that we recognize, but we also see a lot of names that maybe we don't recognize quite yet. Maybe they're not quite household names because this year the World Championship field is made up of regional champions and the champions of the Magic Online Championship Showcase and the champions of the Arena Championships. So we see a lot of names that maybe we don't know quite yet, but this is our opportunity to meet them. The World Championship stage is the biggest stage. Bradley Schlesinger, he won the United States Regional Championship using a very unique build of red-green vehicles.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to make some new stars, and I'm so excited for the larger field format tournament of the World Championship. So many great players to keep our eyes on, and we hope you'll join us September 22nd through 24th in Las Vegas for the World Championship. All right, everybody, it's time for the finals here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Let's set up our final match. It has been a long couple of days to get here, and we are finally arrived, everybody. Christian Calcano versus Jake Beardsley. Mono Green Tron versus Rakdos Evoke. Christian Calcano, a player who's been a grinder for a long time, has 9 Grand Prix top 8s, including 2 wins. This is his second Pro Tour top 8, first at Pro Tour Amonkhet in 2017, which was incredibly, incredibly emotional for him. You saw how much he loved the game. It's got to be so emotional to be able to do it again. Let's take a look at his road to the top 8 here. Had only 1 loss on day 1 of the tournament. Open day 2 playing Jake in draft and won. It was draft, though, so things might be different here in Modern. Drew early in day number 2, but won in round number 16 to clinch a spot here in our top 8. That's Christian Calcano. On the other side of things, we have Jake Beardsley, his very first Pro Tour, and of course, his very first top 8. What a way to do it, and on his birthday weekend as well. Tested with Team Sanctum of All, had a pretty good day 1, going 7-1. Open day 2 once again with a loss to Calcano, but again was in draft, drew in round 16 to lock his spot here in his top 8 today. Those are the players. Now what about the decks, Monty?
Well, let's start by taking a look at Christian Calcano's deck. This build of Mono Green Tron that I've mentioned multiple times, very different from the Handshake build. It's a lot more traditional. It goes bigger, but by going bigger, it also is more reliant on finding Tron, assembling mine, power plant, and tower. And that is a bit harder to do when you're fighting through a lot of disruption. One card that I want to point out from Calcano's deck, Chromatic Star, where Handshake had only 1 copy, Calcano has the full 4. And maybe this doesn't seem like the biggest deal. Chromatic Star is just a bit player in this Tron deck after all. But there's one very important card on the other side. So let's take a look at Rakdos Evoke. And the card I want to point out has been an absolute all-star for Jake Beardsley all weekend, and in that match that we just watched, it's Douthie Voidwalker. The little 2-drop they could, one of the most powerful cards in this modern format, yet only really seen play in Rakdos Evoke. This card fully shuts down Chromatic Star because it exiles it, meaning you do not get that card from the sacrifice trigger. This card single-handedly led to Team Handshake cutting stars from their Tron deck. This card has cast Warm Coil Engines. This card has cast Primeval Titans. Looking at the rest of this Rakdos Evoke deck, it is all disruption, including maybe the most iconic piece of disruption against Tron ever. Blood Moon, 1 copy in the main deck, 2 more copies in the sideboard. Jake Beardsley has made it look so good this weekend.
All right, I want 1 word from you. Who's gonna win? Monty?
Calcano.
Will?
It's Jake.
All right, we're gonna find out whose 1 word was correct. It's time for the finals here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Cedric and Paul have the call.
Thank you so much, Maria and Monty, and of course, Will Hall. Me? I'm Cedric. That's Paul. We're going to crown a champion here, my friend.
It's time.
It really is. 3 days. 3 days of competition. 269 players is where we started this weekend at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings here in Barcelona. Whittled away some after day number 1. Whittled away quite a few more in day number 2. Cut to our top 8, and those players have battled it out in some pretty wild matches. But Paul, 2 currently stand tall. Christian Calcano, a grinder's grinder, if there ever was one.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw, I mean, speaking of grinding, his last match against Simon Nielsen was quite a grind. Now, he got a little bit of a break, right? So he's got to reset here, start all over. Now, this matchup,
OK， 很好。
his last matchups were going to be quick. This one's also going to be
下去装了一杯水。
Jake Beardsley's deck,
比赛还没开始，把这是时间慢。
is to just try to get you dead as quickly as possible with all the different disruption elements he has early.
On the other side of things, it is newcomer to the Pro Tour and making one heck of a debut. It is Jake Beardsley, someone who might be new to this level of competition but is not new to Magic, has been playing this game for a very, very long time, has finally made it here, and could be a Pro Tour champion in his debut.
When's the last time that even happened?
Boy, it's rare. It has happened a couple of times in Magic's history, but my goodness, is it rare. And it's an accomplishment in and of itself to be at this stage of the tournament here in the finals. And speaking of the finals, it is underway here from Barcelona. Both players are going to keep 7 hands. Calcano will kick things off with a Chromatic Star via a Urza's Power Plant.
Jake just kind of has it all here in the opener. Has the option of either going Fury into Undying Malice or just Drew Grief.
这个手牌没有选择调度哦。
Hard to pass up on the discard avenue. This Rakdos
脸上写着要调就给你调，反正我就靠右手。
And we'll see if Jake wants to go that way or establish a clock with Fury and then discard spells after that.
Right, Fury doubles the clock, so it really is interesting. Oh, wow, and going for the aggressive plan. And, you know, I think part of why I think Jake might be going for this, not only, of course, it's twice.
哦，这更狠。
Yeah, he's got a Thoughtseized
这更狠，反正我知道你这边没解。
And then Calcano will have to peel himself out of the situation while being clocked. You know, earlier in the day, we were watching Tron play against Rhinos. And that was the Rhinos game plan, right? Which was get ahead with crashing footfalls and then keep Tron off base with some sort of counter spell. Well, that starts on turn 3. This starts on turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And one notable thing in Christian Calcano's deck, because of course he did not test with Team Handshake. Team Handshake had some additional answers here.
哇，这还真的是
turn 1 Fury. They were
是不是还真的没解啊？
member main. Christian playing the more traditional version, none of that. So this Fury is just going to continue to just chip away, or chunk away rather, at Christian Calcano's life total. It's a 3-turn clock.
It is. Now Calcano over the next over the last handful of draw steps, pardon me. Well, he's found a tower to go along with that mine, that power plant. So Tron will be online for the calculator. Warping Whale, Karma Great Creator, even the Spirit Dragon, and Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger are the other cards. But for now, it'll be a Thoughtseize.
Gonna need something off the top here, though, Christian. Does have Tron, but will be able to go Thoughtseize and Grief this turn.
Yeah, and this will be an interesting situation because for Jake, he can't pick it all apart. This turn, he could take Karn Liberated and he could Grief Karn the Great Cruel. He could take the Karn and then take the Ugin. Warping Whale can buy time, and of course, Calcano is not that far away from Ulamog, so can't take every powerful card at this stage of things.
Yeah, Ugin is the next most likely heavy hitter that Calcano can play. So could see Jake going for that with the Grief. Could also choose to wait.
Yeah, and I think he is just going to wait right now and say, basically, you know, don't draw like a Wormcoil Engine or something. Don't draw the nuts.
Yep, no Karn liberated off the top. A lot of good draws here for Christian.
Let's see what Calcano does draw. He picked up a copy of Chromatic Sphere. That's technically a win. It's also a redraw, of course, but it's not one of those heavy hitters.
Yeah, remember, Christian can use that Warping Whale to generate a chump blocker, which could potentially buy him an entire turn. So Jake Beardsley has a Fatal Push in hand. In case that happens, he knows about the Warping Whale. So Jake also knowing that if he casts the Grief, he kind of wants to take the Ugin, but he can wait a turn.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to get it this turn because Christian's going to go up to 7 mana. So waiting to see what he draws. If he draws a different black card, perhaps he can go Grief and still keep up Fatal Push for the Warping Whale token to buy himself that extra turn.
Both these players coming to the test right off the bat here in the finals. Beardsley with a great opening hand. Calcano, Tron came together on turn number 3. So let's see, Calcano. I mean, the sphere allows for a card draw. Yeah, it could be on this redraw. It could be Wormcoil Engine.
亚龙卷引擎跟鬼一样。
And now we're going to filter that colorless into a green mana. So a draw coming from the sphere.
Wow.
And you know, that does a great job of
wow, the one ring.
Draw here. So not only does this
盲抽
fog that fury for a turn,
盲抽，趁队友没有两费的时候，赶快抽。
nice job of overcoming the grief because Calcano has protection.
That was such a great draw.
And more cards coming.
Right, more cards coming, and now Christian next turn, coast is clear to just slam Ugin.
That's right. And from there, it's not too tough to win.
No, it is not, especially at 12. Fury will not be able to deal damage this turn. That's about as good as it gets here for Christian Calcano.
We're going to head back over to Jake now.
天选之人，3回凑套，随便抽都是魔戒。冠军了吧？照这个抽法，应该是冠军了啦。
All Jake can do is pass the turn back. Calcano will put a burden counter on the one ring. A new card is coming to Christian.
And Christian just finds a tower.
哦，连卡恩都来了。 随便嘛，升一个小乐色，他要飞得过去，给他飞得过去。
Here from Calcano because there may be some interest in playing Warping Whale at the end step to be able to generate a Scion token. And Scion token, well, the blocking aspect of that doesn't really matter. The mana generation is what Calcano may be interested in.
Absolutely, because now instead of just tower, he can draw any Urza land here to generate 10 mana to play the Ulamog in his hand.
That's right. And that is going to resolve. So now Calcano is going to lose a life and fall down to 11.
这边就是有碎片，有塔麦鲁就可以出乌拉莫，没有就出乌金。
Expedition map is sort of an Urza's
right, but you got 2 more draws here with the ring.
还可以再抽2张。
If you want to take them.
Remember, no shortage of great options here for Christian Calcano. Even if he doesn't find an Urza land here, can just run out the Ugin, get that Fury off the battlefield if he wants.
Yeah, Ugin is not a bad consolation prize in a situation like this. And truth be told, partner, Ugin may just be good enough on its own.
Oh, yeah.
There is the Beseiju. Now, it is also entirely possible that there might be a third avenue here.
啊，选择出乌金，选择出卡恩，也可以啦。 卡恩加1，哦，也不是，他到底在打什么？我怎么看不懂？
And this is another card that makes it very difficult for Beardsley to win this game.
Right.
Because Calcano can basically get cards out of his hand. That Fury is much too large to attack.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything in the main deck that Jake has that can just kill an ensnaring bridge.
出乌金到底有什么不好？
What Calcano can do from here is, hey, who can shoot you, and it's elementary from that point.
Yeah, so Jake at this point, #1 card that he wants to find here is that 1 copy of Blood Moon that he has in his deck.
Yeah,
still probably not enough.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. And this goes to show you the power of both of these decks.
看这边如果被盗西加黑元素。
With Fury,
很痛苦
to play directly as a 4/4, follow up with Thoughtseize, potentially follow up with a Grief.
Oh yeah.
And then on the other side of things, Calcano's deck firing on all cylinders. With Tron on turn 3 into the one ring into, well, this.
Yep. Jake had the ideal start, right? This is exactly what he wanted. Turn 1 Fury, turn 2 Thoughtseize, but Christian with that timely one ring off the top. Big turn there.
出金减5。 减5就减5啊。
Now I'm wondering if you're Jake, you look back at that turn where
没有啦，我觉得应该要先抽那个啦，应该要先抽魔戒啦。
It's tough to say. There's some interesting decisions on.
应该要先抽魔戒啊，先抽魔戒。
Because are you supposed to play?
抽到塔麦鲁就可以出10。
Yeah. Or are you supposed to play Grief and bring that back and say I'm going to take 2 of your cards?
Right.
Right. And then the Fury in your hand is probably not very good for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So that's a really tough call, as you're going to see a Grief select Ugin here and leave Calcano with an Ulamog. And it is also worth knowing that Karn the Great Creator is dead now.
Yep.
As we head back Calcano's way.
So any Tron land here.
他刚刚在队友回合超过就有弓箭手了，而且弓箭手又怎么样？弓箭手就下5金减5，对不对
？Calcano still wants that ensnaring bridge in play to prevent the Fury from attacking.
2 cards coming here for Calcano as a second burden counter is added on there. The draw step for Calcano this turn was a copy of the One Ring, so the ability to reset.
我想不到任何理由不抽这个戒指啊！说实在的。
But you'll see here that Christian did draw 2 good ones here in Karn the Great Creator and Sylvan Scrying.
Yeah.
Very easy for him to get more cards out of his hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
反正现在对手没手牌了，要怎么虐怎么虐。
Scrying here for a tower, if you'd like, that will generate you, that will net you 1 mana, as he hasn't made a land drop for the turn.
Calcano will Scrying now. 2 colorless mana floating since he went to do this through the Urza's Tower.
So would be 1 mana short here of being able to cast the Ulamog in hand. But of course also has Karn the Great Creator. Could, if, does Calcano also have the Metamorph? Let's take a look real quick. Does not. Could have gotten a Metamorph here to copy the Fury and kill the Fury, but don't really care about the Fury, honestly.
Yeah, no, the Fury, I would say, is mostly handled at this point.
Yeah.
It's big, it's angry, and it can't attack.
And it's just staring at that bridge.
That's
can't
right.
cross it.
No mana floating now for Cal. He'll play
这不是
another
第一次
one.
打
Reset this one.
对啊，第一次打 PT 啊。
So he'll gain protection from everything.
生日歌，本周生日歌。礼拜5生日，一路赢到今天。
To take the Ulamog out of his hand.
And now there is Karn the Great Creator. So the powerful Planeswalker has arrived once again. It will start on 5 loyalty as it always does. And now Calcano is going to investigate what kind of card he can take from outside the game and add to his hand.
So has access to 1 colorless mana. Does he want to just use Karn here to find a cheap card to play? Perhaps something like a Haywire Might in case Jake draws.
我一直觉得那个打红黑的那个帽子应该要变成一个 X 了。
I think it is entirely possible that on this turn we may see Calcano just plus this. Not sure if there's anything in particular he wants to grab, and I think he's going to double check here.
Like, what's the best option here for me this turn?
Again, because he does have protection from the One Ring entering the battlefield this turn, a Thoughtseize or a Grief is of no concern.
Right.
So whatever he does search for will be staying in his hand almost certainly.
Yeah, the other 1 mana play is Pithing Needle, but I'm not sure that there's actually a card to really Pithing Needle in the matchup here, that at least for the following turn for Jake Beardsley.
Calcano's going to -2 that Karn and go a searching through that sideboard. And it's going to be Sunbreaker with the 2 Blood Crypts out there. And Beardsley will draw a card.
This should lock it up here.
Yeah, it's pretty darn close to locked, I would say. And that is going to do it. Tron flexes its muscles against Rakdos Evoke as Christian Calcano win game number 1 here over Jake Beardsley. Game number 2 coming soon to you. Paul, that was a pretty good one between these 2 very powerful decks.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see both decks do exactly what it wanted to do, right? Both decks were able to execute their strategy here. Now, Christian Calcano was on the play that game. It was obviously very, very big.
Huge.
This time, swings it around. Jake, now on the play, can take potential turn 1 expedition map or anything like that that would allow Christian to find Tron.
Yes. And that may have also weighed into the calculus for Jake on whether to evoke Fury or to evoke Grief, because I think maybe on the play, maybe you'd rather evoke Grief.
Right.
You know? And take a couple of cards. That gives you the opportunity to catch something like an expedition map, as you mentioned, as opposed to when you're on the draw, you evoke a Fury and say, I got to try to kill you as fast as I can.
Yeah, this 4/3 is just simply not going to be
enough. 不过后手应该超级难打。
Because that's a 5-turn clock on the draw against Tron. Yeah. They just have so many ways to find what they need.
Yep, and that's exactly what you saw in that first game from Christian Calcano.
I will be on the play. Yeah.
A great tournament that we've had the opportunity to watch here all weekend long in Barcelona. We got to watch 6 rounds of the Lord of the Rings Limited, which was a lot of fun, a lot of powerful black and red spells. So those green decks maybe performed better than people expected. Took me by surprise. I didn't expect them to do very well at all, but we saw them perform admirably. And the modern portion, where we had 10 rounds of that over the course of 2 days, we saw some pretty wild decks and some wild matches all weekend long, partner.
Yeah, absolutely. And it, yeah, the one thing I want to talk about here is just Christian Calcano up a game here. I want to turn back the clock a little bit.
Sure.
Last modern Pro Tour that we had, also
right here in this building.
Right here in this building. Yeah. Same month, July.
Okay.
4 years ago.
Okay.
Taralf Severin on the same deck.
I do recall.
Winning it all.
Yeah.
Could potentially have back-to-back Tron decks taking Modern Pro Tour.
Tron is this funny little animal in Modern. It's been around for a while.
It's going to stay around for a while.
It's going to stay around for a while. Some people love it. Some people loathe it. But here's the one thing. It does win.
Oh, yeah.
It does win.
It's consistent. It now has kind of a mid-range game you can play. And that's a natural Tron here from Christian Calcano.
El Natural.
El Natural. What better time to have El Natural than in the finals?
As a former Tron player and someone who's played against Tron plenty.
Former? Are you really?
I'm a changed man.
Okay.
I am.
All right.
I mean, I might be going back after this tournament. But as a former Tron player and one who's played against the deck quite a bit, there is no better feeling in the world than when they keep 7.
Yep.
Now, they mulligan some, you expect that. They keep 7, whoo, boy, you're in.
Right. And that's the thing. With this specific matchup, you want to mulligan a little less if you're Christian Calcano, because oftentimes you're looking for the Sylvan Scrying or the map to try to get the Tron. But because there's so much, there's 8 hand disruption spells in Jake Beardsley's list, sometimes you have to keep these hands. But of course, on the other side, when you're Jake, you're like, oh no. I mean, even if I have hand disruption, it's going to be tough.
Now, game number 2 is underway. Both players are going to keep their 7 cards, and it is notable here, partner, that Jake Beardsley has a turn 1 Thoughtseize that he is choosing not to cast because Dauthi Voidwalker is in hand, and the ceiling of that card in this matchup is extremely high.
Yeah, that is incredible. So Jake choosing not to try to take one of the Tron Search cards out of Christian's hand and actually choosing to slow things down here and go set up a Voidwalker into Thoughtseize line where you can go, hey, I'm going to take your Karn or your Wormcoil Engine. Or maybe Ulamog.
Or maybe that one. Or maybe
that one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Dauthi Voidwalker this weekend, we have seen some absolutely ridiculous things from this Dauthi Rogue. And remember, the Voidwalker, you play it.
This is a turn 3 Ulamog, Cedric.
With a cast trigger.
With a cast trigger, oh my goodness. I mean, the earliest I thought you could ever play that card was turn 4.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
But apparently, oh my gosh, this is incredible.
And Calcano, as far as I'm concerned, he kept a great hand.
Right.
His hand is awesome.
Yeah.
The problem is that it has Ulamog in it.
He had natural Tron.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Not only that, he had natural Tron plus the tower to play Ulamog on 4.
Right. He had turn 4. Not good enough.
But,
not good enough.
Turn 4 Ulamog, that's like kind of medium.
He's like, medium. I mean, and Jake doesn't know, right? He's going to find out.
I think Jake's about to find out. I think we might I think we might see a smile from Jake in just a moment.
A fist pump?
We got a little bit of a
there it is. Oh, you got it, buddy.
That's an opening hand.
太爽啦！耶！我看那个甩出去的动作超级好笑。
Boy, Jake ever the consummate professional.
我接一个4回乌拉莫骑手，对手，我接一个3回你的乌拉莫骑手。
Sure. Yeah, I know what's going on. Oh God. There is a swamp.
Nice Rakdos combo deck. This is not the combo I had in mind.
再压一张。
There is Croak, so there will be a trigger.
It's like, Calcano, please continue.
有救吗？再想一下，好像没有呢。
The Ceaseless Hunger. Yeah, all right. Let's start sideboarding. Jake.
Yeah， 乌拉莫好强哦，3回就可以出哎。
That's why this was the most played deck in the Pro Tour. Yeah. That's why. I get it now. Ties things up here against Mono Green Tron.
And I want to say, you know, the typical play pattern of these Thoughtseize decks. I mean, you have the curve of turn 1 Thoughtseize into turn 2 Voidwalker. That's kind of what you would think a typical mid-range strategy should do.
Yeah.
But no. Here's Jake recognizing that that line that leads to the higher chance of victory there, especially when Calcano keeps 7,
yes,
is to be patient.
I think that's a big part of it, is that Calcano keeps 7, and so, again, most of the time Tron, it mulligans a time or two because it's trying to find just a couple of different cards to work together, and it's a deck that mulligans very well. But when your opponent keeps 7, that means they probably have Tron rolled up in some form or fashion and at least one payoff, which incentivizes you to actually take the Voidwalker line, especially when you're on the play.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to keep a 7, it's one of those situations where you go, you know, I don't think this one Thoughtseize is going to be enough, right? You kept the 7, you're going to have multiple ways to find this Tron. I'm going to be in trouble. Instead, I'm going to try to take a Karn Liberated or an Ulamog or a Wormcoil Engine and try to get you that way.
Yeah, well, get him. Jake Beardsley certainly did. We're going to take a short break. We need to recover after that nonsense. So when we do come back, it's game number 3 of the finals of the Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings, between Christian Calcano and Jake Beardsley, right after this. Welcome back to the finals of Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings. We are here in Barcelona, Spain, and as beautiful as that architecture is, I don't think I've seen anything as glorious as what we just saw in game number 2 in the hands of Jake Beardsley. A turn 3 Ulamog. Don't mind if I do.
I think that might be a new record.
Yes.
All right, I dare somebody to pull that one off turn 2.
Unbelievable stuff here in the finals. And you know, these two decks, Paul, part of the reason that they were played so much this weekend and why they've seen a lot of successes, they are just incredibly, incredibly powerful decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about this Rakdos Evoke strategy is when you first look at it, you kind of think, okay, well, maybe this is a mid-range deck, right? Maybe it's a mid-range deck. It's got Thoughtseize or whatever, but it can kind of play that mid-range game. But it also just has games where you just get free wins on top of that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the hallmark of a deck that's successful, or what you need for a deck to be successful in Modern a lot of the time. I mean, we look at decks historically. It's like, hey, I have this really insane combo, but I can still win these fair games, right?
Yeah.
And having that combination is what allowed Jake to kind of make it this far. And you know, he apparently has another combo up his sleeve, which is just hand disruption plus Doughty Voidwalker.
Yeah, and that combo continues to look very good for him on the Sunday stage. Looked great in his last match against Dominic Harvey, and boy, it's never looked better than it did in game number 2 there against Christian Calcano. I know these players are working on sideboarding here. Paul, anything stand out to you as far as potential changes that could take place from either player? We're in the thick of it now. The 2 main deck games, they're all done.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that makes
塔打到红黑也没什么背牌可以放呢。
That has historically been the type of card that you want to board in against Tron, slow them down, stop them from casting their Wormcoil engines on turn 3. So Jake's certainly going to be bringing those in, probably going to be taking out those 2 copies of Fatal Push at the minimum in terms of the cards that he has in his sideboard. Now from Christian's side, he knows about the Blood Moons.
Yeah.
And there are multiple Haywire Mites that he has in his sideboard. So I wouldn't be shocked to see at least one.
背牌是有2张
Perhaps leave one in the sideboard because you have Karn the Great Creator to search for.
2张血月加正面1张血月，总共有3张血月。
Card in this matchup because it does solve that Blood Moon problem, but it actually, in my opinion, maybe pulls a little extra duty because it does block a Ragavan.
Yeah.
And that certainly does come up because this Rakdos Evoke deck plays a lot of those, and this, one could argue, is Ragavan's best matchup.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of splash damage too. If you really want, could also kill Fable the Mirror Breaker. Jake Beardsley playing a slightly unconventional version of the Rakdos Evoke deck. Instead of playing Seasoned Pyromancer, opting to play 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker instead.
Sure. So it looks like Jake has found a hand that he is happy enough with. Calcano doing a little bit of mulliganing here, so he's still not satisfied as Christian. But remember, these Tron decks that have been oh so successful here in Barcelona, both past and present, they don't mind going down a card or 2.
Calc will be on the play. That is a 1-lander. However, he does
看一下他们起手
from with Ancient Stirrings. But of course, when you're playing against the Rakdos Evoke deck, you have to just assume that turn 1 they're likely going to take something out of your hand.
一地
safe assumption.
先手一地，但是2回可以有森林占卜的机会，或者是再插。
See a hand with multiple copies of Sylvan Scrying, a Chromatic Sphere, an Oblivion Stone is the payoff card. There's an Expedition map. There's an Urza's Mine, and there's an
就算探寻谷被丢了，应该还是可以接吧。而且掉到剩5张了，那也是一定要接了，说啥呢？这有没有梦想？真是的，有梦想的人就是要一回地图啊。
A decent looking 5. Yeah, I think this 5 is a totally reasonable keep. And even if you do get targeted by a discard spell, you're doing okay. Now, this puts Calc to the test right away. In game 1, he was able to assemble very fast.
Right.
抽牌碎片
That might not be the case here.
No, absolutely not. Needs to.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that's a turn 3 Tron, folks.
He was able to do it again.
Turn 3 Tron. Wow.
He was able to do it again.
There you go. Of course, still needs to find something here.
He needs the payoff.
Right.
The 7 mana, not a problem.
This is the exact same situation.
3回抽套
That's right. And boy, was that good.
Oh, yeah. But 1 ring, Wormcoil Engine, lots of great draws here for Christian Calcano.
Now you see Jake's hand, he does have that incredibly powerful Doughty Voidwalker in it, alongside an Orcish Bowmasters and a Polluted Delta. Currently missing a discard spell is Jake Beardsley. But could be 1 draw step away from finding one.
Right. And with
Jake picked up another copy of Bowmaster as he says, I'm in for 8. 8 is great. 8 is great. You're at 12. And now it's Voidwalker time almost assuredly. And look, this Rakdos deck, Paul, on the draw, it puts on such a fast clock. Look at this.
And by the way, this is a potential lethal attack next turn.
Yes, it is.
This is an attack for 11 with an Orcish Bowmasters. That's 12.
That's right.
Christian absolutely needs to find a way to survive this turn.
That would be another turn 3 kill, just a different way of doing it.
This is the more fair. I don't even
know at this point.
I don't know what, but it is a turn 3 kill.
What do we draw? And Urza's Mine. That's
all right. Relic of Progenitus. Gonna have to find something
打
here.
8打11，然后弓箭手补12滴，3回杀，这游戏坏掉了吗
？Expedition map too slow. Nope. So relic.
这边
in order
下
to play
地。
and bust, that's going to cost 2 mana, which will leave Calcano with 5.
One ring.
That's the one.
That's the one.
I think that has to be the card that he finds.
I don't think Karn does anything.
I don't think it does either.
Right. So he needs to find a 1 ring here off the relic.
You have 2 floating?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Calcano has 2 mana floating. Let's bring it down to 1.
All right. Could find a sphere or a star.
Yep.
That would help cast Ancient Stirrings potentially.
Does
he do it again? Does he find the 1 ring again?
1 ring?
有没有戒指？
No.
裂地泰坦阻止不了。
A turn 3 kill here for Jake Beardsley.
Yep. Calcano's going to deploy that map. In the first game, the turn 1
没
Fury
错
plus make you
，3回杀
that came up short.
后手3回杀。
This game, the turn 1 Fury plus some additional beatdown plan.
Can get it done.
It looks like it's going to get it done.
Had a couple of draws there, Christian Calcano, but what an explosive start here. This Rakdos Evoke deck is just capable of such, I mean, unbeatable starts against most decks.
Most played deck in this tournament for a reason. The appeal of doing this is hard to not register.
And there's just not a lot of counterplay.
No.
Right?
No.
You can't do anything turn 1.
Yeah. Calcano's going to take all that damage. He's going to fall down to 1, and there's the Bowmasters. And that is going to do it. Jake
哇哦，3回抽套，然后被3回杀。
game away in his first Pro Tour of becoming a Pro Tour champion.
What an incredible run it has been here so far for Jake Beardsley. First Pro Tour.
女朋友笑得跟什么样？
I'm just trying to think. Maybe like 3?
I know the answer to that question for me. No.
Yes, please.
No. Pro Tour San Diego 2004. I 0-3'd my first draft.
Okay.
It was a limited PT. This is back when it was all limited, of course.
Right.
I 0-3'd, and I think I may have played the second pod for funsies because I was out of the tournament at that point.
Draft something fun.
Maybe I won a match in the second pod, but I don't think.
But you were already out, basically.
Yeah, tournament's over. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Exactly.
不过他的套牌没有肢解啊，
For most of us, these
本
things
来
are
就
pretty
是
hard.
跟 Team Handshake 比起来，他的抗1回红人数的耐性极差。
I mean, Calcano has been playing forever, and it took him an extremely long time before he got his first Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah. And Calcano, he set out pretty early on in his Magic career, and he decided pretty early on, look, I want to be really good at this.
Yeah.
You know? And he put in a lot of work. I've known Christian for a really long time, and I remember when he was just okay on the PTQ circuit, and then he started coming up through the Grand Prix circuit, and the finishes went from making day 2 to making top 32, to making top 8s to hoisting the trophy. And then he wanted to start accomplishing things on this level. And he started to do that too with that perfect event that he had at Pro Tour Amonkhet. So he has put in so much time and so much work. And not only that, he traveled everywhere to do it.
If there was a Grand Prix, I mean, not even necessarily just in the United States.
No, that's what I mean.
Right?
Yeah.
He would. I mean, if there's a Grand Prix in Manila, you'd probably see him there somewhere in the top 8.
You search those standings online?
Oh, yeah.
Did Calcano go to... He's at this one, too? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Got to get those points.
Oh, yeah. He wanted to be great, and he has become great at this game.
And really interesting path, by the way, to qualifying for this event.
Yeah.
He happened to be in Athens. I mean, Christian Calcano, American. He was in Athens.
As one is to do. Just happened to be in Athens when a Magic tournament is.
Yeah, and he qualified for Athens after qualifying for the regional championship through a side event in Naples at the regional championship in Naples. And because he qualified in Naples, he had to fly back to Europe.
That's right.
To play in the regional championship.
That's right.
Got the invite, and here we are.
Easy road.
Yeah.
Easy road.
There you go.
Just went to his local store and
should have been grinding in Europe.
Yeah.
Right? Should have been grinding in Europe all this time.
That's right.
来
Beardsley Calcano, game number 4 on the way.
先攻了起手，
Calcano will take a look at his opening hand.
1回有主神兽1宝， 怕了。
Boseiju and Ugin is the payoff card, but it looks like he might be a little ways away from Tron.
Yeah, no, you have one Tron land and a map. There is a Boseiju as a second land there. Relic on the play turn 1 isn't too bad.
Yeah.
可是要防也只有防到对手没有找弟弟的状况。
Thrilled about this hand because again, the Tron deck doesn't mind taking mulligans, and look, we just saw what happened last game.
Right.
He got to turn 3 Tron with relative ease. Now, it didn't lead to a victory, but if you can do that regularly, like I'm sure he has over the course of this tournament, it's going to lead to a lot of victories.
可是有戒指哎，好想接哦。
Makes the first decision as to what he wants to do with this mulligan. And then Jake responded here by shuffling his deck.
Very interesting.
要是有任何一张是其他的，要是不是那个母圣树，就你秒接了。
This hand does have a little bit of built-in, I suppose, redundancy thanks to the One Ring.
And if you're Christian, do you go turn 1 map or turn 1 relic? Right? Because if you go turn 1 relic, if Jake Beardsley doesn't have a fetch land, cannot go evoke creature into Feign Death, right?
Yeah. Because there's nothing in the graveyard.
Exactly.
Right.
哦，开奶了吗？发功了，发功了。
But of course, a fetch land breaks that all up.
Yes. So Jake's going to take a mulligan, and I will point this out, as we've watched Jake over the course of today, and we've walked the rows this weekend. Very cool, calm, and collected.
Oh yeah.
For a first pro
not
tour.
Shaking. Doesn't really seem especially nervous. I'm sure deep down inside, maybe.
Hiding it well.
Hiding it well, though,
Yeah.
for sure.
A couple copies of Ragavan.
哦，这是一个2回血月的洗手。
I don't know. I see Blood Moon here too. Is this the keep or the mulligan?
Oh boy. Well, given the split between
I think that's the. Is this a mulligan to 4?
I think so.
Wow.
对，2回血月可以吧？
That's a turn 2 Blood Moon.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a pretty good mulligan. Okay, 2 cards are going back. Yeah, I was like, man, if that's a mulligan to 4, that's a pretty good mulligan to 4.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's Blood Moon, it's Ragavan, it's a couple of fetches. And one more card that we'll have on our card viewer in just a moment for you at home.
哇，没有直觉真的很难打这个对局啊。
Game 4.
他一回出什么？一回是出地图还是出遗宝？
Absolutely. Jake mulled a 5, but it is a good 5.
一回出遗宝，果然是怕了。
Here for Calcano. It's a Ragavan here for Beardsley.
Warping Well would be a fantastic draw here for Christian Calcano.
That would be very good. Tormod script, not exactly what the doctor
wanted. That's right
哇，
out of
通往
the
墓
board.
穴蓝蓝的。
Calcano's going to start by sacrificing this copy of Relic of Progenitus. New card coming.
Wants to find another Tron land to play this turn. Doesn't find it because he's going to play the map here.
哇，要背2回血月喽！
Yeah, will he deploy the crypt or not? I would assume that he does. Yeah, and there that is.
So now you can't get comboed out here with an Undying effect.
Yep. Here comes Ragavan.
The card that a lot of people were afraid to play.
That's pretty fair. Fetch 217 for a swamp.
Yeah.
And is this just Blood Moon?
And I think a card that people were afraid to play against.
Right. Especially for the Tron players.
That's right.
Cards again?
咱们
As Beardsley shuffles and presents, he's going to sacrifice that treasure. It's a turn 2 Blood Moon, everybody.
Man.
没错，2回血月。
Is going to be a lot here for Christian Calcano to fight through.
It's a tough.
来，第一排就给我1张产1点法力就好了。
This Ragavan generating so much advantage, just so
哦
much. I mean,
收到第2个配件了。
ever printed, right?
那
It's really tough.
这边可以找地下和出
And
戒
even
指。
in one of the most hostile fields
Yes.
against this card with the Bowmaster
Yes.
and the
哦，
Tyrannos.
选择先出1万
Still
10。
putting in work.
Now here is a copy
毕
of
竟
Oblivion.
怕
Here's
对
the
手
one thing
拔
we know
掉
about
了。
Ragavan. As good as this card is, and boy is it good, it is not the fastest clock in the world.
Nope.
And the cards that you reveal off the top of the deck from Tron, you generally can't cast.
Right. We're correct.
Now, this one you can,
地图
but
不
it
重要。
doesn't do all that much in Expedition Map.
Yeah. There's a Grief in Jake's hand. He can just hardcast this Grief now off the
那直接做了吗？
And here comes.
没错
Now here's as we make our way through this game, this Oblivion Stone is going to loom large.
Oh yeah.
Because it's on the battlefield already.
那一定是掉戒指了吗？还是掉地图赌他没有第5块地
？May be incentivized to take the other map,
right? Because this is not enough pressure, right? Calcano will eventually get to land number 5 if you don't take the map.
哦，这个遗忘石有定下来差很多。
So this is actually a real decision here for Beardsley between
成功落地了
the One Ring and the Expedition map. I don't think Ugin really works itself into the equation here, Paul.
Yeah. Ugin is something you worry about a little bit later here. There are some immediate issues for Jake Beardsley here.
Beardsley's hand, pardon me. Another Ragavan and a Fable the Mirror Breaker. So the One Ring is going to be the selection here for Jake.
So Calcano
这边就是2抽抽1块地就解脱了。
Get a land, play the map, but can't pop that one. So you can't crack the Oblivion Stone on turn 5. You're going to have to wait till turn 6, unless you can draw a land.
That's right. Calcano's draw for the turn is a Chromatic Sphere.
这边先找1块地，也可以先抽1张，先抽1张应该比较好。
Likely going to play that and cycle it here. As
先抽1张，增加抽到地的几率，然后去找1块地凑套。下一回合，只要这3张牌里面有1张地就能动了。哦，没有，他选择要先去找1块地。坏宝贝。
Certainly an argument to be made for searching up the Lastron piece. Of course, it is a mountain right now.
Right.
But assuming that you're able to actually blow up the Oblivion Stone, then it turns your Tron online for the Ugin that's hiding out in your hand. And so there is the Urza's Mine.
Yep, and I imagine it's going to be Mine, Sphere, potentially Crack?
Potentially Crack.
You could wait on that one.
I think there are reasons that you could make... There are reasons you could argue, pardon me, to keep the Sphere on the battlefield.
Right, but what if you draw an Ancient Stirrings that helps you, that guarantees your land drop for
yeah.
next turn, right?
Yep. Do you want to get deeper in your deck right away, or is there a good reason to wait?
Right, because if you keep the Sphere around, if you draw Boseiju, you have the green mana, right, through the Sphere to kill the Blood Moon.
This is a Chromatic Sphere.
I think you want to crack just because you don't need to Boseiju the Blood Moon, given that you have the O-Stone.
Yeah.
可是你这样要抽，还不如直接先抽呢。啊，要么就2个1拍下来不动。这样好奇怪哦。好，算了，这边抽到戒指还可以。
Now, did not play the map.
啊
？That is interesting.
啊？
I'm sure he has a reason as a backup.
Okay.
As a backup Ragavan at the draw there for Beardsley.
Yeah, I think his plan is just cast One Ring next turn anyways.
There's an Urza's Tower.
All right, I mean, Calcano still has plenty of life to work with here at 11.
Now, Fable the Mirror Breaker is a little bit slow.
Yeah.
But
对手手上2只乐格文。
That Beardsley is going to be able to discard those Ragavans, at least one of them.
Right.
And find some new cards on his next turn.
Unless Calcano
他不是已经调度1只猴子下去了，手上2只，场上1只，把所有猴子都抽起来啦。那这边就是。
This seems like a pretty simple, just cast One Ring turn.
戒指的回合。
That's what it's looking like.
So Jake will get some additional draws here.
Yep.
直接抽。
So this is a copy of the One Ring. Burden counter placed onto the powerful artifact and new card.
有没有地？有没有地？
Land?
没有地。
Which sort of solves the Blood Moon problem because Calcano does have a Chromatic in hand.
Right. I think would
这边
vastly
无所谓，哎，2只猴子丢了，
draw the land naturally and just pop the stone, right?
还是要丢1只就好了。
The backup plan.
Yes.
因为反正不管怎么样都会被
Feign Death
都会被那
is
个。
actually pretty notable here that Beardsley has found that. Going to discard 2 copies of Ragavan, 2 cards coming. It's another copy of Fable and it's a Thoughtseize. Remember, Calcano has protection right now, so that Thoughtseize is not good on this exact turn.
Right. You are correct. You can still attack and get a token here.
You sure can. So a treasure will be made. Jake doesn't miss that. And we'll pass the turn back.
Yeah, with that Feign Death, that grief will come back.
Well, it's interesting.
But there's a Tormod's Crippling.
There you go. There you go. So it depends on a couple of factors. We'll cover it when we get to it.
还是没有地。没有吧，也没有复活吧。这边再抽不到地，人就要没了啦。
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not, I feel like you just need to draw something. For example, even if you found another One Ring, you'd be pretty happy to play it this turn.
Yeah. There's a high ceiling.
Yeah.
On activating that.
我觉得前面那个真的有点没有打好，我觉得一点点几率还是要把握住的。就是你那边就是缺一块地，任何一块地都好。对，你既然后面已经打算抽掉那个行星，哦，对啊，红黑抽到复活，红黑抽到复活，但我觉得还好。
Kill the Blood Moon, because here's the thing, as he's going to sacrifice the sphere. If Calcano can get this Blood Moon off the battlefield, Ugin's going to take care of the rest.
Yeah, you're totally right. If he was able to find a Tron land here, for example, could have been able to go haywire.
这边出虫子，炸血
still have access to an activation on the Oblivion Stone.
Yeah,
right. With the Urza's Tower and power plant that still would have been left over.
Yeah,
but did not find.
Now, Ancient Stirrings is the draw off of the Chromatic Sphere. He does have a green mana floating, so it's extremely castable at this stage of things.
So we're looking at an attack here for 7. All right.
We are going to see an activation of the One Ring. That's one card. That's a second card. How did Christian do? A Karn the Great Creator?
Karn. 还是没有地，怎样地牌是很难抽，是不是
？Because that One Ring.
It's at a virtual 8, and Jake will be able to attack next turn, right? So you have the Haywire Might, you have a green floating. It's a little awkward though.
这样很尴尬哎，这样你组合抽掉这个，然后你等下没有绿，你没有办法挡了采血月。
Suppose it's not a lethal attack, right? You go up to 12. Virtual 10, take 7, go to 3.
Well, it's going to be a Stirrings now. So, power plant, a Stirrings, a sphere. Among the cards that Calcano is looking at.
Found a sphere.
His most important decision, maybe of this tournament, is right now.
哦，打得好丑，好难看哦。
Beardsley may be one turn away from winning his first Pro Tour in his debut.
But you find the sphere, you don't have the mana. You don't have the mana to play Sphere Haywire Might and crack the Haywire Might.
干，他真的是跟他采访一样哎，那么猴死干劲。
Can Calcano find a way?
Really tough spot here. Turn 2 Blood Moon doing so much work in this game. Christian on the cusp of nearly coming back. Needs to find land number 5 here for the stone, but on the other side, Jake, 1 win away. First Pro Tour.
1 turn away, 1 attack away.
Winning it all.
I 我是真看不懂到底在打什么啊！他真的很不喜欢先抽魔戒，是不是？啊，你套牌又没有解。啊，你不抽啊，你没有，你这边就是搓魔戒，然后下一块地，然后就打回来了，基本上就赢了。啊，不然就是下虫子挡一拳，然后吃星星产绿，把那个血月吃掉，这样也好。
Christian will play the sphere. green. Yeah, he may have to find a land here now.
Right, just off the top right here.
The draw. It's an Urza's mine.
It's a mine. So you can go might, kill Blood Moon, go to 12, take 7, go to 5, take 2 from the ring, go to 3.
Go to 3.
Close.
And then we'll see.
And then we'll see.
Yep.
But doesn't but
现在变成一定要
untap
下地
all the mana.
不对，出虫子，拆血月补2滴12滴，吃1、2、3、4、5、6、7，剩5，维持魔界扣2剩3，然后2个回合之内要杀掉对方。
Alcano's going to use the colorless. There's the Haywire Might. Remember, green mana is floating.
Yep.
还是这里1点绿，
Sack the Haywire Might.
把魔界给拆了。
Blood Moon. Unlock your Tron lands.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was curious if this would be another option, which is he blows up his 1 ring.
Yep. Okay. And
12，下回吃7剩5。
Right?
然后抽牌下地扣。
I was very curious if this is what was going to happen too. There's 2 options there between the Blood Moon and the ring, and now we've been working in the ring damage.
Right.
That's no longer there. So, Fable Mirror Breaker is going to transform now into Reflections of Kiki Jiki. Fury was the draw.
Combat. Yeah.
Here come the creatures.
Shaman. Yep.
This will be an attack here for 7. Calcano's going to fall down to 5. Here comes a Ragavan trigger. Step 1 is the reveal. Step 2 is the treasure. Forest is a miss.
And Jake does have Thoughtseize. He does.
这边也不会再继续做事了。
Can get that Ugin or Karn the Great Creator out of Christian Calcano's hand.
There is a Thoughtseize.
I've seen worse hands.
Oblivion Stone, Ancient Stirrings, Expedition Map, Karn the Great Creator, and the aforementioned Ugin the Spirit Dragon are the 5 cards in hand right now for Christian Calcano.
And with that reflection of Kiki Jiki that's in play, the timing of when you want to sacrifice this Oblivion Stone is now in question, right? Because if you wait until Jake Beardsley's turn, and because the onus is on you to sacrifice the Oblivion Stone, all of a sudden, Jake has the option of copying Grief, right? And taking an additional card out of Christian Calcano's hand.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So this might be a main phase Oblivion Stone here for Christian Calcano.
Calcano will draw. Sundering Titan.
跌地泰坦没有
Draw
用。
here for Calcano. That's something to play towards if you can make it out of this.
And now we get to talk about that interaction that we previewed a little bit earlier, right? There's a Tormod's Crypt on the battlefield. There's a Grief in play. There's a Feign Death in Jake Beardsley's hand. If the Tormod's Crypt wasn't in play, Christian Calcano would sacrifice the Oblivion Stone, and Jake Beardsley would be able to save the Grief with the Feign Death. But because Tormod's Crypt is in play, is there...
Oh, 闪电击
Tormod's Crypt and get the Grief out of the graveyard?
Doesn't look
I don't
like
think
it.
so, right? Because you just cast it in response.
Yeah. And because it's targeting the creature while it's in
闪
play,
电
not in the
击，所以
graveyard,
这样是有
there's
机
no
会
moment
救
to
Grief，
win
然后
that
下一
match.
回合 Grief 达到就闪电击结束的
Christian
吗？
would go down to 1.
Oh, 1 is not none.
You find a Ragavan, now that's 3 gone.
That's also true.
Or Bowmasters.
Ooh.
That's another card Jake can draw.
Yeah.
To just flat out win the game here on the following turn.
Oh, boy. Oh, Jake's draw for this turn.
Oh, my goodness. Now, Christian waited.
He's going to crypt right now.
Sack crypt on yourself, yeah, sure.
Okay. And now,
pop the stone.
He will blow the Oblivion Stone. So there's going to be a response here from Jake. He's going to copy the Grief
来
with the
先
reflections of Kiki.
copy 一个 Grief，
Yes, he will.
看一下你手牌。我觉得他应该要吃珍宝啦，但是
He's going to target.
对啊，吃珍宝的话还会有多一个奇奇的威胁啊。
Then you can Feign Death the original Grief.
对啊，这边把遗忘石掉了吗？这边对啊，没有吃珍宝就少一只奇奇我觉得差蛮多的，差蛮多的。
Well, my assumption is that we're in the attack step.
Right.
So there's probably not a ton that he can do with the treasures at this stage of things.
Right.
Or like, he'll probably use some at some point.
Well, isn't it still better to just use a treasure?
Sure.
Given that the O-Stone is popping?
Sure.
Right?
So if we kind of go down the list, and this is exactly what Jake is doing right now, you're going to count the mana. There's 7, 8, 9, there's 10 total mana for Christian to work with, assuming no land drawn, okay?
Right.
So if you go down the checklist here, it's like, okay, Expedition Map, how much do I care? Probably not that much. Ancient Stirrings, that's a redraw, don't know what you're going to hit.
Right.
Probably care about
我们会
that, but
掉
it's
2
tough to
张
say. Sundering Titan?
所以要想办法掉到能够复活的。
So, don't think
doesn't matter.
I don't think I
那
care
就
about
是
Sundering
掉
Titan
遗忘
that
石
much.
跟无金了。
Ugin and O-Stone make the most sense to me.
I do too.
哦，可是这样子可能打不死哦。
Now he's going to use a treasure.
O-Stone activation resolves.
So now O-Stone's going to resolve.
Grief will come back.
Everything's going to get blown up. Grief is going to come back from the graveyard.
It's going to take.
可是这样子就很亏，这样少下一只奇奇，这样子这个 Grief 如果他自摸一个东西解掉，他可能真的打不死差一只 Token， 差一只鬼怪 Token 差很多
Okay. Now, Paul, there are a few people I know that
哇，
like to sweat
这一手这个珍宝可能值2万美。
All right, here it is.
Time to draw.
We have Tron.
He finally got out from underneath that Blood Moon.
All right, Ancient Stirrings.
That's where this turn begins.
What will you bring us?
The top 5 are a surprise.
1、2、3、
Sylvan
4、
Scrying, Relic of
5、
Progenitus, Oblivion Stone,
Oblivion
Karn,
Stone,
taken
Karn.
immediately.
卡恩，现在几费？
All right. 5 mana available.
Post Karn, absolutely. Remember, he hasn't played a land after the turn, has Calcano, and he has drawn a forest for the turn.
So 6 mana available. Has to be mindful of Bowmaster's potential.
那时候还有一张树林，
right?
所
So
以
if you just get a Wormcoil Engine, you can't block, right? So might need something else. We've seen him get Ensnaring Bridge in the past, right?
卡恩
Might see it again here.
There's Karn. Down to 3.
他有陷阱桥吗？
Will Christian try to hide behind an ensnaring bridge
陷阱
once
桥
again?
Yes.
The answer to that question is yes.
Yes.
So, there's his land.
Oh man.
There's the bridge.
There's the map.
把
This
手
is
来
the
放放
map.。
And that's his hand.
Last card is Sundering Titan.
And his last card
哎
is
呦
Sundering
喂呀
Sundering Titan.，
打回来了吗？
Lightning Bolt. Christian is at an effective 2 life.
Beardsley's draw. That's a thought.
这边没有着地的原因是什么？
And if it is, that does solve the Sundering Titan.
没有，这样子的话就没有差这张奇奇，因为他手上只有一张牌。
Not sacrificing
No, I think
treasure,
that's
not having the Fable in play here.
It's absolutely huge. You noticed it right away, and not having the Fable here means there's not a 2.
但是可以绿2张，不知道，说不定。
And if Jake wants to deploy Fable, that means he's not doing other things potentially. Now he hasn't drawn really anything of
变成
consequence.
现在可能要
But the inability to draw
放掉这个奇奇，然后出红人数把卡恩点掉，
Right, because you're looking for that.
然后想办法摸。
Yes.
干，可是他没有，他居然没有把闪电骑全部下完。他就算没有把闪电骑全部下完，他也应该也没剩几张牌了。说实在的。
So, Jake.
哦，不对，他的闪电骑是背牌耶。
Evoke Fury to take care of Karn, keeping the bolt.
哇，所以他从背牌上来2张闪电骑哦。
Play a Verdant Catacombs and pass the turn back. Calcano can, of course, sacrifice this expedition map on the end step. I'm not entirely sure what he'd want to find in this spot, but it is an option.
perhaps a Boseiju, just in case Jake finds another Blood Moon. You know he's going to play Thundering Titan this turn. Get a Swamp and a Mountain off the battlefield, perhaps.
哇哦，他又抽到一张卡恩。
That's some action.
哇哦，哎，他的放逐区有没有那个啊？有没有戒指啊？
Woohoo, baby. Access to 7 mana here with what's on board with that Karn the Great Creator off the top.
The
Great Creator indeed.
Yeah. Like, what are you afraid of here? How can Jake kill you?
All right, so if I am Calcano, it's a little unfair because I know about the bolt.
Yeah,
it's a little unfair.
Oh, he probably has a bolt.
It's a little unfair because I know about the bolt. How can I gain life? How can I gain life? Is there anything in the sideboard?
1、2、3、4、5、6、
7 is typically a card that you see in the sideboard.
Yeah, it can be over there.
There is a Chalice of the Void. Do you Chalice for 2?
他知道对手有背牌有闪电击。
Alex Hayne do that in this exact same matchup.
Okay.
In the last round yesterday.
Okay.
Do you Chalice for 2 so you don't get Bowmastered?
You're not going to challenge
because there's only 2 lightning bolts in the deck in most lists.
Sure, you're not going to challenge.
他这里可以。
Right, you have
too many ones.
You don't need Sylvan Scrying anymore.
他是可以出8的。
Just Stonebrain the Bowmasters?
Okay, so the sideboard over here. Leveler, I don't think we're there. Stonebrain, it's not impossible.
Now, does Jake have a way to kill artifacts after sideboard?
We'll take a look. Pirate Spellbomb, that sort of thing, nothing really notable. You see Beardsley's sideboard here of what's come in.
开始找，终于想到找背牌了。找虫虫，把虫虫拿回来。把虫虫拿回来挺不错的啊。
Let's take a look. Okay. I know you have a 75. Just how many bolts he has access to.
Right.
And then we can maybe play a guessing game a little bit here.
Completely
okay. 这边。
Because things may have changed between game 3 and game 4 too.
3-3.
There are 2 lightning bolts just in the sideboard.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
2张背牌闪电击，右手有没有？还有闪电击，我不确定有没有西欧蕊，我不确定他有没有上西欧蕊，但是听起来感觉没有。
2 mana.
Voidwalker.
Boy, that card's gonna hoop.
手牌是什么？
knows that what that card is that Jake drew is Jake.
哦，好紧张哦。
Tell you that much.
Okay, fair. You win this round.
Yeah. Scoreboard.
手牌是克罗萨。
Has a card to discard.
Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so.
对手手牌应该不是 D， 因为如果是 D 都会下来。
Because of the ensnaring bridge, you don't want to die to a dashed Ragavan. There is a walking ballista in play though.
所以要想要拼到对手把手牌放光。
Right now, Croxa, if you don't discard a non-land card, you take 3.
If Christian plays everything in his hand and the Sundering Titan, Jake can go Lightning Bolt to you,
Croxa you,
and then Croxa you. That's it.
That's it.
But remember, Christian has another activation here from Karn. Wow. That would be another reason to chalice for 2, by the way. Croxa.
Yeah. We know that Calcano boarded in Haywire Might. Okay.
Did he board in both?
Okay, he's tapping mana. I think this might be Sundering Titan.
Okay, this is Sundering Titan.
Okay.
But if he doesn't get something with this Karn, well, if he gets it, he's probably playing it.
I would be shocked if he didn't. So, okay, here's the Titan.
Yeah. I'll target your swamp.
This. Okay. And remember, once Titan resolves, when it comes into play, you choose a land and those are destroyed. So those are long gone. Jake is down to 2 lands. Christian loses his forest.
What does Christian have again in hand?
Chromatic Star.
Do you keep it to play around Croxa?
Will he play around? Oh boy. Oh, is he playing it? Okay, so
okay, 地图。
You get a tower. That's 1 extra mana. He'll sack a map. Yep. And Jake is right.
Oh,
that's fine. Oh, this is so close. Jake says that's.
紧张了。
Like Jake's just going, please, just play everything. Please just empty your hand and staring bridge player. Come on. I don't want to have to think. Tower and star. Gonna play the tower, right? It doesn't matter because discarding a land, you still take damage. Now, Calcano has 4 mana right now. You can still chalice for 2. He can chalice for 2. He can also just leave.
这边卡恩先拿一张。
Ballista, because that's 4 mana, and so that might incentivize him to keep the card.
He's touching. That's he. It looks like he wants to put that star into play.
Okay. Okay.
Cal really needs to figure out what he wants to do with that Karn, though.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
He's doing a lot of these other actions, but he hasn't used the Karn yet.
It looks like he may have a question here with the Karn.
可是他应该还是要想办法拿虫子吧，因为他要最后还是要把自己的陷阱桥给解掉啊。
Oh, gotcha.
Just making sure. Yeah.
他只要拿到虫子，血量就不怕了。
Players want a little bit of clarification.
没有，对手手上可以打6D， 还没有撑住，还没有。
It's not over.
It's not over because if he cracks it and finds a spell.
That's correct. It's not over. Okay, so he's plus the Karn. Is he actually going to hold this? I would be blown away.
Man. Hold it, Croxa. The thing is, there is some incentive to keep it in hand. There is incentive to keep it. Remember, because you can put a counter on walking ballista.
Okay, 找地了。
That's the main reason here. Oh man. All right. Hold to you.
Blood Crypt.
Is he just gonna
I think this is Blood Crypt. Well, I don't think you have a reason to cast the bolt, right?
Yeah, right. You need to surprise kill.
Okay.
Oh no.
Let it
Here we
rip.
go.
Okay.
Christian's like,
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Calcano's down to 2.
I mean, yeah, that resolves.
You'll be at 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll still pass.
Is Jake gonna? Okay, so Calcano is gonna put a counter on the walking ballista.
He's gonna kill the grief.
然后打3点把它打掉。
Before feign death.
Okay, sure, in the draw step. Or upkeep draw. Definitely not the draw step.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
You think Jake's just gonna go for it?
小白，
Is he just gonna go for it and just hope?
弓箭手跟手差一滴。
That's so close. Okay. So count down to 1 here.
1 card? Yeah.
Potentially. Can't draw any extra cards.
可能他这边应该就会一直剩1张手牌，然后打出去，
Right.
I think the first place that your mind probably goes if your calc is
然后变大吧。
That's a 4 of.
Yes.
Right.
所以看起来这颗星星很难被他拿去丢诶。
Now Jake is sacrificing.
哦呵，你手上要2张啊，这样不够。
Right now, and Calcano has come prepared with the chromatic star that he didn't play.
那这边就要拿托马木屑了。
Okay.
Still not out of it though.
Now, if Calcano can find a way to get his Sundering Titan off the battlefield, Jake's lands go bye-bye.
Well, you want to get that ensnaring
这
bridge off
边
the
对啊
battlefield. You
把
can
虫子
just
拿回来。
Now there's a
Haywire
Haywire
Might. Haywire Might ensnaring bridge, and that's the game.
把虫子拿回来，把剑桥吃了。
Play your might.
Sack it, kill the bridge. How close was this game?
This right here?
这3回就应该要拿了，他3回拿安全很多啊。
This is a game of magic right here.
Pump it up.
变大，来打9死了。哦，虽然他妈侯氏干尽，但是他应该在想他妈自己到底有多吼，天哪！
Oh my goodness!
I don't know if I can handle any more of this, Cedric.
Oh man!
But we got one more.
We got one more.
3回先拿虫子不就好了？安全那么多。
game. That was a nail biter. Oh my god. I mean, you saw the look on Jake's face. He's just like, all right, crooks of you. What you got? It's time. What you got? It's time. And Jake tried.
来
and just I can't believe
最后一把。
It's a new card. It could be anything.
我刚才说他们希望不要打到12点，他看起来就是要打到12点了。但是，红黑先攻，一回出，不论是出猴子或是出4-4连击，哦，他都处理不了。哎，他的套牌没有肢解。 所以是处理不了的。
Boy, do I too. When we come back, Game 5, the best 2 words in competitive Magic. A Pro Tour champion is about to be crowned. Don't you dare go anywhere.
"下一把红黑3回杀，我跟你讲，这边就是把陷阱桥塞进正边，然后钓到有。我3回出陷阱桥，怎么看都不会死。对，而且有什么？他还有宝石矿脉，嘿，是有机会2回就什么定陷阱桥之类的，把自己给苟住。 感觉后手这边就是一定要去拼上限了，你没有办法再说什么我要用卡恩拿，没有，我就是塞进去，开始调度，开始找，哎，找不到就下课，哎，卡恩太晚了，真的太晚了。这是我们下次拉斯维加斯的名单公告啊。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings here from Barcelona, Spain, and we are going.
俊廷赶快里面看到人就抓过来，有没有要去拉斯维加斯一起住？这样。
Gathering I have ever seen. In this room, I need to tell you all at home, it was the most tense. You could hear a pin drop. There are people over there watching this game in the feature match area. There's us here on the desk at the edge of our seats, heads and hands. Just absolutely incredible. Monty, you're feeling some emotions too, buddy.
No, I'm doing great. I mean, yeah, that was a Pro Tour finals worthy game.
Absolutely.
Both players are just playing this incredible.
我真的打回来真的是喝雷卡仔，该抽都有抽到。
Yeah, we are. At multiple times, you know, we thought, oh, you know, this game is done. But being able to pull it back, Will, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm on the edge. Like, you know, Jake looks so good in such a good position at a turn 2 Blood Moon, Ragavan, it all going through. Christian looking for that 5th land drop forever ago, surviving, getting there, and getting us to a game number 5, which is what everybody wants at a Pro Tour final. So much emotion on the line here, so much on the line. Yeah, I'm lost for words.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't remember a time being at the desk watching a Pro Tour final, all having everybody just absolutely glued to our seats as the pendulum swung back and forth in that match. Monty, going forward here into game number 5, what are you thinking?
I don't know. I just really hope that both players at least get to somewhat execute their game plan, and we have a nice interactive.
好，剧本想好了，后手保持控麦，然后2回陷阱桥，然后对手还没有掉。
Yeah, absolutely. What a fantastic game of Magic we had, everybody. It's time for a Game 5 here at Pro Tour.
其实最难的是你不知道对手接的是吊牌那边还是快攻那边。
Thank you very much, Maria. Ooh, baby, that last game. Man, if you don't love that, you don't love competitive Magic. And fortunately for you and I, Paul, we get one more.
你觉得对手是抽吊牌那边，你就可以，
I feel the exact same.
你就不会那么想要的去调度，但是对手是快攻那边，你就很需要去记调度。但是红黑就是一个，我可以决定我要做哪一边。对。
What a game! Well, it is Game 5 for the title here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, and Jake is coming along.
一回掉
Looks like an opening hand with a Grief, a Blood Moon, a Bolt, a Bowmasters, and most important of all, an Undying Malice for that Grief.
This hand is incredible for Jake Beardsley. We're talking about turn 1 Grief, Undying Malice, and a turn 3 Blood Moon on the play.
That's right. So, exile the Orcish Bowmasters. Here comes Grief. Ptlotr lands here for Calcano alongside an Ancient Stirrings, a Relic of Progenitus, a Wormcoil Engine, and a copy of the One Ring. You'll note that Christian does not have access to green mana at this stage of things, so that Ancient Stirrings currently can't be cast.
Right.
We've seen the power of the One Ring and its ability to delay the inevitable.
The Wormcoil.
And what you're seeing here,
这边是
Jake has said, I'm going to take
防自摸最尊重，哎。
It doesn't come together.
Yeah, it's like Christian, hope you do not just get turn 3 Tron. Now Jake does the answer in the Blood Moon if he can find land number 3.
That's right. He has a Delta, Bolt and the Blood Moon, and we head back over to Calcano.
卡恩没有用。这边出一宝。
Power plant, and here comes the relic. Calcano will pass the turn back over to Beardsley.
对手
Beardsley has drawn a
哦，
that land.
这样子二回算没事做，但3回就有血月喽。哎呀！
There's this tower to go along with the one that he already has. So he's going to start by sacrificing that relic, exile the graveyards, and draw a new one.
没有套，2个卡恩卡在手上，像大笨一样。
Now we've mentioned, Paul, you and I, the difference between the Fury Clock and the Grief Clock.
这边我就先找地。
Fury attacks for a lot more than that.
So Jake will have the Blood Moon, but it's going to take a little bit longer with the Grief here to close out this match.
Correct.
哦，血月定下来，就剩3个回合了。
But Calc has a lot to fight through here, right? I mean, we're talking about the Grief, the Blood Moon, and he's still missing. He needs to find a way to get the Blood Moon off the battlefield, and also a way to find that last Tron piece.
来，血月。
There is the Blood Moon. Yeah. So Jake has 3 of these after
哦，最后一把看起来会超快哦。
So now we head back over.
这边什么都没有。
And Jake has another copy of Grief in hand.
什么都没有。
Yeah, Calcano wants something like Chromatic Sphere or Star into Boseiju, perhaps, or an Oblivion Stone here.
剩8。
It's Grief again, down to 8. This is another copy of Grief, discarding a Grief.
再确定一下你的手牌。
Copies of Karn the Great Creator. Can't
我的手牌什么都没有。
So right now for Calcano, he needs a land or something that's like a land to be able to cast Karn this turn.
Is it Karn for Ensnaring Bridge again? Now remember, this attack next turn puts Calcano down to 4. Jake Beardsley does have a Lightning Bolt, so that's 1.
That's right.
But not 0.
That's not 0.
So Calcano
还没，还有一滴，还有一滴，一滴。
That's right.
抽牌，有地就有卡恩。
You can see Calc knows it. He knows it, and Jake's fingers are crossed. Boom.
啊，下课。
That's Wormcoil Engine.
That might do it.
And he's going to pass the turn back. Will Calcano in for 4 with Grief.
最后一节赶下班。
And we'll pass the turn back, and I don't think he does either, partner. And Christian Calcano will Jake
哇，最后一把只打了5分钟，调度占了4分钟。
The Rings champion.
哇，第一次 PT 就冠军。
The pros are supposed to say to the new guys?
Not a bad debut.
Not a bad debut whatsoever. Congratulations to Jake Beardsley. You see him there with his girlfriend. Oh my goodness. What a way to celebrate your birthday, your first Pro Tour. And we're going to see him at the World Championship.
Oh, yes, we are.
太神啦！
Not the last
你
time
看
we're going to see Jake Beardsley.
叫曹文宏打红黑不打，不是。
This was his first time playing against Tron the entire weekend. He stands tall, and I'll tell you, that has
太神啦！
He's our champion, Paul.
Yeah. And what a champion. Just
太好了，我们今天很成功的赶在12点之前就下课了。
Others may have buckled, right? And of course, everybody congratulating a worthy finalist here in Christian Calcano.
Oh yeah, Christian Calcano. That game
好，弓箭手瑟瑟发抖，岌岌可危。
We have ever had the opportunity to watch him. Probably one of
红黑选手真的比较可，是啊，是啊，是啊。
To be able to force that game 5, but at the end of the day, the reason this evoke deck is so powerful.
不过不得不说，这个绿塔的冠军的对局，打得不是很好。
Of the finals, you go, these are the cards that I want.
有好像一把2把，我觉得
just to see that
应该是可以赢的，没有赢。
What you're thinking when you see that in your opening hand?
对
，I'd be thinking I've got it. You've got it. I think I'm gonna win. I'm
好了
win. Yeah.
那
Yeah.
加什么班？要加什么班？
An unbelievable run.
我有什么要加班的？
It's very few and far between that you see
戒指，岌岌可危，瑟瑟发抖，快要被丢进火山了。
These tournaments are very hard. Some of the games absolute best. It took them a while to get started here. Now, of course, we've seen sustained success by your Johns and your Kais and your
2张棋下去就浮夸了。
But to come here and break the door down, it's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and just from what I've seen over the course of this weekend, in terms of just Jake's level of play.
不过不得不说，这个冠军打得真的很好，他的每一动的宣言都做得非常的到位。
We are going to throw things over to our news desk. That, of course, is Maria, Monty, and Will.
对，希望大家多多学学啊。
Hey, thanks so much, Cedric, Maria, Monty, and Will here at the news desk with you. What an incredible tournament we've had so far this weekend. Congratulations to Jake Beardsley.
Mr. Beast 被那个威士忌发文说，请不要真的买那一张丢进火山里。对，威士忌为了他特别发了一篇公告。嘿。
That was a literal miracle. When Charles Severin won Pro Tour Hogak in 2019 with Tron, that could be considered a miracle. And this weekend, when Jake Beardsley wins right on his birthday, in his first Pro Tour in
除了那个珍宝是打不好，我说的是
that's a bit of a miracle.
他的宣言都很漂亮，就是都很明确的告知对手怎么样要怎么做，然后怎么样之类的。对，沟通很到位啊。
From the players' party to yesterday to today to now, I can't wait to go give him a hug, say happy birthday to him.
对，然后那个珍宝以事后来看，确实也没什么差，就是他如果出了那个珍宝，他如果出了那个奇奇，他下一回合也没有那个多余的法力去清除掉卡恩，说不定也对不好说啦，不好说，因为事实上那张奇奇是，你如果你拍了那个奇奇，你下回合就只能以闪电戟去杀卡恩嘛，那血量可能又不好说了，对不对？又不好说了。
I want to get a couple of thoughts from you, of course, on what must be one of the most incredible days of your life. You've played Magic for you started playing when you were 3 years old, and I want to ask you what it feels like to be here.
从3岁就开始打魔法风云会，跟鬼一样。
And then you were just happy to be here in the top 8. How does it feel to be here as a Pro Tour champion?
It hasn't hit me yet. I'm in complete disbelief. I have no idea when it's going to hit me, but I forgot I even got a trophy. But I'm elated just to get to play more Magic. That's why I'm here. It's why I've played the game for 20 years, and I'm really excited to keep competing with the best players in the world.
Well, look, we can't wait to see you do it. I want to talk about the final, and of course, you know I'm going to ask you game
number 4. You're sitting there with the Croxer. You've got the bolt in hand. Cal passes the turn.
对，你回来那个等曹公回来自己跟他道歉，放什么术士放几期？对。
Please be a Boseiju. Please just be a Boseiju. But seriously, I'm so. I think.
结果进的是奇袭吗
？An error given what I drew. I think I was supposed to play Orcish Bowmasters that turn instead, but at that point it was just play it and hope.
奇奇看到这几把都重返荣耀，就那个奇奇抠倒吸，然后一直用。哦。 因为最后一把那个，如果他一直去倒吸找地把牌库压掉，找到 Furry 应该就会赢，就不会打到河了。他卖卤重返荣耀，曹公还敢卖啊！
My girlfriend Claire, she is incredibly supportive. She flew all the way to Barcelona with me. Now, the Barcelona vacation part, we don't need to talk about that. But just staying here in a convention center with a bunch of Magic players.
好，我不想继续看他放闪了，我决定把我们图片放回来。好啦，那今天就这样子了。对，好，那个他妈的闪屁干好。OK， 那我们今天的直播就到这边啦，大家晚安。